I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. We are live. So, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 123. Xi Jinping is leading China to challenge the global leadership of United States, and so I think there is no doubt about it. The way how China have doubled down on the tariff war, just shows that Xi Jinping, the leader, the president of China, has basically decided to is either now or never kind of circumstances. So historians, years to come will argue whether this is the right or wrong decision. Just like we look at World War II thinking about Hitler, whether he made the right or wrong decision to invade Russia. Similar situation, or historian will look at the European Union or the European or NATO, allies, whether supporting Ukraine makes any freaking sense. Similar. So anyway, I'm going to drop the link to join, so you guys can come and chit chat together. And just want to, before I do that, I just want to apologize. I wanted to do this like 4 hours earlier, but I got burnt out. I'm totally burnt out. I can't wake up. I set the alarm, but I just my body is just horrible, because I didn't sleep well after the frontline changes report. So when I wake up to do the situation report for the Ukraine war, after that I'm just still super tired. I went to sleep. So yeah, so end up I still cannot get up because I was burnt out. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the link. Let me find the copy and paste, and then pin it for you guys. So as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms. DPA platform on DPA Open Mic YouTube channel, DPA Open Mic Rumble channel, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter, and DPA Twitch. Yeah. So I have dropped the link to join in YouTube live chat, the Open Mic channel live chat, and on Rumble, I have also pinned it. And then on Twitch, and I have pinned it, and I'm also going to drop it into the DPA Open Mic Speaker Lounge, which is the exclusive live chat for the speakers that who have came on to DPA Open Mic. Okay. And hi, Rila.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
So I haven't seen you for a long time though.
Yeah.
Hi, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing, Mac?
Good.
Good. So, have you guys enjoyed the show for the past week of how China and the United States is going to clash, and everybody is now just eating popcorns. So, what you think, Rila?
So it's kind of difficult to say right now, but I don't really think Trump is going to keep a lot of these tariffs on for very long, because I know he's already saying that he's going to suspend tariffs on China for electronics. I don't know if it's for I don't know if it's for like just the 90-day period is already talked about, or if that's permanent, but either way, I think it sort of shows that he's not just hell-bent on carrying out these tariffs, and he's willing to sort of negotiate or find some sort of better deal on things if China's willing to go along with that. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going.
So the lifting of the tariff on electronics and actually on semiconductors, main chunk of it is actually all semiconductors related stuff. So that is actually for global, the whole world. So it's not for China only. So the directive is actually directed at the reciprocal tariff. So literally this chunk of categories of goods does not apply in the reciprocal tariff. So that's what happened. Which means that it's not even a 90-day. It's going to be like there will be no tariff on all these things. From my point of view, is because of because they are building these mega AI factories, right? They're going to build all these AI data centers and whatnot. So they needed all the semiconductors. So they cannot tariff themselves. They make the cost more expensive. So that's what I think. Hi, Grisha.
Yo, what's up? Long time no see.
Yeah, how's life?
Actually, kind of cool.
So you, so
And now
What
I
the hell?
not only have Ukrainian gloves, I also have a ATGM rocket. So yeah, it's actually called faggot.
right. Yeah,
you know that one.
yeah. I because I play computer games. Red Dragon. That's like
Nah,
I
because
was always thinking that unit sounds weird. So what do you think from Russia? No, do you enjoy the trade war so far?
I mean, honestly, China has been abusing us in the sense that the prices on resources have been just super low for the entire duration of SMO because they know we have no other ways to export them, and in this way, China isn't exactly an ally of Russia. They are just using us because in the moment that's the best way to grow economically. So I'd say it's a great opportunity for us to get this kind of spring in relations with America, because if we're gonna have an alternate route of export, it's gonna make overall situation better because there's gonna be competition. So
Yeah, there's a lot of pro-Russian guys, that viewed my channel. They are automatically pro-China, and there is no way I can convince them that you guys are not friends.
well, I mean, the Chinese weapons aren't being used to bomb Russia. Let's start with that.
That's not bad, right?
Yeah, thanks to the Chinese, but China also sells drones to Ukraine. So like they are working both sides. They're just making maximum profit. I mean, maybe there's going to be Washington-Moscow axis in the future. Maybe, I don't know. World is so crazy right now that I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm glad that something is changing. So,
If the U.S. gave Russia $1 trillion a year, would you support Russia becoming part of the Western alliance, Western bloc?
That's what Russia wanted, right? Russia always wanted to join the West.
I mean, there's no exactly Western alliance anymore. NATO is as fragile as ever. European Union itself is also not united, as they wanna say. We have Hungary, Slovakia. Hungary, a country whose rights to vote they wanna remove. So special military operation has changed the global order of things everywhere.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, guys. There's going to be some real shakeups over the next year. I'm seeing some stuff going on in the background. I'm seeing reports of things happening, people talking, different governments, and some of it is worrying, quite frankly.
Worrying how?
Worrying for who?
Possible war in Africa?
You mean in the DRC? The M23 rebellion that's going on there right now?
Actually, no, I was thinking further north of that in the Sahel.
Oh, okay. So, like, what exactly did you think is going to happen there? Do you think there's going to be some sort of regime change operation? Do you think it's going to be against ISIS? Like, what do you think is going to go on?
It's going to be country against country.
Okay. So, like, what
There's a
countries
couple of them that are really, 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 how should I put it, unhappy with each other.
Mm-hmm. I know that the ECOWAS, like last year, or it was like the year before that, was talking about going into, I think it was Mali, to remove the coup government. So is that what you think is going to happen?
To Niger.
Not
Because they
whatever it
specifically.
got a coup.
Yeah.
Not specifically. There's a bunch of other stuff happening in the area. Like the problem is I don't actually know anything. I just know that there's been a bunch of diplomatic meetings, and when you have a bunch of diplomatic meetings of countries that are possibly in conflict, you've got the possibility that there's something going on there.
But you don't know if any specific conflict that's going to start.
No, I have nothing solid. I just have a feeling. You know,
I see.
it's like Han Solo. I have a bad feeling about this.
Juju.
Okay. Hi, long time no see. I just came in because the first thing that I heard on the open mic was misinformation. When Ryla said that Trump announced that they are removing providing exemptions for the tariffs on electronics and whatnot. That's not true because the White House didn't announce anything. They only discovered this when the port didn't charge tariffs on some items, and then they went to look at it. So they were trying to basically let this through and not have anybody make a big noise about it because they didn't want the world to realize they had capitulated. So this is, it's actually worse than them actually announcing it. Now everybody's like, they're just trying to brush this under the rug, and hopefully nobody makes noise about it. So anyway,
Well,
I gotta go in 5 minutes, so I'll just sit around.
Okay.
Well, what I
Someone
think
asked-
is.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Rila, go.
Oh yeah. Well, what I think was going to happen in the next year, or could happen in the next year, is a potential U.S. war with Iran. Because right now, if you look on Polymarket, there's about a 20% chance that Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz this year, and so I think that's a pretty good indication of there being a U.S. war with Iran. Because that's, I mean, if Iran does that, you're talking about oil prices going up to like $250, $300 a barrel. And there's no way the U.S. would just sit there and do nothing. They're going to have to, go in and invade Iran because ultimately, we've seen what the Houthis have been able to do over the last year and a half, and their anti-ship missile inventory is way less capable than Iran's is. So the U.S. is definitely going to have to send in ground troops. If nothing else, they're going to have to occupy both sides of the Strait of Hormuz, if not. Invade all of Iran and try and attempt a regime change. But again, we're only talking about a 20% chance so far. But, all things considered, there's only 8 months left in 2025. So, it's much
hope not,
higher
though.
than it would.
Well, they're
Well,
negotiating now. In
Wyatt,
Oman,
if,
right?
if there's a war
Yeah,
with
right
Iran,
now
you're,
they're negotiating, so hopefully it goes well, and then we don't have.
Yeah, I my personal feeling is that Russia will be, because Putin and Trump have good relationship. Putin have good leverage on Iran, so I think they're going to make a deal. I don't think
Why-
Russia wanted Iran to be in a war, so that's what I think. Because
Why-
there's a greater game that is being played. So yeah, sorry, Rila.
Wyatt, if there's a war with Iran, you're going to have 10 times as many subscribers.
Whoa,
That's not a good motivation for me. I always say that whatever I gotten right now is actually like blood money. So I actually gain something from because of people dying. So it's not the best thing. It's bad for karma.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you have
think-
to wash your hands like Pilate, like Pontius Pilate, and
like
and
COVID,
also
right? You have to wash every single
Yeah.
crook and
wash your
cranny.
hands every day. And think about it, you might even get those 100,000 followers.
That's why I report on trade war. But then people also angry because people don't want to accept reality. You guys always know I say Russia and China is not friends. You see, Grisha came on and told us they are not friends. But then the people who are not Russians are like, no, they are friends. Like I don't know. So same thing.
China has no friends.
China have the economy right now is actually very fragile, which is why they must have the export. They must keep selling. This trade war is a bad thing for them, but they have no choice also. literally, you should, if you any one of us is Xi Jinping, we have no choice. We will actually do exactly the same thing because there's no options. They cannot capitulate. So it's just an unfortunate thing that it's like I believe me and Drew, we had this conversation about China, right? About long time ago on open mic, and I say that maybe eventually one day the world will have to cut their trade with China. Like eventually they just have no choice because they just cannot handle the trade imbalance, and we had this conversation about China long time ago, very early open mic. So it's starting to see that we're starting to see it. It's just that United States started because no one else dare to start it themselves. They will die. Only United States have the clout to actually do something like this. And of course but there's a grand view of things. People disagree is perfectly fine.
Only United States was dumb enough to do it, and even now they're realizing they can't. With the exemptions,
it takes time.
They realize they can't.
They cannot do immediately. They need time to.
Yeah. They need to do it over many years, slowly. Like they go up the supply chain from the people that are actually selling the stuff. They slowly, like take over the first layer of manufacturing, then the second layer of manufacturing, then the raw materials, and slowly grow up the supply chain. They do it one shot like that. Nobody knows how to do anything because the whole supply chain is in China. To get it back, you need to slowly creep up the supply chain from where they are, which is the customer end. So it's just it's a result of them only having 4 years to do anything because of their political system.
I think so it's not even 4 years. I think 2 years. I think it's 2
or whatever
years.
2 or 3
because
or 4
Trump,
or whatever. But
because
maximum
once
is
Trump
4
hit
years.
the mid-year, Trump hit his midterm, he might lose one of the House or the Senate. So then he will be crippled. So I think this is the reason why he's rushing. That is a feature of the U.S. politics, I think.
But it will result in the policy failing. Not because it's a bad policy. I think tariffs are a good policy if used correctly, like targeted and then with a lot of industrial support for the industry you want to save and the industry you want to actually regenerate to build. Right? You give cheap loans
China
and whatever, like manufacturing support and help to train the new workers and you build the infrastructure, the internet lines, the roads, the rail, the sewage, the whatever you need for new factory, have the land ready, remove all the eco concerns. What this bird lives there, forget it. We're gonna build a factory there, that kind of thing, right? Then you can have a proper reindustrialization slowly from the retailers or the people that send in to end customer, slowly you creep up. Okay, instead of printing all your t-shirts in China, okay, we buy the printing machines and put them in the US. And then from there, instead of growing the flags in China, you grow it in the US. Slowly you creep up. And that will take 20, 30 years. It's not, you can't do it in 4 years. Not even 10 years is already very, very, you can't just whack everything in one go. You will just crash.
How do you know this, Drew?
Huh?
How do you know this?
Because that's the way economies work.
The industry
Dead on it.
I've actually built a
I must
power
be
plant
very
before.
stupid, right? Because I don't know these things, and I think I'm maybe the only person that doesn't know these things. Everybody in Australia, from the milkman to the dude down the road, is like an expert economist these days, and they all know how stupid Trump is. And they all know that Putin's a dictator. They all know these things. It's kind of amazing the things they know, And they all know that Trump is 100% wrong with his economic policy, and they know that the Russians are about to collapse, and they know this and they know that, right? Like Drew just spoke with absolute certainty about the fact that this can't be done outside of 30 years, and then Wayne backed him up. This blows my mind how you guys know these things. And the thing is, like, all about the best policies for globalism and the international banking system. It's like, it's an amazing coincidence that you know the same things as the globalists. Anyway, I got to go to work. Good to see you guys. Have fun on the open mic.
So brief, Toby.
Let me answer Toby there. Let me answer Toby quickly. The way we know this, I don't know about Drew, but I set up a factory. You learn when you do that. You know, and I didn't only set up a factory. I was there when a couple of others were set up as a junior, and watch what happened. You learn how the equipment's sourced. You learn where the parts come from, where all the inputs go, and it come from, and where you're sending stuff out, and how you market. You don't change quickly. You can't. It's like try to you've got a car doing 100 miles an hour, and you want to make a 90-degree turn.
You know what? It's
Ain't gonna
really
work well,
weird,
boys.
but I'm actually agreeing with the old lady here. It's really difficult to actually start things from scratch and make them function 100% in 2 or 3 years. But I don't think that Trump is a retard either. Like, I find it very difficult to believe that a person who actually runs successful business and had already a mandate as president, such a behemoth as the American government is so ignorant of the global economy and logistics chains and production. So I do think that there is probably a reason behind, but I also recognize that this is probably caused by a catastrophic situation. Like, because one thing I really disagreed with your sit rep of the economic war is this idea that the trade deficit is bad for a country. It's bad for Haiti, it's bad for Argentina, it's bad for Venezuela, but it's not bad for the country that can emit the reserve currency. It's pure profit for the country that can, and as long as there was trust in the American economy and its capacity for growth, and as long as the dollars were available for global trade, it was a perfectly functional system that gave American economy enormous amounts of wealth. Like, they were ripping off the entire world for a service. It's not necessarily like they were ripping it off in the sense that they would smash anyone who would resist, like Gaddafi. But it was also a service because you could participate in global trade and supply chains and all that, which is great.
What about
the fact that
2008?
they're changing that? The fact that they're changing that means that there's a catastrophic de-dollarization situation going on, and the percentage of use of the dollar as bilateral trade must be falling down a cliff, and so that's the only reason that can explain to me what would motivate such a drastic thing. Hey, by the way, good to see you, Grisha. It's a nice hairstyle you got there.
Japan Treasury sales last week collapsed the market. Toronto.
Yeah, I heard that as well. But whatever you can, Grisha, if you can, tell us about the upcoming great summer offensive.
Well, when I was
That's propaganda. So
What- what-
who is next?
No,
Ryler
you
or
cannot.
who?
Later FSB will knock his door. No, you cannot make him say things that he cannot say.
Who is on the offensive?
Oh, go Rylar, I think was
Russia.
first.
Yeah. So what I was thinking was that if the U.S. was smart, then what they would do is they would basically just send as much aid as they could to Russia in order to get the Russians into the U.S. sphere of influence. Because as it stands right now, Russia and the U.S. has something like 90% of the world's nuclear weapons, maybe even more than 90%. And so if they wanted to, and you have the UK and France in the Western Bloc as well. So if you wanted to align all those countries against China, well, there's not really a whole lot China can do about it because they only got 2, 3, maybe 400 nuclear weapons. So if they wanted to, fight a nuclear war with, can you?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Nika.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Sorry. Yeah, if they wanted to fight a nuclear war with China at that point, there's not really a whole lot China can do because, again, they only got, a couple hundred nukes, and they're going to need at least 5 or 10 years to build up their arsenal to the size of, say, the U.S. and Russia's, even if they could do that. And so I think it would, it would give the U.S. a sort of a window of opportunity to really put pressure on China and even, fight a war with China and win if it was willing to do that.
So Trump said something very interesting in one of his amazing press conference, which was, we have $37 trillion, and I want to get rid of that debt. This is the biggest debt ever in human history. Not even Chinese debt in reparation of war was ever that big. So this is the biggest debt on history. And he said something like this: I want to get rid of that, and tariffs should help that go very fast away. So that's this plan. He's trying to save America. He's trying to save the dollar. And for that, he needs to get rid of the debt. Like Gabriel was saying, if the US has a powerful economy, then people will believe on them. But if they don't have a powerful economy, people will start disbelieving on them. But this is a question of time until it's more than obvious that Americans will never be able to pay that debt. Of course, if Trump is able to reduce it drastically, at least the amount that they need every year, so that the debt doesn't grow, that will be a very strong confidence in their economy. But on the other side, the problem is that the Americans did that what Gabriel was saying in 2008. They were stealing everybody, not Americans, but the financial elites, the ones investing in Wall Street. They make the biggest scam on earth back then. And the Americans were still strong enough, but they had to ask for help for around the world. And this was the G20. That's how the G20 was born. And in that sense, the problem now is that the world is not ready to help the Americans again with what like something happened in 2008. So that's over. The thing about the Chinese is very complicated. In a way, you see this discourse as a bit like the Americans always need an enemy. So it's easy to make anybody like an enemy. But on the other side, the Chinese are the only ones that can really pose a competition in terms of economical competition to the Americans. Whatever they do, the Chinese will always be able to have an answer for that, especially now. So we see, for instance, the bond crisis in the US. I'm 100% sure that the bond crisis in the US was the Chinese selling off bonds that they have in big scale. And this is one of the biggest dangers, and the Trump administration was really scared about that event more than the crash in the stock exchanges. What really made the White House tremble was actually the crash on the rise of the interest rates on their bonds. The thing about what Ryle, if I may comment on his thoughts, Russia will always be a structural competitor of the West. It's on their blood, is on their ability to be an alternative, to be strong enough to present an alternative, a Western alternative in a way. Yes, it's a little bit more than just Western. It has really their own sense. I think it was Lavrov 2 days ago in Antalya was saying that actually we are already a civilization as we are. So it has its structure, their vision, their perspective. It is a little bit more just Western an alternative of Western perspective. And we should consider that. So the Russians will never be interested in subjugating their interests or their worldview, what the Americans or the Western Europe wants. And that's over. They tried for a while, and then they start noticing that that doesn't go well with them. They need something more. Otherwise, they will dissipate, they will disappear, they won't have a strength to continue, because it's very easy to be swallowed, especially when you have such a huge country, which has 150 million people. But the thing is that for Trump to achieve any economical miracle, he needs to get away from the war logic and go to the production logic. If he really wants to industrialize, he needs to have the world trading. When we have the world on war and on fighting against each other, you can't sell merchandise. You can't get regions buying your products because they are at war, they are struggling, whatever, it doesn't matter. So what Trump wants with Russia is actually to make some kind of peace. And in a way, it would be logic if Russians, Americans, Russians, and the Chinese get together. And other countries, other world regions of the world will also get together, and we'll start to somehow cooperate with each other to avoid conflicts and wars around the world. So this will be an organized multipolar world, an organized multipolar world, because that was the idea on the Security Council, which is nowadays it doesn't represent the world anymore. So that's why everything is completely illogical and in despair. But once these big powers get together again, the world will be more quiet, and perhaps the US will be able to save the dollar. Who has the finger? Is it Ryla or is it Nika?
Yeah. I'll go
Before you
first.
start, okay, forget it. Never mind. I wanted to let the tablet introduce himself, but no, his connection keeps working.
Okay. Well, so I actually, well, this was why I asked Grisha earlier about, what if the U.S. was willing to give Russia $1 trillion a year to be in the Western sphere of influence. But I don't know if you really answered the question. But like, just hypothetically, if say the next U.S. president really thinks the way I do on this, and that they decide, okay, we really need to get Russia, if not into NATO, then at least aligned with NATO, and be willing to be aligned with the US against China. And we're just gonna we'll give them whatever they want on Ukraine, we'll give them whatever they want on Eastern Europe, just as long as they're aligned against China. We'll give them all the aid they want. Like, if the US was going to do something like that, do you think that you personally would support it, and do you think most Russians would support it?
Well, the trauma in the people's sector, so to say, in regards to American weaponry being used against Russian soldiers and civilians is not going to heal in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years, in 10 years. It's going to be a big process because many people have suffered, especially in the historic new regions. Government, of course, any kind of shady deal can be made in 1 minute if the right person is presented at the right time. People will not understand it, especially if they have been told for the last 3 years that Russia is against the West and that the capital of all operations is in Washington. Obviously, propaganda can rewire anything. You can start speaking about Lend-Lease, about World War II, how we defeated Nazism together. Like, things can be done with time, and people will get a new look. It's just I don't think USA would go as far as giving any kind of aid to Russia in terms of material weaponry. That sounds like a fantasy. Eastern Europe, well, when you're talking about Eastern Europe, it's still NATO. Like, NATO hasn't been dissolved or anything. And when you're talking about Ukraine, well, USA is not the only party in Ukraine. It's the European Union that seems to like bare its fangs and try to go for the Fourth Reich build-up in order to save itself at the, trying to create a big boogeyman in Russia, justifying all kinds of rearmaments because, for example, the German car manufacturers, Mercedes-Benz and alike, they have been failing so much because of the sanctions. They now want to start getting back into the army supplying business, and we all know during the 1940s what those factories were producing. So I don't know. I just hope I hope there's not going to be a world war. I hope we will find a way to speak with the American government, because American people, I'm sure, just the same as the Chinese people can very easily find mutual language and understanding between each other, because after all, we all have the same struggles. We just want to get children, we want to get a house, we want to have a nice wage and a nice wife. Those are universal things, and war is not an ideal scenario to have those things. Though the only reliable ally Russia has is actually Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They have sent us partially their army. They have sent us plenty of weaponry, and they can never abandon us because they got no one else except for us. So I very much like that country, and hopefully we can help it.
Make videos when you go there for tour. You go there as a tourist, like you can make video.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to let Tabet introduce himself first.
Good to see you, man.
Hello, Tabet.
Mohammed.
Introduce yourself.
So I think Trump is starting a war that America doesn't need. He's doing this without reason. He thought he is making America stronger, but now he is just bringing some problems to the global economics. This is what I think. Even he is facing consequences now. He's not even winning. China is winning.
Tabet, you need to first introduce yourself first. What's your name, where you come from first, so we know who are you. I think his internet is super slow.
Guten Tag.
It's hard to.
But so by the way, he's from Tunisia.
I managed
private
to hear some of what he said, and yeah, where are you from, Tabet? Mohammed, where are you from? No, I think we lost him. Oh yeah,
he got potato internet.
Need to refresh.
Potato internet. Yeah, he put the antenna on the potato, and then that's the internet. So yeah, I remove him first. Yeah, because that's very disruptive if he cannot speak. So
but Lisa, to what you were saying, that the people of Russia would probably have a hard time, but it can be achieved. I think it can be achieved because they have a lot of trust in the government, for Russian standards. For Russian standards.
I'll be very honest with you. The Russia's government policy is to make first of all, it's not war. It's not really referred as war. It's special military operation. The government wants people to be as much distance from war as possible. So regarding trust in government, it's not the picture of Russia in propaganda is much better than Russia in real life, and I'd like Russia to be as beautiful and as good as it's portrayed by our beautiful propaganda ways, which we are sometimes pretty good at. It's just we need reality to catch up. But regarding people, I think American and Russian people are quite similar. It just, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of Americans here, right? Don't know. Maybe you can also add something, but we're both.
My point is it's a citizen's responsibility to be distrustful of his government. Okay, but I mean, I understand that you've only lived under Putin, and so it's even more natural for you to be distrustful. But I can remember the Russian attitude before Putin. And what I've heard historically is that before it's also been pretty bad. So my point is that for the Russian standard of opinion of its own government, like anywhere, for example, everywhere I've been, mostly in South America, but people are super distrustful of their government and somehow patriotic anyway, and it's good. But it's hard to see any country in the world that has sort of pulled out of such catastrophic circumstances as was Russia before Putin up to now. Now you're in a terrible situation. No shit.
It's not
But-
really Putin, it's the fear of disruption, like in the 90s. So we saw several moments in Russian history where chaos took over. And then there is, even if you don't like the regime or if you have something against it, you still trust it and want it because the alternative is much worse. So nobody wants the Bolshevik chaos, nobody wants the 90 chaos, nobody wants the farmers' cows. People want security. They need something to work with. And also in comparison to Latin America, I think one of the big difference is the fact that Russia still have a real strong state, a state that works more or less. And with the problem in Latin America is that most of the states are very weak in terms of their capacity to act. And Russia is still. I was very recently in St. Petersburg, and I witnessed that you introduced a new tax number, which is becoming a headache. But the tax number is allowing the state to control much more of the economy than what grid they had before. Perhaps Grisha can talk about that.
I mean, I thought that's a must in every country for every citizen to have a tax number. If you're talking about that.
This is a
No, you don't
unified
have that in
tax
South
number.
America?
We have it in Portugal for many years, but I live in Germany, and Germany has a lot of tax numbers. You have a tax number for each institution, and they are trying to solve it, but they haven't been able yet to do it. And then you are having a tax number very similar to the Portuguese one that exists really for everything, for you to open a bank account, for you to make a request to the government, and so on. And this allows the state to have a grid on things that happen. It's like you are not anonymous to the institutions anymore. You have your security, you have that tax number, and the state can look immediately into all the institutions, what you have been doing here and there. And we have that in Portugal.
Here we have, like, if you're a citizen, you have, or like if you're living in the country, you have a number for your ID. But if you want to build an enterprise or a company, you need it can be like just you want to give out receipts for your professional work, whatever. You get a number. You have to get an ID, like, for your company or your economic activity, and that's like your tax number.
Gabriel, in order for you to have an idea, at the moment you can't even buy a SIM card without that number. And if you had a SIM card contract and you haven't been able to get that number, the companies or the banks are closing your bank accounts if you are not able to get that number. But this is normal in many countries. The Russians are just doing, but this shows that it is a very strong state. And that allows people to trust because they have action. It can do a lot of. It can be very incompetent. It can be, which probably is, and it can also allow a lot of corruption. But Krista probably is always surprised. Something I noticed since since 2 years ago, not immediately after the special military operation, is the amount of people that are being arrested for corruption, and the corruption sometimes is like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, which is quite impressive. They are really making a revolution. How do you see that?
Hey, guys, sorry. Can I get in here for a second? One thing to say. There's going to be hell to pay on this U.S. trade war. And when I say hell to pay, I've been watching what's going on in Ottawa, and assuming that Mark Carney retains prime ministership, which it looks right now there's about a 55-60% chance he will. then how should I put it? The U.S. is in deep shit.
No shit.
Carney's a
Stella.
banker. The man understands money. He ran the Bank of Canada. He ran the Bank of England, two of the largest central banks in the world, and he understands money and trade. If there's anyone that Trump doesn't want to fight, it's Mark Carney.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't sleep at night because of that. But yeah, I think Turtle Man is right in the sense that America's in deep shit. It wouldn't be maneuvering so drastically in its economic policy. But yeah, like I think I've heard something about this person that he's mentioning, but not that good of a resume that I've heard of. But that's sort of the times that
Berset work with Soros to sing the Bank of England. So it is you have people at that level, fighting each other. So I bet everybody knows what they're talking about. So it will be an interesting fight. No, it will be an interesting fight for sure.
Yeah,
gotta run, guys. See you next week.
Say hi to your dog.
By the way, I'm just coming back from Germany. I went Wednesday and Thursday to BOMA. BOMA is the biggest construction exposition, what do you call it, in the world. 80 football fields long, impossible to do it in one day. If you really want to see everything, need 3 days. They have it's just open for 7 days. They attract like more than 600,000 people from over the world. And I went there because I'm a crane operator and I went to see new big machines. And the thing that was staggering, and it's the third time I'm going there. So I went there in 2016, 2019, and 2025, so this year. And you always had these Chinese people spying to the German manufacturers, American manufacturers, spying, taking photographs underneath the cranes, digger cranes, everything's very funny. Now the thing is that's happening in Europe, and I said it already a few times during the open mic. It's very concerning that European manufacturers or even American manufacturers starting to invest more and more to Chinese machinery. And what's happening if you invest a lot to Chinese machinery, you're going to lose a lot of contracts with your European manufacturers. This year, it was staggering how European they got and how many fake. I really look to the cranes and they start to get European. So they're using Mercedes engines, the Chinese like Sany, Zoom Lion, and other brands starting using Mercedes engines to be European, to be able to sell their stuff here in Europe with all the regulations. Okay, no problem. But seeing all these big European companies, I think mostly Dutch companies, starting to buy these Chinese shit. I can give you stupid details. Every fucking nut and bolt, and even the piping of the hydraulics, the metal connections, we're coating in like a special grease to not rust. Oh, you're modern, but you have shit quality. And actually, all these cranes are going to be sold much cheaper, and it's going to hurt all these European and American manufacturers.
Mr. Rambo, you're saying that European companies are outsourcing the production to China.
The thing that's going to happen. The thing that's going to happen, Prata, and it's busy happening, and I see companies in Belgium doing it, rental companies of like for elevators to work on the roof or something like that. They are buying Zoom Lion, for example, and they're going to rent that same machine for the same price per hour. So they're going to buy something very cheap to rent at the same price per hour. But the problem is, and like the very big manufacturer, Liebherr, that making landing gears for planes, refrigerators, and are specialized in everything that is machinery and construction. The stand at BOMA, the BOMA is 7 days. The stand has a size of 3 football fields, as a building with multiple storages, and they're already busy in October to build that fucking building for an expo that's during 7 days. They're already busy moving some factories in Germany to Poland, Romania, or something like that. The problem is, if you are as a company are not buying like from European anymore, you're going to hurt your own industry. And I just want to end with that by saying, Trump, 100% to give China 104% tariffs. It needs to stop. China is busy with an invasion already for a few years. A lot of shops are closing in Europe or in the United States because everybody is buying from AliExpress, Shine, Temu, stuff that you can buy. I can agree that you can buy stuff on AliExpress that you can't buy in your country, or you just can't find. But fuck off, dudes. Buy local stuff. Buy things that Europe or your own country is manufactured. Support your own country. But everybody is selfish and they're only looking at that. That rental company that's rental, that's Zoomlion elevators, they're making good money. They have no reason to go buy cheaper. They're not going to go broke. They have no reason. They just want to have more money on their bank accounts at the end of the month. That's it. You're selfish. What is China is doing is selling everything fucking cheap, and it's too cheap. They can do that. They can produce that. But countries like in Europe, they don't stop it. Trump knows it. And what is Trump doing? He says,
Mr. Lambo,
I need to save my own industry.
Where was the industry
Come
policy?
on, Prata, come on. I've been holding my finger for 10 days.
Yeah, I'm sorry for my explanation of 10 days, Nika. Also,
no, it's not.
No. I just want to give an
It's
example, but
cutting down.
Something I noticed very hard, and just to finish, the same Chinese people, they don't allow you to take pictures like that of their machines, but you see all them coming to these big stands of Liber, Tadano, Demach, Sennebogen, Volvo, Komatsu. I can go over, taking pictures of their fancy, beautiful, well-engineered stuff, and you're faking every fucking single part. And we are going to buy cheap Chinese fake shit.
Sure you will.
So, Mr. Lambo, I understand what you are saying, but in China you can buy high quality or poor quality, depend how much you wanna pay. Your iPhone, for example, it is a high quality phone. A lot of it is produced in China. So in China is just how much you are willing to pay.
Yeah, but just go on YouTube.
It does have.
Just go on YouTube.
They have satellites. They have satellites in sky. You cannot convince me that those satellites work with a very cheap and
just look how far. No, just look how far the technology was of China. Like I just say, machinery, cranes, trucks.
Yeah.
Trailers.
But the problem is the one who buys.
Just go. Looking models from the beginning 2000s and now. And just look at the
I understand
technology. You know what I mean?
For example, even a plastic bag, you can buy a cheap plastic bag or a good plastic bag from China.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You can buy.
The biggest problem with Chinese construction material is their steel. Their steel is not as qualitative like Krupp steel from Germany. Krupp steel is one of the best steels in the world. All these big manufacturers are using this type of steels to build their machines. Komatsu, Liber, Tadano, Demach, Volvo, they're using this type of steel. It's already resting much faster. There's no quality control or what you're making.
That depends. As I said,
listen to me. This might be true. This might be true for cranes and like heavy machinery, high tech stuff. But for example, for the normal person that doesn't operate in like heavy industry, a machine tool. You can buy cheap Chinese machine tools, or you can buy expensive German machine tools, but they're both made in China.
Yeah, I know.
As I said,
I know.
And with German steel, for example, I buy a German bit for my drill, and it breaks instantly. But the Chinese cheap ones, they last longer now. Like, I understand what you're saying 10 years ago, but
That's the mentality
now,
of 20 years ago. That's the
Guys,
mentality of
and
20, 15 years ago.
the best
The thing is,
thing I can
they
buy,
have satellites. Just one they have satellites in sky. You cannot.
the best thing I can buy. No, but
I know,
I'm
but this
talking about
aerospace industry is something
the
else. It's
massive
not a
production.
category of.
I'm talking about their mass production, not
Yeah,
the high end stuff. I'm talking
They
about
have,
what most of us are gonna buy on AliExpress or in the local tool shed.
Shop.
And the thing is that the best thing I can buy and cheapest is the Japanese stuff. 100%. It's the best quality steel, the best engineering, and cheapest. It's still more expensive than the Chinese stuff, but it's less expensive than the German stuff, and it's objectively better in every single way.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
The thing
Gabriel,
is-
what if the German beat that you bought is actually made in China?
Yeah,
Nowadays.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
it's the precision. I have it. It's for example, for steel, it's the knowledge of how you produce it and which temperature. But you can produce it if you have the manufacturing
Alloy also.
capability. You can produce a very high quality steel, but you don't need a high quality steel for a chair. You need a high quality steel for something like an aerospace. But you can produce those. I studied materials. I know this is my specialty. If you have the knowledge of how you produce the steel, and Chinese have it, you can produce it. Doesn't require it does require only knowledge and manufacturing, which Chinese have it. But the thing is, as I said, in China you can buy a high quality thing if you want to pay for it, and you can buy a shitty thing if you will buy from it. And this is the thing, they have the options.
So,
they don't care about their quality, their name.
The thing I think we have to take into attention is that the industrialized countries, in understanding that the globalization was coming, realized the incapacity they will have to produce the amounts of quantities that they need in order to make the globalization advance. And it was a good decision somehow to outsource some production to other countries. At first it was Southeast Asia, and later it was China, as we know. And Southeast Asia work a lot. If it wasn't Southeast Asia, we wouldn't have computers for everybody. And later China even allowed for much more things to be able to be produced to everybody, even if it was in bad quality. But Europeans understood that. The problem is that somehow in the politics, the policies that the government start to take into account was not anymore the industrial interests of the countries, but other lobbies, other industries, especially service. And there was this sense that we need to take people out of the industry to develop other sections of economy, and this started. Now, Mr. Lembo, the problem is not that China is doing this. The problem is that we didn't have industrial policies in our countries. If you look at Russia, for instance, in the 2000s, the Russians started to finance certain industries that were going to die, but they were aware that they needed to keep these industries. They have, for instance, a chip, microchip industry that was very old-fashioned, that was not developing in the same rate as all the other ones. But they understood that they need to have that industry, and they can't let it go. The Russian state paid a lot of money. A lot of that money was stole by corruption. But today they have a microchip industry, which is not that bad. It produced a lot of things that the rest of the world doesn't want to produce anymore. And even it produced it much better than the Chinese do. For instance, the cards, the credit cards, or the traffic cards in Russia are some of the best in the world. The microchips there are very good. So this is the thing. It's like, where was the policy of the different regions of the world or countries to keep strategic industries in their countries? Mr. Lembo, the problem is we don't have energy to produce heavy industry anymore.
You're too expensive to hire.
we shot ourselves in the feet to such
The
an
workers are too
extent.
expensive to hire is one point already, but there is also other things. Europe, for instance, and the United States, to give you an example, because I know more about the United States than Europe, they allowed all these companies also to move to China to produce their thing in a very cheap way. There was a very big mistake from the politic aspect. We never did something to that. No, the only one that's doing that is Trump.
I will finish it very fast. The thing is that if you look at the United States, like you were saying, we see today that United States in this period didn't develop their energetic supply at any sense. Whatever they have, it's very old-fashioned. Europe even thought about having steady, constant supplies of energy. And in the last years, they shoot themselves into defeat because the most important thing for Europe industry was to have certain and steady supplies of energy. You always knew that the pipelines would be always full of gas or oil, or you would never, because for instance, if you take into account India for the first time in their history, they have the energy they want to buy whenever they want. They never had it before. The problem with India was they couldn't find suppliers for oil or gas. They would go and they couldn't find, because what people don't understand, that energy is not sold in the markets. Energy is mostly sold by contracts. And this is the problem. The Europeans wanted to destroy all the contracts. But why did they want to do that? Because what the European energy lobbies was doing is to introduce middle people in the between. They wanted to make a speculation. They never had an interest on heart for the industry or for the economical steady growth. So we can say that China is guilty. It is not. It is the corruption in our governments, actually.
Also, I just give you an example about copying stuff, because that's happening in the construction industry. But like car industry, they're all coming to Europe, and Europe allows that. And that is what Trump is doing. Stop this cheap stuff from China. We need to have own industry. Nika. And then
finally, thank God. No,
sorry, Nika.
No, it's okay. One thing. Yeah. I will get to your question. One thing.
Okay. What does the future of this Darfur and this global trade? What do you want about that? What do you think about that?
Okay. I think he's asking about the future of this world trade, but I will get to that. I will give the word if anyone want to respond to that. The thing is, I think one part of the issue here is it is an issue. It is a good thing and a bad thing. It's the planning. In the West, every president, every 4 years, a president come, he have a vision, he will do things as he wanted, and the next one, after 4 years, another president have another vision, he will do things in another way. So actually, we cannot build in an organized and a logical way. But in China and Russia, even so that there is some negatives to that system, they have a central planning. They plan for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. And they have they will commit to that.
What about the deep state?
They will commit to that, but it's not a flexible system, yes, but it's very reliable for long-term strategy, for long-term.
But what about the deep state? What about the deep state?
I don't think deep state cares about the well-being of the country. They care about the well-being of their pockets. I think in their agenda. That's the different thing. For example, the deep state is trying to keep the system, the military industry system in the West. It's perfect for them. They will get their pockets always filled. But in the Russian and Chinese system, it's not the monetary factor always is the number one factor. It's the usability and the benefits.
My point is that the West and the United States, they also have this permanent state. They have it's not a democracy literally. and they have a continuity of policy, and the change of governments usually serves to balance the the public opinion, but they continue with their trajectory. So my point is, it's not that the East has a more stable government and the West has a more unstable government. It's the political philosophy that guides them. It's what are their intentions? What is their objective? That's the difference. Not that one is more democratic and the other one is more.
Yeah, they work more on agenda than benefits and the benefits of the country itself. They work on agenda, on how we said, yeah, agenda, more like.
So, Super Chat, China is getting ready to do a bond dump this week. Let's go. And then, who buys steels? I don't.
I do. Yeah. I buy a lot of steel.
Everyone. But just for example, for steel, it's not like very complicated. It requires a lot of knowledge. But if you perfect the process, you can do whatever kind of steel. You need just the right proportions and the right way to cool down the steel. That's it. Practically, that's the only thing that matters. Anything else, if you have like the machines that can control the temperature in a good way,
you still need precision, right?
Yeah, the precision, but you don't think Chinese have that kind of precision? They are competing in a lot of high.
They didn't know in the development of materials at the beginning. They didn't know how to do it, and they couldn't also figure it out. So they have learned it, and now, for instance, Chinese are able already to invent new materials. I saw a very interesting seminar from India where they were saying, whenever we developed a new material and we go to the patent, the Chinese already invented it 10 days ago.
Yeah,
it's impossible. The amount of production in universities in China now, but at the beginning, it
R&D. The R&D is very highly encouraged in China.
But it wasn't like that, and you still have a lot of bad production everywhere, and that bad production is still paying off somehow. So that's it. And many of that bad production, we say that is Chinese, but today is not Chinese. It actually comes from India, Bangladesh, and other less developed countries. But it's still cheaper to buy that because there is also many factors in how a material is cheaper than other, right, Nika?
Yeah, I think China knows something. He said Nika. Okay, guys. I think China know technology, high technology we don't know, because they sell very, very cheap things that you can find it in USA like $1 million, but in China just for 100 or 300K dollars. I think China knows some things we don't know. She deals with Ali.
No, the thing about what many times we say is the Chinese, and we should try to. It's not always like this. A lot of the production in China is already being outsourced to countries like Vietnam, Laos, and so on. So there is always an ability to make it cheap. It depends on many factors, and that's what we also should think about in Europe. We also have a lot of precision equipment. We have a lot of universities that were able to develop very, very good process and cheaper processes. And the problem is now that, especially in Europe, the factory energy was the most important. And we are seeing it. Our wages are too expensive. Our social welfare system, it has a too much bigger weight in the production. And and there are many factors that really doesn't allow us to produce anymore in the same quantity that we used to, because we transfer production to China. Yes, it is true, but because our politicians actually did that after a while, not on purpose, but trying to find ways of earning money for other. They despised the industrial complex, and now it's interesting to see. Gracia, can you give us a perspective how things are developing in Russia, because there is a kind of a second reindustrialization of Russia. How do the Russians are protecting themselves against the Chinese or from other production from other countries? I'm talking about locomotives, trains, buses, trucks. I heard that industry has had a really good, with the sanctions could come up, and now they are afraid that the Chinese will destroy that way up.
I don't think even I don't think Russia have a relation with China. The technology, their technology is very high, higher than Russia technology, a lot. I don't think there is a relation between them. China will win. China has a really high technology.
Grisha.
Yeah, I'd say if reindustrialization happens in Russia, it's military-industrial complex, drones, number one thing that we're actually building by ourselves from our own components. For majority of special military operation, it was mostly Chinese parts. Now we have our own.
It can't be a competition. We can have a competition there.
Yo, bro. Yeah, military industrial complex is getting this upgrade and lots of money, and it's also what drives our GDP up. But how sustainable it is after the war is going to depend on our exports, which we are actually doing in huge volumes to Algeria. I think is buying our stuff in mass. It will depend on how many wars are going to be in the future. There is Africa. Yeah, I mean, Wyatt, we have talked about it, how your channel's growth will depend on the amount of conflicts in the world. Well,
no.
But better be truthful with yourself. Well, I mean, someone has to report it, so.
True. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. So, it's like if I don't report it, nothing changes anyway. So they still fight. No, I might as well just report it. Yeah. So Algeria and Morocco, don't wait anymore.
Well, don't worry. We have a Middle East queued up, so it's North Africa is for later.
Yes, and Algeria is not just active with Morocco. I think they act in many other conflicts. There are no saints.
If
Algeria is the one buying Sukhoi 57, right?
If trust me, guys, if Algeria wanted to crush Morocco, they will crush them hard. Algeria is very big, they have a lot of money.
What about the population in Morocco?
No, we are talking about weapons, man. Weapons and money they can spend. It's easy. Morocco's economy is a lot of. If there is a war, Morocco's economy will get down quickly because they depend a lot on tourism, about industry, about agriculture. But Algeria have raw products like Russia. They have a lot of gas, a lot of
natural resources
like Russia. So they will buy them either way. They can extract them either way. But
so what does Morocco wants from Algeria, or Algeria wants from Morocco? This is very interesting question.
It's stupid. I think it's a stupid conflict. It's a very stupid conflict. No,
it's
for
an
real,
ego
because
thing,
there
right?
is not.
It's an ego thing, right?
Yeah, it's a very stupid conflict. It's about politics and who will dominate the region. But if they cooperate, they will like. I read the documentary. If they cooperate, they will increase their GDP 30% because they are complementary. For example, Algeria don't have a shortage in water, and they can use the Moroccan water and Moroccan desalination things. Food-wise, it's very complementary. If they like cooperate enough, they will increase. They will be very symbiotic. Algeria have the Morocco have the industry. Algeria have the gas, the resources. Morocco have the for example things that Morocco produce. They sell it to the Europeans sell it back to the Algerians. For example, sardines, which are used a lot in North African food and stuff. They I think they produced something like €1 or €2, and the Algerians buy it like 6 or 7 from the Italian, which is the same product. It's very stupid. It's very, very, very stupid. The amount of
there should be a new Ottoman Empire.
It's very far. Ottoman very far. No, for example,
Atlantis. No, they need to become Atlantis. No?
North African. No, but the amount of trade between Algeria and Morocco is the same amount of trade between North Korea and South Korea. Imagine, it's that kind of stupidity, and for something that's like
I was wondering why haven't I seen that stupidity before.
Everywhere, because we're human.
Where like Ukraine and Russia, for example.
Yeah, Nika, I'll give you a compression worthy of Algeria and Morocco. If Russia and Ukraine unites, they're gonna have the biggest and strongest army in the world, and we're gonna go and conquer Europe. I mean, Ukrainians might be eager to
enslave Europe,
get their payback. I mean,
get some land.
Enslavement is gonna happen with the new caliphate. That's going to be formed in Europe. Capital is going to be in Stockholm because that's where majority of the migrants seem to settle in Sweden, or maybe a Turkish emissary in Berlin will also form. But yeah, I'd say we're going to have so many problems: migrants, war. We have declining population everywhere except Africa and Middle Eastern countries. We're gonna have so many problems.
You need to be active, man, and produce babies. We are good in that. What can we do?
No, you're not good at that. You are good at maintaining women. You are good at maintaining women outside of the labor market. That's the reason, because you don't let women in the labor market.
It's not we don't let them. They can choose, man. In the West, they cannot choose.
Of course, they are married with 12 years old, so they don't go to high school. Right.
That's a very narrow point of view on Arab and Muslim like countries. For example, you cannot like marry a 12 years old in Tunisia. It's impossible. In North Africa, it's impossible. At least you have 18 or 16 years old. So quit saying stupid things. Yeah, so check.
They manage what, high school? Great. I'm really proud of you. They manage.
Yeah, you know that in America there's people who married like 14 and 15 years old.
Prata. There's nothing more important in the world than having children, okay? So whatever you do when you preserve that, then your society is still alive.
He was saying
when your society stops having children, then you're not alive.
He was trying to imply that Arab men have more
society stops having children.
Yeah.
Your society
No.
Super chat. How will this trade war will end? Who wins according to Johari? Yeah, super chat.
But Nika was implying that Arab men have a more active sexual life than Europeans. This is bullshit.
No. You see, that's how you understood it. I said we have more children. Why? Because there's like in European culture, you cannot like survive on one income. That's the hard truth. You need two incomes. If women go outside to work, it cannot support a child, because if you want to have a child, you need a babysitter. Babysitter will cost too much. It's about economy. It's about the way of how people live. A lot of Arab and Muslim women stay at home, but it's decreasing for more and more, and that's the direct cause of not having too much children in our country too.
I'm not entirely sure if that's.
That is what's happening. You're all fucking like this.
But I'm not entirely sure
Okay,
that's 100% the case, because if you look at Russia's situation, Russia also have a demographic issue, but I don't think the women have to work per se. Like they are
Yes.
still very, like man-centric, like man leadership, a patriarchy kind of society, and they have so much money given to married couples to have children and whatnot. But like a lot of people still don't want to have children, at least prior to the Ukraine war. So it's not entire. I don't think it's entirely true. There must be something else. It might be some kind of a cultural thing. This Western culture, woke my virus that's causing us to have children.
Individualism.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
Yeah, as I say,
answer
it's
to that trade
economic
war
and,
thing. Let me just
and
answer the trade
cultural.
war quickly. On the trade
Okay.
war, I just want to say Donald Trump has led United States to the greatest defeat of since the history of United States. This is the greatest defeat United States has lost. Trump has lost the war completely. Now that's
You lost
in
nothing.
fact
It's just
you
beginning.
only no it's lost. It's lost the trade war completely, because now when they make announcement yesterday that they have to remove the electronics, that is the main topic. That is one of the reasons why that took American job into China.
The guys in the
Sorry,
comments
let me
are
just
asking
explain it.
how
The
this
reason
trade
why
war
all the
will
American
end. Who knows how the end of the trade war, who will win?
let
I
me
think
just
China will
explain it
win. I
so
don't
you
know.
could understand it.
I will
The
wait
reason
for
why
you.
all the job
Okay.
the reason why the job left into the China in the first place is because of the
My Wi-Fi is
electronics.
back, huh? Can you hear me,
Once the
guys?
electronics moved to China, everything follow it. And that is what is iPhone. Donald Trump should also close his eye. He doesn't care. Even if iPhone cost 10,000 per unit, he should have just let it go.
So who knows how will
Let him face the war
end?
for what it is.
What's
America
the
could
end
have been
of
on his
it?
side.
Who will win this trade war, this tariff war? I think if America close this tariff shit, they really
What I'm saying
it's
right now is
stupid
that,
from this clone Trump.
hold on, listen. America has lost. Trump has led United States to defeat, to greatest defeat of history of United States ever. Not even in Vietnam War, not even in a Korean War, but this trade war is the greatest defeat
How long is he
ever
busy?
happened.
Come on, dude. How
He
long is he busy? Not long enough to say you already lost. You don't know. You don't know.
no, he already lost. He
Just,
already
just
he
a
already
few months
surrendered.
away, you already say
He
you already lost. You just don't
Trump
fucking
has
know.
surrendered. Trump has surrendered already. Yesterday he
Who
made
is
announcement.
surrendered?
Say Trump he surrendered to the war already. He already throw his hand up. Now he already make announcement yesterday. Say he removed all the electronics, and that is the key point. Electronics is the key point to the trade. The reason why the job went to China is because of electronics. Okay, wherever the electronics go, everything follow it. The reason why
Everything is
Russia
China
is
that's making
struggling.
electronics. You're very wrong with that.
Hold on. The reason why even take a look. The reason why the Russia is struggling with the Ukraine right now, not because Russia don't have the heavy equipment, it's because of electronics. Their lack of electronics, and that is why they are they are struggling
Grisha,
with the
Grisha,
Ukrainian.
can you
If to
please
say
relax?
You know
if
that?
hold on, if to say
No, no.
Russian has the same capability of manufacture electronics equipment like a Chinese, they could have finished China, Ukraine for longest time because they don't have the knowledge, the capable of manufacturing like a Chinese. The way Chinese is producing electronics like unbelievable. Even America, if United States go with a war with China today, they are going to lose. At the beginning, they might first look like they are winning. As time go by, because
Come
Chinese.
on! What are you
Hold
smoking,
on,
dude? What the fuck are you
hold on,
smoking?
listen.
Just
As
look
long
at the
it's not
military
nuclear,
capacity of China. China has zero experience. There may be a big navy fleet that has zero experience. Ask to China
What do you
to
mean?
attack these boats. Touch
What
the
do you mean
boats.
zero
Touch the
experience?
boats.
What do you
Touch
mean
the
zero
boats.
experience?
America.
Losing
Please
wars like
directly.
the United
Mike,
Come on.
States.
Don't see. This
They
is the
have
problem
zero
with the West.
experience in losing
They
No,
wars
will
no,
like the
you're
United
underestimate
telling
States.
China.
nonsense.
Mike,
They
you
America
guys,
is
underestimate
doing
China. That is the
nothing.
Mike,
problem with the
you are
West.
Come
smoke.
on, dudes.
You're going around your point. We
Smoking meat.
understood your
Come
The
on.
point. You're
problem
going
with the
around
West
your
is
point. You're
underestimate when
going
it's supposed to
around your
when it's
What are you
supposed to
point.
sniffing? Come on. Are
overestimate
you
and
so
they
you're
overestimate
stupid?
when it's supposed to underestimate. Okay,
What is America losing? What is America losing?
they
Nothing.
lost the war with
Just look how big the
the trade
army are.
war.
They can bomb, they can nuke the crap of China. Touch the
Forget
boats.
about it.
Touch the boat.
So Russia, so China can do the same thing too.
Hey,
What are you
No,
Mike,
talking about? You
no,
we
don't.
understood.
The
no.
We
problem,
understood our point,
They're
but
never
you're
going to
you're
have the
Mr.
strength
you're,
Lambo,
to
you're
Mr.
attack
Lambo,
making
the
your
problem
Fine.
with
argument
the West
now.
can I
is
can I
Okay.
speak,
We're
underestimate
not
guys?
China.
listening to the
It has
video
to
Hello,
Guys,
games.
stop.
Who has the most horses and who has the most
hello,
cannons?
hello,
Fuck you. Come
hello.
on.
Let's
can I just one?
let Clooney introduce
You
his
are
point.
you are you
I
are
wanna say
Clooney is
one
the
thing.
guy
psychobilly
with the
dudes. You're
finger. Clooney is
psychobelly.
the guy with the finger. Stop.
Nobody can defeat
No,
America.
stop,
Nobody.
Mr. Lambo, too. You too. Let Clooney speak. Go on,
Yeah,
Mr. Nunez.
Nunya haven't talked
What I'm
since he
saying
come
is
on.
this, right?
Hey,
Uh,
Mike.
Most people in the West, they are
Mike,
always
Mike,
underestimate
Mike,
when they're supposed
Mike,
to
Mike,
overestimate.
Mike,
Huh?
Mike, Mike,
They
Mike, Mike,
overestimate
Mike,
when they're
Mike,
supposed to
Mike, Mike,
underestimate.
Mike, Mike. Let Nunez
Okay,
speak,
I'm listening.
please. Let Nunez speak, please.
All right. Hey, guys. I think just to follow up on Mike's point, which I agree with, I think that the Americans overestimated their power in the world, quite frankly. Like the whole idea of, the American market and the American consumer, I don't see that anymore. Like what Americans are out buying cars and dishwashers and all that, not very many. So when you add 100, whatever they're up to now, I think it's 145%. When you add a tariff of 145% to pretty much everything that's sold in Walmart or Target or Costco or places like that, it's going to affect people very quickly. And that's why Trump backed down, because, China wouldn't and China won't. Now, to answer the other part of the question, who's going to win? I think the big winners will be probably the Brazils of the world, countries that can pick up some of the slack, because China, I don't think, is backing down. And I don't think you're going to see another soybean enter China from the U.S. anytime soon. So
Correct.
I
That's
see
correct.
countries
You're
like
right.
I see countries like Brazil, perhaps, or other South American countries, any countries that can fill that void, largely in agriculture. Those will be the big winners. That's
Yeah,
it for
let me
me.
just
Go
follow
ahead.
you up.
Go ahead, Nika. Or go ahead. Yeah, Mike, whoever.
Yeah, me.
Okay, sorry, let me just follow up quickly.
Oh my God. Yeah, yeah. Go,
Go
go,
ahead,
go,
please.
and please don't
Let me
be
just
too long.
no. What I want to follow up is this, right? The key factor United States is that they are lack of manufacturing electronics equipment right now, and that is a big problem for United States at this point. Not everybody keep shouting cheap, cheap, cheap. Electronics is more than cheap if you understand it very well. It's not just cheap. Okay, I know there's a system on the chips, but that is not everything is not about system on the chips. It's more than that. If you don't know how to do it, that's one thing. See, the knowledge of know-how is what is killing United States right now. They used to be dominate. Now almost fraction, like a 1% of America will understand fully electronics completely right now at this point. Whereby in China, this is the thing. If there is a war between United States and China, right? Fine, United States they know where all the factory is in China. They could destroy it. But this is the problem why people don't understand. Chinese can quickly reassemble it because most of the people know how to do it, know what is going on there. They can quickly recoup all the engineer, bring them together, and start rebuild quickly, faster than everybody think. Okay, that is one thing United States is lack of because majority of America don't understand it anymore. They have been losing the knowledge. And when you lose the knowledge, it's more. I always say something here before. I say, industrial country is a superpower country. Whenever you lose your industrial, you lose your power, and that's the key point of everything in life. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I have 2 points, like couple of points. I disagree with White a bit because Americans are overestimating themselves, as Nunia said. America isn't like in the 1990s and the 2000s. They are not the biggest dog in the town. They don't like even percentage-wide out of the economy industry of the world. They got smaller and smaller. I don't have the percentage. This is one thing. Secondly, America wasn't prepared for this move. They were never prepared. They didn't prepare at all because Trump woke in a day and applied it. I know Trump had the idea from the start and he's keep repeating this, but he didn't prepare the country. China, on the other hand, was prepared from the first term of first Trump term. They prepared and they diversify enough their economy to absorb that tariff blowback. And the proof, one of the proofs that he backed down, as we say, it's not a genius plan that he excluded now the electronics and stuff. Either way, why he didn't do it from the start? He just went bold. He think like everything work in like business. He went strong, but he saw that China didn't back down and things will get a bit uglier. So he was like trying to limit the damage, but he cannot like reverse it 100%. He will have a big political damage out of this. Everything is about preparation. If you prepared well to a war, you have a better chance. America is not prepared. The American economy is not prepared. The American population isn't. That's why I think.
So, if I may, I think what we see is the inevitable process of the US becoming a normal country. And there is nothing wrong about it. They will still be, for a while, the most powerful country on the world, but in relation to others. So Trump is trying to save most and foremost the American state and making it a bit more natural, more normal. They need to have some industry. The process, like you were saying, he still used the mentality of the world power, of the exclusive world power. And this was a mistake, of course. There was too much arrogance. I don't see it fading back a lot of the tariffs as having lost the conflict. The conflict is not over. And the American people, just like the Russians are, and many others, they are intelligent. So one of the problems with the arrogance, at least in the media, is this sense that the others are too incompetent. They are not able to figure out alternatives. They are not able to create a strategy and so on. And it's not the point. The point is everywhere in the world there are very intelligent people, and they'll figure out a way. The Americans will always also figure out a way, because they need to figure out a way how to get out of this crisis. The United States has $37 trillion in debt, and their economy, it's not able to sustain that debt. And this is something that nobody should forget. And so what Trump is trying to do is to bring some industry to the country. And he did. He was able to at least secure $1 trillion on investments.
That is just a promise. It's not. That's a promise.
But it's there, and many of the things are really happening. Many of the projects that Trump was able to secure during his first mandate, they are there and they are working. They might not be as good as they should, but they are there. They are working, and this is the point. But what we also see is the US reducing itself to what it is. And that's not a bad thing. And that's actually, they are winning the war of becoming a normal country. And the Americans also understanding that they, in the future, they will have to produce for whatever they consume. At the moment, as we all know, they consume much more than what they produce. Why does that happen? No, there's many reasons why that happens. And there is nothing wrong about the Americans to be proud on that they consume whatever they are able to produce better than the rest of the world, and they will, in a way. But other countries are waking up. At this moment, for instance, people talk about the chips, being able to make microchips. It's true, but much more important than making microchips is designing microchips. It's not even the Chinese who are designing the best microchips. It's Indians, is also Silicon Valley, although people in Silicon Valley come from all over the world and other parts. So it's the country, the whole world is globalized, is integrated one with each other. Whatever Trump is trying to do is trying to achieve something different than what we understand that he's doing. The tariffs will not hold for long. What he is trying to do is to bring industries back to the United States. He might achieve that, he might not achieve that, but whatever they are, he's going to be able to bring to the United States will be for the United States market, more than exports. So there's also some kind of legitimacy, like Mr. Lambo was saying. There's some kind of legitimacy on Trump's demands, that at least a big part of the consumption of the United States is actually produced there. There's nothing wrong in asking for that. The way how Trump explains this is different because he has a strategy. Okay, they didn't prepare the Americans. American society could be, but he has a strategy. The strategy is very arrogant.
Sorry, Prata, I didn't say society only, economy and industry, and I didn't say only society. They didn't prepare the country in a whole.
Yeah, but he has a strategy, and the strategy somehow it's a hardliner, but it works a little bit. No other country in Europe would ever be able to achieve what he's going to achieve in very short time. But whatever he promised to people, he will not achieve. That's true, but we will achieve much more than we could. Go on, Mr. Lambo.
I just want to cut in a bit. No, you can't prepare something for something like this. Donald Trump in his first term already warned that everybody should get out of China. People have 6 years to get out of China. Yeah. They didn't. If their projection was that Trump will never come back again, then that's on them. And you can't prepare. Like United States is not like China.
The result is the same. Why? The result is the same. The country is not prepared.
They cannot decree. It's not because United States is not China. China can decree companies to do things. United States,
why?
Not really.
You want an industrial country? You don't only need to build factories and to buy machines. Where's the human resources?
United States is prepared. This is the fact. Sorry, guys. This is the fact about the situation. Okay, this is the fact.
Mike, 500 years ago. It will not need it in the 500 years after this. The 500 coming years, China will know how to live without America because she did the 500 past years. This is what the president of China said. They prepared for that. USA didn't prepare for that. Also, America doesn't need this shit she is doing. Okay, Trump is just playing playboy with the countries, not with girls. He's pooping. He's doing shit. I don't know.
You are wrong. Let me explain to you. You are wrong of what you're saying about the Trumps. Okay, let me just explain something.
Mike, respect the fucking finger, please.
America doesn't even need that.
Mr. Lambo, I raised my finger before you.
Yeah, no. Fuck off, no. I'm going to first respond
Yes,
to you.
I did.
If you are thinking, if you are thinking that China is the biggest producer of microchips, you're so wrong. China doesn't call West Taiwan. Taiwan is the biggest chip producer, followed by South Korea. Then you have China. Then you have Germany. Then you have countries like Germany. Look on fucking Google, dudes. Look on fucking Google.
Mr. Lambo, you are wrong. You are totally wrong.
It's the biggest electronic manufacturer in the world. It's the biggest.
It's not Taiwan. It's China.
Fucking Samsung. And look what is written on it. made in Taiwan. It's not made in China. If you're speaking about
Mr. Lambo,
electronics,
you are
you're speaking
wrong.
about Taiwan, South Korea, and after that, China. And after China, you have
Dude,
United States.
everyone knows
Make
that
up your
Taiwan is
fucking
China,
mind.
okay?
It's not
Everyone
about
knows that
China.
Taiwan is
It's not,
China.
we don't give a
Just
fuck
to
about
correction,
China.
Mr. Lambo,
in
Mr.
industry.
Lambo.
We can do without China perfectly in industry. The only thing is that a lot of companies move to China to use a cheap labor to build cheap stuff, put it in fucking containers, and bring it to here. I have good news. China is not the biggest container builder in the world, not the biggest
Hey,
container
Lambo,
ship builder in the
Lambo,
world.
look at
Let me
this.
speak. Oh yeah, I can
Lambo,
use one right now. Oh, it's beautiful.
look at this. So calm down, okay? Take it easy.
South Korea is the biggest container ship builder in the world. We don't need to use China. What is China interested to it? And we already spoke about a lot of time. China has a lot of interest to Taiwan. Why? Because Taiwan has it all. And that is something that we are afraid, and I think it's going to happen. They're going to maybe invade Taiwan. Why? Because their industry also.
No, oh, yeah,
That's
but
the
they
reason
have
why
their,
China is
Shall
very
I
their
say
angry.
something? Shall I say something?
China wants to have big power, and Trump's know it. So what Trump is going to do, he's going to shut the fuck off to China. That's it. And say to all
No,
these companies, you come back, you employ our people, and you build new factories, and you make them bigger, and all that stuff. If you're thinking that China is so important in microchips, you're so wrong. And technology, you're so wrong. What is China the best in it? Copying every fucking thing and make it
yes,
maybe better. They're hiring European and American engineers to China to build and engineer their stuff. It's not the Chinese that do that. They're using our knowledge to build their stuff. Yeah, it's
this is the
happening.
thing. Hold on, Mr. Lambo, where you there? Let me just up you where you there. See, yes, at the beginning, Chinese was
Mike,
photocopy.
Mike,
Now,
Mike,
hold on,
Mike,
hold on, hold
Mike.
on,
You
hold
got
on, hold on.
Mr. Lambo. Nunia is next,
Yeah,
and
Nunez.
then
Hold
me.
on, hold on. I raise
Respect the
hand before
finger.
Mr.
Be
Lambo.
civilized. Be civilized, please.
I raised hand before Mr. Lambo. I'm trying to explain it to you. I raised hand before him. Okay, even when I already said it, raised my hand. But what I'm trying to say here is that before I go, this is a fact. The problem with the United States is this, right? Is all these elites, all the business elites, right? Those who go to Harvard College with all in they study in business. They are the one that prevent all this coming from United States. Yes, Donald Trump, the idea of Donald Trump is real. What is really bringing in is supposed to be working. This is like I will put it like this is a Malaysia war, right? When the British do about we call it British Malaysia effects, right? When British 120,000 soldiers surrender to 30,000 soldiers of Japanese, right? Trump have all the leverage to win this war. He have all the leverage to win it. But what he's supposed to put more effort on is the consumer electronics. Instead, that consumer electronics is supposed to read the tariffs even to 500%. That is what he's supposed to stand on mostly. Keep his eyes on that. Okay. Yes, it's going to be more expensive for things for people in America. Anything consumer electronics, whatever going to the vehicle or in the physical or regular electronics, increase the tax, right? That is what's going to force the company back into. But this is what's the problem come along. All these elites that go to college, only sort for business, they don't want that to happen because if that happening, it's going to degrade all their whatever they study. They're going to become a worthless. The media are going to become a worthless. All those things, they have to prevent it from happening because now let's say okay, things are made in United States. They consume what they made, right? They don't want that to. I keep hearing people saying, "Oh, it's more cheaper to made in China," right? Now that was a bold lie. It's the same. It's the same. In fact, it's more expensive to make product in China than to made in the United States. By the time you start to have logistic and the pay and everything is going to be way more expensive. But the fact is that these little middlemen, all these middlemen want to control everything, and which is all these elites in
You know
United
nothing
States.
about it. You know
The
nothing about
elite.
it. No, you
Hold
don't
on, let
know.
me finish.
Give me
Let me finish.
numbers.
The
Give me
elite,
numbers first. Give me
the elite
give
middlemen,
me
they are the
numbers.
one that control. They are the one that control
Don't
all
have
the
numbers.
sales. Okay. See, all these companies you see in the United States, they are no longer function anymore. HP is gone. It's no longer HP anymore. Okay. All these companies that manufacture electronics company, even Apple, it's not just manufacture anymore. They call themselves manufacturer. They are third party. They are not the one that manufacture everything. they are third party to the system. Okay, and that is the bigger problem that we are fixing. Chinese yes, Chinese learn from copy. Now they are now do their own version, which is even getting better daily. Okay, so not like Chinese used to be a copycat, but now Chinese is now getting better on even do something. So now the problem will go with the United States and China is this. Okay, now this is a mess. Trump has created the biggest mess ever for United States right now, because now when he back down from this war, the things will never be the same anymore. In fact, all this agricultural stuff, all those things gonna go. They're gonna be China gonna be asking penny for a dollar. Nothing they can do. They have to go with it because Trump fucked up. He fucked up big time. He shouldn't back up.
Who's fucking up? He's just president. Who can he fuck up so fast? By the way, I am Jeffrey and Stravayan on the chat. If you have big mouth, just join here and speak to me, fuckers. Come on, come here. Stop playing keyboard warrior. Come here, join here.
Yo guys, have a good evening, Wyatt. I'm glad to see you. I wish you growth channel without conflicts, but conflicts will come and growth will also come. And have a good night.
Thank you, Grisha. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I gotta go. I just want to say to you guys, nice to see you guys. You guys are more easy, more handsome to debate with. I love you guys. I hopefully see you guys again. Bye.
Come on, Mike.
Okay, can I go now?
I will, Mr. Lambo. Okay, you want numbers? I will give you numbers. You know what STEM graduates? That's the important thing for industry. STEM graduates are technical, engineering, technology, science, engineering, and mathematics. So United States have yearly 568,000 graduate. Russia have 561,000. You know how China have 4.7 million by year.
Bigger country also with more.
Yeah, it's about numbers too. That's what I'm saying. It's not. Don't say that Chinese don't have like any graduates and so on. So
no, I didn't
by
say
numbers,
that. They're
by
hiring
numbers.
European and American.
Just 1 second.
For other
Just
companies.
you see the same amount of graduates between Russia and United States, STEM graduates, even if it's like half its population size. There is a lot of Americans doing like gender studies and shit studies. That's the issue. They don't like focusing on STEM graduates who will build factories, who will increase the production of the country. So compare 568,000 by 4.7 million. You go and Google how many patents China produce by year and how many patents America produce by years. The numbers are like very, very far away. A lot of, for example, we are speaking about the quality. A lot of electric Chinese cars are banned in America and Canada and Europe. Why? Because they will conquer the whole market. Because did you see that? No, but in Canada, for example, and in America, you cannot buy a Chinese electric car.
We did a big mistake in Europe.
No, because it's a good quality. Why shouldn't I produce a better one?
Because you're eating
Produce
your
a better
own
one.
industry. That's the problem. You're eating
Yeah,
your own European industry.
Yeah,
We are just weak in
nobody
the
cares
West.
about combustion engines anymore. Let them have it.
Yeah, but
Let the
even that
Chinese have
electric
the market.
vehicles, it's. I know.
Opinion. We didn't hear DPA for this chat. Let's hear him. I think he has a lot to say.
I make entire videos on it, and people
We
disagree. That's
know
all.
his point of view. We know his point of view.
He's agreeing with
No.
me.
No, the thing
What?
is, as much as
will
people
win.
think that China have all these advantages, people are not watching the real situation inside of China. It's like they can produce X number of graduates. This X number of graduates, not everybody get into engineering. There's just not enough jobs. There's not enough jobs to fulfill everybody. There is a massive unemployment issue or employment issue within China. People cannot find job. They go to university, and then when they graduate, they cannot find a job. Only the top tier, the top results people get their job. The rest end up they have to be like Uber Eats,
But
in
why?
different countries, different apps,
You
right?
you cannot argue that you will have a better pool to pick up.
No, I didn't say no. That's not my point. I'm just saying that there are issues that people are not looking at. When there is all this issue, then you have to see why is it there's this issue. If you look at like I shared in the group chat that we have on WhatsApp, when you look at the bankruptcy numbers, China's bankruptcy numbers has been increasing. There are more and more people is declaring the bankruptcy. If you look at employment situation, if you can just talk to China people, people if you have anyone that is China citizen, you ask them how is their family and friends back home. They will tell you situation the life there is very difficult right now. Very hard to find jobs. Salary is reducing or not raising, not increasing, but cost of living is increasing. And this is despite last year they got 1 trillion surplus. Why is this a problem? Because in China they are overly competitive. It's not just they are killing off other businesses outside of China, they're killing each other within China as well. The profit margin within China is very low. So any little bit of fluctuation, in terms of trade, is going to bankrupt a lot of companies within China. And this trade war is going to trigger that because it will affect a lot of the big ones because it's the big ones that is doing the export. The smaller ones are focusing on local markets. But now if the big one cannot sell, suddenly we're talking about, let's say we look at a smaller number, let's say it's 12 to 15% of their sales gone. Okay, they are not going to the United States. This 12 or 15% is a lot of goods. And they will now have to redirect to any other country or inside of China. First thing, of course, they were going to try to sell inside of China. What it does, immediately they will kill off all their small companies. The small companies cannot compete with the big ones. So then the big one is trying to survive. And then immediately what happened during the trip, these past 2 weeks is that immediately they have stopped their factories. Many companies actually have to stop operating their factories. Some of them, they just lay off their people because they have to keep costs. Because the cost margin, their profit margin is too small. That's why they are so competitive. That's why their things are so cheap. We keep imagining, China companies are earning a lot of money. They earn a lot of money only by bulk. But then if you look at the profit margin, it's actually very, very small, which is why it's so cheap. The things are cheap beyond logic. Like I buy stuff from China for my renovation. It's almost illogical how cheap it is. So this cheap because they are so competitive. If you go to AliExpress, Alibaba, you can see for yourself a single item there's at least 10 companies selling the same shit, right? How are they going to imagine you? So we consumers, we thinking, wow, they are so cheap, right? So good. But imagine you are the freaking owner of the company. You die, man. It's like, how are you going to compete? I'm basically picking, like I was in Taobao.com, which is totally in Chinese. Or which is like an AliExpress but in Chinese. I'm basically picking the item based on just a few dollars difference. I'm just looking at the cheapest. So imagine that kind of industry. They are over capacity. There's just way too much things being produced. Too much competition. We are only looking at the Americans cannot buy cheap shit, or certain things totally not produced in United States. So no, they're gonna suffer. You haven't seen the Chinese citizen how they're going to suffer. We keep looking at the Americans is going to lose the trade war. We haven't seen how this is going to destroy the Chinese economy, because once there is sacking, people are saying that it's only 5% of the GDP or 3% of the GDP this export, but once this thing slap back, then a lot of companies are going to close down. A lot of people are going to lose their job. This is going to affect the GDP numbers. It's not just the export number. The GDP number includes people's salary, people's spending power, corporate sales, and then there's a lot of implications. So the thing is, I always say that it's not. We just need to look at the bigger picture. Don't be pro-China for the sake of pro-China or anti-Trump for the sake of anti-Trump. There is real problem in China, which is what I'm trying to raise. I'm not saying that China will lose per se, but they have no choice because they are so dependent on export. And they cannot negotiate because one thing is ego, another thing is that they really cannot. Because the situation is so bad, they have to keep up the numbers. So it is a very bad situation, and China, that's why they are trying to trying to bring in partners. They talk to Australia, they talk to EU, they talk to India. They are enemy with India. The freaking hell. They trade war with Australia. They also having a trade war currently with EU. They are looking for enemies to be friends, to fight against the literally the protectorate for like most of them except India. There's no win. How to win? The at most I can say is a draw. No, that's the best thing China can get. That's why the best thing China can do is either drag it out or they start a war. If they drag it out in long enough, then Donald Trump is out of the office. Maybe things will reset again. Then China will win for sure, because there's no guarantee that the next president have the kind of guts to disrupt the world economy in this way. This is my point of view. Nika.
Yeah, just Nunia, did you want to say something, because you were holding your finger before? Then I will speak.
Yeah, well, a couple points. I guess the first point on what Wyatt just said, with respect to China, I think that everything that you just described, Wyatt, is symptomatic of every country in the world, not just China. And will China go into a recession? Yeah, probably. But China is much better positioned to withstand a recession than any other country in the West. They don't have any debt, and they've got a very diversified set of trading partners. So I wouldn't worry too much about China, to be honest. And then what I wanted to mention before Mike went on his rant was, Wyatt, you also mentioned that Trump gave everybody a warning 6 years ago when he told them to get out of China. Well, yeah, if he actually told them why, maybe that would have been a decent warning. But the reality is, Trump is going to get blamed for all this because of the tariffs. But this decline is, 20 plus years in the making, guys. Like, we really needed somebody like George Bush back in the day to say to everybody, hey, that whole globalization plan that we told you about 15 years ago? Well, it hasn't really worked out the way that we wanted it to. So now over the coming decades, we need to reshore some of these industries, and we're going to do that over, targeted subsidies and, targeted tariffs and so on and so forth. Had they done that 20 years ago, we'd be in a much better position. But what Trump did, well, what all the governments, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, they just ignored it. Trump, unfortunately, is now left holding the bag because it's too big to ignore. So he's just decided to go blow everything up because he's out of time. So he's basically just said, okay, here's some tariffs, world, and we're going to throw them into effect in a month or so, and good luck to y'all. So that was basically the quote strategy. So I think it's all too little too late, to be honest. Like I said, we should have been having this conversation years ago. Go ahead, Nika.
I share Nunia's opinion 100%. It's too late. It's too late, and every government was throwing the problem away and increasing, not even keeping the same like issues and same amount of debt and stuff. They kept piling it. Of course, the worst was the Biden administration, who like pilots so much debt, but it will never. I don't think that America in the future will be America like it was in the 1990s, 60s, and 70s. That's impossible. The world is very different now. The knowledge is well spread. You see how China and other countries improved in AI, in other field, and quantum computing, and a lot of other fields. This is one thing. As what Nunia said, every country have those issues, but I think even America have bigger issue than that. America have even bigger issue than China. That's the issue. At least China have the infrastructure, the industry. What America have. The problem is a good thing, but the pride, the national pride is a good thing, but it can be damaging to yourself. Like, you think you are so invincible, you go to so many wars, you invest in so many things, that you will cripple yourself. That's the issue of a lot of civilization, a lot of empires before. This is one thing. But and for white, I understand. I'm not like for myself. I'm not like a Chinese wannabe or something. I understand those issues that China have, but that's we need to see both views. The American issues too. China will suffer, but for how much, and can it like survive it? And this is only one facet. The second thing, what the other nations will understand. I can never trust America again, even after Trump. Who said next that you will fucking like invade my country and take my resources? It's like dealing with a country as a business is a bad idea. It's not a business. You cannot deal with your family as a business. The country itself is not a business. This is the issue that Trump like trying to go with a 100% business mentality and trying to run a country. You cannot run a country. It's in the one of the biggest country. You cannot run it like this. You are turning it. Of course, people for now they will like suck up to you because you are the biggest and the largest. But we are talking about how about 5-10 years. If I wanna plan for 5, 10, 20 years, I need to put that in my mind. If I'm not like a fucking loser and stupid.
I would disagree. You know why? You will actually prefer United States operate like a business because it's at least it's a bit more predictable. You know what they plan to do. If you don't have that, you get the United States of the past 20-30 years where they just start war everywhere.
No, I mean
that's the dangerous part of United
for
States.
the benefit of America. No, not for me. For me, it's good. It's good.
For the
It's
past 20-30
predictable.
years. But for past 20-30 years, it's also bad for America. This is why we are now at this kind of point. Because
both
the politics.
Ways. It's not like either ideologic or business. It's both are bad. The Biden way bad. The Trump way is bad.
How can you make a country better if you have every 4 years another type of president that changed everything completely?
That's what
you had Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump
It's
again.
not stable.
You
It's not
can't
stable.
run the country correctly like that. So there's a big problem. They don't do their own bullshit and their own thing, and that is how you ruin the country.
That's why, right?
Presidents
And
allow
then,
too much
sorry,
things
Mr. Lambo,
that
one
happen
thing.
and allowed to destroy their own country. And
Sorry,
that
Mr.
happens.
Lambo.
Then you have a guy like Trump that started to rebuild it in its previous term, and then it was completely gone again because of Biden, and now he's restarted. Trump is just president again, and nobody give him the chance to prove himself. Now he's busy aggressively. He's making everybody afraid. He's making the world panicking, and everybody's seeing him already from day one like a bad guy. The dude is not even here in Europe. They never talked one time good about Trump since he was president again. Never one single good point he did, and he already did good stuff also. He didn't did bad stuff also. I'm not agreeing with all he's doing and his very aggressive strategy. I know he is now pushing very hard limits to like push and make things changing as fast as possible. It's a very thing, but we don't give him. Even now, we are speaking already about the guy that's just busy for 3 months, something like that, and 4 months, and he is already losing. No, he's not losing. Yes, he has still 3 years. Wait and see. Just wait 3 years and see, and then you will see. But it is something that is really needed, and to also to say to everybody, like for Europe, what he did with Europe, and that Europe suddenly says that we need to make a bigger military. Trump is like in his chair, like saying like, finally, guys, you're waking up. You're finally noticing like if you're going to lose United States, you're going to need your own army, and you're not going to be able to call your sugar daddy to have help. Of course, he's still in the NATO, so if something very bad is going to happen, probably United States is going to help. Of course, it's an agreement you're signing in NATO. A lot of people are forgetting that. But finally, Europe is starting to invest more in military. It's not only Poland, the other countries also. Finally, wow! Wake up, dude. He said that in 2016. You need to go to the 2% or the 3%. I don't give a fuck. And all these countries saying like, oh, no, we're not going to invest. And suddenly they are waking up because they are now like, if we're making big United States angry, we're going to lose United States and we're going to be here by our own. And if a country wants to invade Europe, we're going to be a big problem. So finally, we're going to build a new army, a bigger army, because Europe has nothing from army. And we give everything to Ukraine. We give everything to Ukraine. We have nothing left. If Europe is starting a war now, you're fucked. You're fucked. You have no stocks. You have nothing. You're fucked.
Yeah, but don't worry, Lambo.
Making everybody up. This is what I'm thinking about Trump for the moment.
Don't worry, Lambo, because at least Europe has you.
The good beers.
One thing I'm agreeing with Mr. Lambo about the thing of the president and stuff, but the issue is like the short-term solutions. Each president is just try to win the next elections. It's not like try to improve the country in itself.
Yeah,
in a whole.
Very hard.
Every president was just focusing on winning the next election, winning the federal whatever. It's like 2 or 4 years elections. That's the issue. In those like short-term fixes that can have big impacts in the future. That's one thing. Secondly, yeah, Mr. Lambo, but if you want to build a strong military, you need to have a strong foundation, strong industry, strong economics. Europe is in a shit
Strong
place.
men.
It's in a shitty place now.
Strong culture, strong sense of national identity.
Yeah.
You need real men.
Real men.
Yeah, imagine, like, try to go to a coffee shop like Nonia and see the men who are there. Do you trust them to be on your side in a trench? Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, I just want to say to the chat, Slava Ryan, join us. You keyboard warrior, join us. Speak like a warrior and say to type like a warrior. You're working on my nerves, dude. Come on, come
I
here.
don't understand, Mr. Lambo, how can you read the comments and speak? You have superpowers.
Oh, dude, I am apparently maybe a little bit smart. Apparently.
Well, you don't have to worry about being invaded. Nobody's invading Europe. Why would they? It's like
they have nothing to win here.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Putin has said this multiple times. Like
China had a chance to lose. I didn't thought that China may lose. Now you convinced me, guys. Especially you, DPA, you convinced me. I didn't thought that it can damage China economic like that. Theory of the big competition of the brands. Yeah, China may face competition with brands like Starbucks and McDonald's and whatever it is. So it has to make the prices low. So yeah, maybe that would affect in China's economics, and maybe China would lose. Who knows? But also America is losing. Don't forget that America also is damaged. It's
for sure.
America is losing so much.
Trade war affects both sides. The trade war affects both sides. No one will get out of this without damage. It's just that how much damage each side get, and which country will collapse first from the trade war. Anyway, super chat is Siamese cat. Madeline say hello to you, idiots. Apparently he's really impressed with the Carlton just off Sverskaya Street, located a bottle of Glenfiddich Grande Krone, 26 years old, in 10 minutes for only 52,000 rubles. I have no idea half of it what it means. And JN say yo DPA general, sorry, is 5 euros. And then Sammy's cat say, when eating crayons, red one are the tastiest. I agree. That's what I think also. But I never eat crayon before. And Mr. Lambo doesn't understand what a microchip is. Nor, unfortunately for my benefit, what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
No,
China produces more chip than the entire rest of the world combined.
Yeah, I'm going to respond on that one. Just wait. There's the question for
producing-
mine. It's my super chat because you're they're saying I am stupid, so I need to respond on it. Nika, you are not calling Mr. Lambo. I need read Nika. Google it. The biggest producers in the world of microchips. Everybody that's listening me now, Google it. China is not the first one. It's Taiwan. And after Taiwan, you have South Korea. And after South Korea,
Taiwan is China, bro.
you have United States. So don't say that United States doesn't produce microchips. They do. A lot. Less
Mr.
than
Lambo.
China, but still a lot.
Mr. Lambo, I just wanna. Okay, there's like it depends on the precision of nanochips. You need to see if it's like depending on the category of the microchips. For example, if you wanna use a microchip for a computer, it's different from a microchip for a missile. It's different from a microchip
I know.
of it depends. No, but the highest, yes, the highest quality, highest precision microchips, yes. Taiwan is one of the most country who produce it. But the mid-tier microchips, China dominate that area.
Everybody can do it. That's the thing.
No, not everybody. It's not but that mass. You can see the numbers, not with that mass. That's what I'm saying.
But you need. We
Yeah,
have.
I have no idea what the volume is, but can we switch to a better topic
Everybody
about?
has something. Everybody is thinking only about China, but like a lot of t-shirts are made in Bangladesh. We have a lot of products, plastics. A lot of plastics toys are made in China. Yes, a lot of cheap toys are made in China. I went
Lambo.
today to
Lambo.
Dortmund. Wait, I went today
Lambo.
to Dortmund to a big
Lambo.
RC. I'm going to show the video on the WhatsApp of a drone race. Fucking fast, and they had a lot of stores, like shops, wrap shops actually, and they're coming to this expo to sell their stuff. And we were busy selling to my colleague. He was interested to a dumper truck, construction truck, remote controlled. The thing was from China. I just Googled the brand, and you find it on AliExpress. And what the shop did is they buy their stuff from AliExpress and they resell it on their online shop or their physical shop for 3 times the price. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, and
You mean
this bullshit
Higher.
basic thing that you can imagine.
Yeah, wait, you mean China is making prices higher? No, bro. How can China?
No. China is selling that like I'm just going to give you an example. The truck was costing in Germany and during that event 120 euro, and on AliExpress it was on 40. So we are using AliExpress to make a lot of profit to buy cheap stuff and sell it very expensive. And a lot of web shops are doing that. Go just to Etsy. Etsy is a website that is actually made to sell stuff that you make yourself. And a lot of people now are buying from Shine clothes, rings, bracelets from Chinese shops like Temu, like AliExpress, like Shine, and you're selling that for like 3, 4, 5 times the price. You just go on Etsy, and you're going you're going to type in, I need to have like a purple bracelet, and you're going to see 10 of these shops on Etsy selling exactly the same thing.
Lambo.
And Etsy is designed to
You've been going on with this for hours.
Just buying from AliExpress.
Going on and on with this for literally hours. Okay, yeah.
I
China
know.
produces them, but like, what does that produce? What does that effect produce? There's a ton of businesses. There's a whole massive segment of all the retail that depends 100%, like all the clothes, the electronics. They all have subcomponents made in China. Okay, even the things that are produced in the West. So,
in the short term,
in the short term,
you see, just to refer, you see if it's less than 10 nanometer, you see that Taiwan is killing it. But for the 10, 20, 22, China is producing more microchips. That's what I'm talking about. The mid-tier microchips.
They need it for themselves, right? So
Yeah,
it
of course,
doesn't
they need it for everything. It's not only for
So
themselves.
we are talking about
And
export,
cheap
right?
stuff, you
We're
have
talking about
cheap
import
ship.
into the United States. So it's a different thing,
Manufacturing.
right?
It's manufacturing. No, it's manufacturing. This is only manufacturing, and it's 2019. Now it's more. They increase the manufacturing capacity. If I will look more to the recent data, we will find like a more.
That's
And
the whole
actually,
point of
the Chinese do export a lot of those chips. Actually,
I mean,
to America.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, that's the whole point of the whole trade. One of the reasons for the trade war, right? That's why China, United States wanted to rebuild their semiconductor manufacturing capability because China is dominating. But then, so when we come to saying that the lifting of the tariff, or there's a tariff on the semiconductors, all these things, a lot of these semiconductors are built for China use. Then only a portion is export to United States. It doesn't affect United States to the scale
Exactly.
of the level of manufacturing. It's two different things, That's so I don't fully get the whole point of the argument, Like it's two different things. And that's the point. Like
China is not independent of the rest of the world. Is not independent, depending on China. That's it. Like you're saying.
No, I find that a lot of the arguments like against what I've said, like in the comments I read, in my videos, it's like a lot of people keep looking at just the past few years as a reference. Like they are not looking into the future, what is likely to happen next. Like it's just like when we look at the Ukraine war in December 2022, all we saw is Ukraine took back the entire northern flank, and the entire northern front have collapsed. The entire Kharkiv front has collapsed. Then the Russian forces withdraw from the Kherson region. Then from that we make a conclusion that Ukraine is going to defeat Russia, and that's exactly what all the experts think. Then that's why all the investment went into Ukraine, and then they got stuck because they never saw that what Russia is capable of. They
It's
only
just looking
presume
like that.
that's the trend, you see. The same thing is happening right now. For China, yes, the trend looks like China is going to defeat and destroy United States. And that's also why Donald Trump is like in this desperate situation where he's making crazy moves. But we have to look if you look in the longer term, what could the United States do? In this trade war, who is actually, will anybody lose their job in United States? How many? Confirm people will lose some of their business, some people will lose their jobs, but how many? In what kind of impact would that be in United States? But versus in China, with this trade war, what's the kind of scale are we talking about in terms of companies will close down versus how many people will lose their jobs? Who will then you can see which one actually got damaged more. United States is the buyer. They're not going to lose that much. There will become the companies that doing all this trading, yes, they were going to suffer tremendously. The small businesses, depending on this selling or reselling of Chinese goods, yes, they will lose their business for sure, 100%. It's gone. It's totally gone. But this is not the big scale of the economy.
No, it will be, because you're also forgetting the fact that, John Doe, who now has to pay $200 to buy a toaster at Walmart, he's not going to have money for his morning coffee. He's just not going to have discretionary income. So that's going to ripple through the whole economy in ways that, is hard to calculate, but it's there. So I think it's more we're just not going to buy it. It doesn't work that way.
Just for example, the iPhone, I think if they just calculate the production, the labor increase, if it was built in America, just the labor increase, it will be increased at least $600 or $700 by phone. That's just an example. That just by labor cost. We don't count like the rest of the.
The thing is, America's most like its main motor of its own economy is the consumer spending, internal consumer spending. That's the highest percentage of their GDP. And so, like in the example that Wyatt gave about how people underestimated Russia because it was losing in the north, in the northeast. I think that a similar example can apply to China insofar as it wasn't Ukraine that was fighting Russia, it was the United States that was fighting Russia. And they miscalculated and thought they were winning and they lost. And so I get this eerie impression that if there is this continuity of agenda, then it might be the case that there's a similar miscalculation happening towards China, which is a bigger economy and, you know, a stronger overall nation than Russia, though it does have less self-reliance. So it's in a more vulnerable. It's like bigger they are, the harder they fall, sort of analogy. So there can be something like that going on. Right now, Russia is smaller, so it has less exposure to the world economy, but China's bigger, so it has much more exposure to the world economy. And like, hopefully there is some level of there's a like of sovereignty in Trump's administration. Hopefully he has been able to claw back some of the deep state control over Russia, and it's not a continuity of agenda, but actually a disruption of the agenda. That's sort of the hopeful part. So they're not going to do the same thing they did with Russia, but with China this time. That's hope. And the other thing is, it's true that there's a, like what Lambo was saying, that most of the of the profit from the Chinese trade is in the retail industry. So these people that buy the Chinese stuff, like Nike, you know, very cheap, iPhone, and then they sell it super expensive to the American public. And so, like, I think the tariffs in principle are necessary for the current state of American economy, because they're de-dollarizing, because they lost in Ukraine, and they abused their sanction power. But the thing is, if the Americans start protecting their industry by putting the cost on the public, then the capacity for discretionary spending that Nunya was talking about is going to crater. And the biggest part of American economy is going to suffer a major hit, which is the reduction of consumer spending. So hopefully this is like the utopic scenario in which American strategy works, is that they find a way to make the retail corporations, the retail industry, and all the internal industry, like the oligarchs, if they can make the oligarchs take the hit from the tariffs, like instead of the people, then it might be positive for the American, and not such a long term. But if not, if the oligarchs want to keep their cake and eat it too, then there's a risk that this is like absolutely insane greed. It's never going to work, and America's economy is going to suffer tremendously. So let's see what they do, because if they take some control away from the oligarchs, then there's hope. But if they don't, I don't see such positive outcomes. It's gonna be like
Is Mr. Lambo in bed? Mr. Lambo sleeping or what? What the heck?
On my cell phone. Can you own your own business, please? Thank you. Bye bye. I'm joking. I'm busy on myself. I'm just busy listening because I listen good points, so I don't need to say nothing. No,
the thing
I'm
is,
just here in my sofa, you know, like that. If I'm sleeping, it's more like that. You're going to hear me. Don't worry. I'm snoring very well.
the thing is that there's always the point of unemployment and employment. Okay, there's like a lot of things that need to be see in this part. First of all, the unemployment percentage in America is like 4.2, 4.3%. It's not that a high unemployment rate. So you want to put all the industry back, you need a lot of working pool For 4.2, you cannot like build everything and build the majority of things with 4.2 unemployment rate. This is one thing. Second thing, for America to have that quality of life, that spending power, as Gabriel was saying, they needed cheap products from all over the world. Imagine now, for example, if you will produce everything in America. Okay, the factory worker will work with how many? He cannot like work with $5 a day or $3 a day like in Cambodia or China or whatever. He will need a minimum wage to survive. That minimum wage, is it enough to pay the cost of the products on the market? The phones, the clothes, the electronics, everything. Everything will be expensive. That's the issue. You cannot like survive on how much the salary of a factory worker need to be to accept that cost. It will be unfeasible. The consumer spending will decrease enormously. Everything would, the economy there, the whole economy will be in shambles. That's what I'm talking about.
You're referring to which country right now?
America.
You're literally describing China right now. That's why I was like laughing. Like,
no, but
yes,
China.
I totally agree.
Listen, the factory worker in China, how much he's paying? How much he's getting? Like the average, for example, you know better.
They're not getting enough. They're getting very low salary.
Can American do the same? They cannot.
No,
they cannot survive. Exactly. So how you will bring back the industry?
You just say that because of that, so the economy is going to went to shit. There will be the consumerism will drop. People are not going to buy as much stuff. That's exactly what's happening in China. Like as much as people say that China got such a big market, right? And then they can turn inwards and sell it to themselves. They can't. They don't have the spending power inside of China. Because the salary is so low. Exactly, everything that you have described, that's China.
Yeah,
that is what
America
China is currently happening right now.
America is trying.
The unemployment rate right now is 5%. It's higher than in the United States.
Yeah, 4.2.
And 1 trillion surplus. Do you have to understand that's 1 trillion surplus?
I tend to believe the Chinese rates. I don't believe the American rates.
Yeah, but what Nika was saying is that basically America would have to turn into China to be able to produce what China to replace China. That's what
the factory workers need to be.
Because the example that Nunya gave about that toaster from Walmart that got $200 is probably the same toaster that was built in China that Walmart paid $10 and sell it for $200.
Yep.
That's how a big profit margin. That is an issue, guys. That's a very big.
The problem, Lambo, is that you have to take away that gravy train from the retail sailor. You know, the people, the Walmart that sells it at 200% of the price, you have to take that 200% of its profits away from him. You know, snatch it, claw it away from his
Not all products have that margin of profit. Not all products have that margin of profit. Yes. By the way,
I know, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, that if that is the case, Nika, then you have to snatch that profit away from the retail industry.
No one would buy with loss. Are you willing to pay with your money to sell things? No one can do that. You need to profit. It's a little.
So what you guys are describing, the market economy will literally just adjust it, because if you sell your goods at this high price, nobody buys. You will discount. But your price will drop. It will drop to the point where you can actually sell the thing. It will drop. 100% it will drop. Unless you're telling me that there's no profit margin. There is almost no profit margin, so it cannot drop. Then I agree.
The salaries are so much
corporations
higher.
do that all the time.
People is going to get their good people is going to get employed. They're going to get more jobs because they're
It's
bringing
only
the
4.
manufacturing back.
Everyone is employed already in
Yeah.
America. Like
Yeah,
there's 4.2%
No,
unemployment.
Ninja,
Stores do that all the time.
a lot of
Stores
people are employed in America.
put like
So
the cheap aisle. Stores put prices below the cost when they have to get rid of stock. Stores do that all the time. You know,
Right.
when you
But,
find
but it's not per for the course, right? Like that's not what you base your business
it has
model
to
on.
be the exception.
Right?
It has to be the exception. If all of their products fall beyond, like go up beyond the profit margin and the capacity to sell them, then the store goes broke. And that going broke doesn't mean that they weren't making profit. It means that their profits fell below a certain threshold. So like if they're selling it, as Lambo says, 200% more expensive, and it falls to just 100% more expensive, then they're fucked. Their stocks are going to crater. It's going to go broke because the model it grew upon the foundation of their profit margins. So it's not like they have to, like make a little bit of profit and that's it. The whole corporation is based upon the growth, the chart growth, the stonks, and if it stops growing, even if it's still making profit, it's still gonna collapse, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Now, Wyatt, could I just use my toaster example to answer your question that you were talking about how the market will adjust? Well, yes, that is true, but let's use the toaster as an example. That $60 toaster that China sells is now $200 or whatever it is in the US, right? But keep in mind that $60 toaster, it probably only cost the Chinese $30 or whatever it cost them to make, because that's a global toaster. That toaster is being sold not just in the American market, but everywhere. So, in that toaster example where literally overnight, it's gone from being a $60 toaster to a $200 toaster, assuming that there's no inventory and Walmart still wants to stock toasters and they're going to pass on that tariff on reprice everything to $200. Yes, over time, people are going to buy less toasters. And what that means is China will ship fewer toasters to the US because of that. But
they're going to keep
let me finish. But they're still gonna let me finish. They're still gonna have to order some toasters from China because the problem is no one else is making toasters, certainly not in America. That will take, let's say, 5 to 10 years to get a factory, business case, all that stuff, right? To build a toaster factory, assuming that that's a domestic market that you want to keep. I would argue probably a good one to let the Chinese have. But you see my point. My point is that I think my point is that yes, the market will adjust, assuming that there are alternatives. In this toaster example, right now there aren't any alternatives. So if you're hard up for a toaster in the US and Walmart's your store, you're going to be paying $200 for it.
So what I think is going to happen is that so there is this tariff, right? But then they already have inventory. So the for the first few months of this current trade war, the toaster price will increase, and it will probably increase quite steeply, if they feel no confidence of getting more stock. So that's what will happen. But the industries, the different companies, like Philips and all this, they will start to see the problem. Then they will just build another factory. Yes, maybe it will take half a year. I don't think it will take 1 year, 2 years,
Why?
because
But
things
it
are
will-
desperate. There's a lot of money in it. Everyone will be competing for the market, right? So,
Yeah,
so
but how
everybody will
much
speed
will
up.
it cost, and will it be like cost efficient to buy to build a factory of a toaster that no one buys because it's too much expensive?
I don't see a factory being built, and here's why.
So it will not necessarily be in United States. It might actually be in like Vietnam, Thailand,
But it's
maybe
the same
even
thing
in
then.
Poland,
No.
maybe,
No.
or in
It's the same
Canada.
thing, man.
You have to understand. The thing is, there will still be tariff across everybody, but the thing is, ultimately there are certain things that is still cheaper to produce overseas. So ultimately, there will
Everything
the
is
only
cheaper
difference
to
is that it will
produce
never come from China anymore.
overseas.
No,
No,
Everything
they
is
just
cheaper.
never.
Everything
No.
is cheaper to produce overseas. That's the
Depending.
thing.
No, so, but the thing is that the difference is that in the United States case, they will be when they build factory, they'll be building the top tier level of the products. The lower tiers is still going to be coming from overseas. That's likely the case.
It
So
is
it's like the
already
branded
the
stuff.
state. It is already the state.
Correct, but then
affairs.
the American ones will be more survivable because there is no more flooding of like very cheap products. Like the lower tier will be more expensive, but everything is like a bit more closer. The gap is not that big because if the gap is very big, there's 100% people just buy the cheapest one. Like there's no way I'm buying like 4
Yeah,
times more
but if you
expensive for
increase the
top
price
tier.
too much, if you increase the price 100% or 50%, people will buy less. That's
But
the
that's
issue.
not how the
No,
market
it's not
works.
saying.
Because
It's not
if you are the
saying.
importer, you will tell the Chinese to absorb the tariff. At least you tell them we're going to 50-50
No one
share the
can
tariff.
sell with loss. No one can sell with loss.
No,
No
but you
one.
like I said, you don't understand the Chinese situation. You have limited capacity. You have only this big market they can sell to. You have to absorb the tariff if you can absorb
And
in order to just to
how
continue
about
selling.
Chinese will adjust their economy depending on those tariffs and can like increase
Buy more.
their
You think the Chinese is not doing this? The
No,
Chinese
but
have already done policies to try to drive up the consumer market. They
American
can't.
aren't.
It's failing. No, the thing is the Chinese is trying to do that. It's failing because the unemployment rate is slowly growing. No, and then the profit margin is getting lesser. There's a lot of problems inside of China.
No,
You
no,
don't.
wait. I'm going to give you a good example, and I'm going to give you a good example, and I know it because I know some factories that has these problems. The toaster example. So, 10 years ago, I'm going to give you like Nunya says it, one toaster, only one that they use that Walmart is going to sell. 10 years ago, Walmart was selling toasters from Philips. Then some bloke that's working at Walmart and the thing to really need to search after new products saw that a Chinese company sold same type of toaster, same power level, same wattage, for much cheaper. So they decided to buy these toasters for China and big bulks to have even to pay less. And what happened with that Philips factory? They need to decrease the production of the toaster. They didn't stop it, just decreased it. Fired few people because they just didn't need these people for the assembly line. But that assembly line is still running because it's a toaster. It's easy technology. Now with the tariffs, the toaster becomes from China more expensive than the one from Philips. So what's happening? Walmart, that made a lot of profit with a toaster from China, is going to say, "Fuck, we are losing money on the one on China. We are going to buy again from Philips. We're going to make less profit, but still going to be cheaper for us to buy that toaster from Philips." What's happening then is that Philips is going to get a lot of orders, and the only thing that Philips need to do is hiring people for the assembly line. These people for an assembly line, they need to screw something in. You take a screw, you put it in, you screw it together. That's going to happen.
true.
Do you need formation? Not much. It's assembly line. It's easy formation. You give a guy a lesson for 2 days to do port A and port B and port C and port D for that toaster. Another guy is going to do E, F, G, H. Another guy is going to I, G, and the rest of the alphabet until that toaster is done. The only thing that Philips needed is more employees to put that thing together. The technology is already there. The assembly line is already there. The only thing is that assembly line, after 10 years, not working hard, need to work harder. So you need more employees. It's nothing about building new factories. What happened to the last 20 years is that all these factories needed to slow down the production line because of competition from China. They not all needed to close or something like that. So what's going to happen in the future with the tariffs, and that's why I'm pro-tariffs of Trump for certain things like China. I'm not a pro-American, something like that, is you need to bring your industry back. As is only as and is not meaning by building new factories just to increase your production of factories. The example I give you about the cranes I saw this week, like I visited the factory of DEMAC in Zweibrücken in Germany. And a few years I visited in 2016, and already at that moment they were losing competition because it was owned by Terex and is American, and these guys fucked up so much. They had like people working in the morning, another people working in the midday, and then the night people working. They stopped the night people working, and they also stopped working in the weekends. If you stop all that Chinese competition, you can ramp up your production line and build fast again. The building is already there. The production line is already there. The cranes are be building, but instead to build 20 cranes, and I just give stupid numbers, 20 cranes in the week, now you're building 5 cranes. If you need to hire 200 people more, you don't need to touch your factory. That's it. You don't need to touch your factory. It's happening for the moment. It's going to happen.
Before Judah comes in and enlightens us with his knowledge, I just wanted to say that this whole past 3 or 4 years, 2 or 3 years, has been Europe and the United States not being able to increase their production of shells and of barrels for artillery and of missiles for air defense. We've been seeing this play out throughout these few years, their incapacity to ramp up production. So it's not as easy as you say. Like, clearly there's a more profound problem than just the political decision to ramp it up. But go on, Yura.
I actually think it's entirely because of the political decision, because the arms factory don't dare to commit into building new factories because there's only this much scale, right? So to build to the level where you need to fight an active war like in Ukraine, you need to build new ones. Which is why if you look at the agreements that they all this military industrial complex made, they force the governments to buy like 10 years worth, like. No, they force them to buy some huge amount to justify the cost of building the factory. The same thing now is what I think Nunya was talking about. It's true. The thing is the commitment level. If let's say the current supply line that Mr. Lambo was talking about is very small. They say now instead of supplying just one state, you're not going to supply across half of the United States. You're going to like expand your factory. Do you dare to expand the factory? So that's where Donald Trump have to come in and assure that whatever policies that they are doing now have to hold. And whether this thing will become a real policy of United States forever or for a long time is whether it will be written into law. If it's purely an executive order, then there's always the danger that it will be rolled back in 3 years to 4 years time. That's the danger now we're looking at. But let's say if it's signed into law by the House and Senate and then signed by Donald Trump, it becomes policy of the United States, then you can see the investment and all this growth will start to spike. But I think that is the main thing to look out for. Do you agree, Nunya?
I think that we should really look out for is if the Rand corporations makes a paper on it.
No, I agree. I think until we get something that's like official policy, then there's going to be a lot of hesitancy. Absolutely.
Hey, Mohammed has been trying to talk for a while. Do you want to say something, Mohammed?
Yeah, so guys, I see that you are focused on how China is damaged. So China's factories are victims. Yeah, we can say that it's a really big loss, but for America, let's focus on America. What America can lose? America is not just losing in this tariff war. So America has something else that can damage her, and that can cause her lose on this tariff war. So maybe we can say her dollar, she can't raise these tariffs more. Is because Trump will look like fool. What is this a game? You raise 50%, I raise 60%. Is this betting or gambling? This can't be real. And the second thing, America is wasting her money a lot for Israel. So America is damn. America is not like she was. America is damaged a lot more than China is damaged. China will lose maybe not a lot of companies, but she will lose companies. China have a lot of companies. The China's people are really smart. They will not stop because some companies are closed. They will be replaced by other companies. So I think uh, America lost, not will lose. I think America lost. What do you think, guys?
I not comprende.
Yeah, your sound is a little bit like
Euro, if you want to, we
echoing.
can talk about Ukraine also.
Have a echoing. But what I consider what's most important is everyone in economics learns real stuff is real value, and money is only abstract value. So when you have the money, like United States, it's abstract value, right? And when you have the stuff, goods, that's a real value. So real value, power of real value is always gonna trump the power of the abstract value, right? So what that means? Does it United States have the state power to direct, to plan what needs to be done? Not much in industry, right? Not much. It's always been promoted for 40 years, been promoting that state is your enemy, and private is always right. Well, this is what happens when you do that, right? When you believe your state, the state shouldn't do any industrial policy plan and so on, direct anything, absolutely anything. So now we see how Russia, because it's never did lose that power of the state to direct industrial policy, to direct everything. We see how you cannot do it, right? You cannot do nothing to it because you can immediately switch to something, so that China, as I believe, they know how money works. They can easily, let's say, implement minimum wage, right, to increase the purchasing power of their own, in order to switch production, right? United States basically cannot do that. It relies on free market. It needs huge administration of economic planning and all of that. So your guys, when you consider just free market, Wyatt will be right. What I think is more important, the power of the state to direct, to plan and do something. So they have absolute power, because also investment as part of their economy is much larger share. Investment from the state that comes from directing from the state. That's where their economy is being directed, right? So they have about 40% investment that coming from the state. It kind of reduced lately, but they can redo it again, right? Well, we just let it go by market, by free market policies. Yeah, Wyatt is right. United States can always get more import from somewhere else. Everybody's going to be happy to replace China. But we know something else. Everybody's using Chinese parts. Everybody else. So if you think, China is going to lose, I don't think, because only others will increase more imports from China to complete toaster and then sell it to United States. So it's just going to be a little bit more higher price, right? So that's why the stock market failed, because they knew they're going to lose profit margin, right? And everybody can run for a couple of years on the increased debt instead of on profit margin, on negative profit margin. Every corporation can run for a few years on negative profit margin.
Like the
Every.
tech.
It's called
Like the tech
it's
corporation.
called zombie corporations. Zombie
Yeah, like
corporations.
all the tech
So
corporations. They have never given a profit.
So I want to highlight what Euro said. Of course, the sensible thing any businessman will do is just open the factory in somewhere else outside United States. Still bring in China things, assemble and then export to United States. That's the senseless. And that already happened in the first term of Trump's administration, because the trade war started then with Donald Trump. So he already tariffed. That's exactly what happened. That's why Vietnam's export into China, into the United States suddenly spiked, and then China's export into the United States reduced at more or less the same amount. This is why the tariff is global. And then why it is global? Because you're going to force everybody to the negotiation table. And Donald Trump, I saw on the presser, he said that he's going to sit in for every single negotiation with every single country. He wants to negotiate himself. So the plan is to stop what you said. That's why my projection right at the beginning, when China immediately retaliated, I said that they got into Trump's hands, because this is what Trump wanted. They wanted China to retaliate. Then they had the excuse to kick them out of the entire global market. And then when everybody don't dare to retaliate, then they have to negotiate. That's when they can one by one tell them what's the plan. And anyone that don't follow with the US plan, they're going to get tariff. That's the main thing. Because as long as China super duper cheap products is not in the global system, actually the whole world trading system works perfectly fine. Even with United States have no tariff, actually United States will be still competitive as long as other countries do not have tariff on United States. Even if everyone have a 10% on each other, with a bare protection, it will work very well for the whole global economy. Free trade actually it works, but it doesn't work when your whole when you have a freaking big country totally subsidized. And like I said before, Vietnam does exactly the same thing. No, maybe Laos, Cambodia probably too, because they are very, very authoritarian. So they have the capacity to do something like this. Just that China is just too big. It affects so bigly that you cannot ignore, and it's killing Europe. Europe is dying. All the industry is moving to China, even as we speak. Someone just now shared the UK just closed their only steel plant. So a lot of crazy things is happening, right?
But is that because of China, or is it because of they cut themselves from energy?
Also, they also self-pawn. And this super chat by Simon's Cat, Philips buy parts from China, but mostly produce all stock in China. Anyone in this panel who have an opposable thumb can use Google. This is exactly. Everybody knows. That's the thing. Trump is not stupid. No, everybody knows. This is the reason why I say the aim is to cut China off entirely. This is why I said more than a week ago already, this is going to be a plan. And I said 2 years ago on Open Mic as well, I say that eventually this is going to happen, because the world cannot survive. If we don't have an industry, how are we going to buy shit? No, that's exactly what's happening with United States. China is not earning as much money from United States as in the past, Yeah.
Why? When you say cut China off, cut China from American market or from the global market?
No, from the whole global system. So as long as you want to trade with United States, that's what they were going to do.
You can't. US doesn't have enough standing to
that's what you think. So you can try.
So
you see which country dare to try to not trade with United States at all, then we will know.
Why?
Because
Yeah,
Look,
so
that's what I
it'll
think
be
is
the vassal
definitely is going to
states, and
come.
that's about it. But
why?
nobody's going
Look,
to cut
it's
China off.
it's really easy. You just have to look at two things. One is how much does the country need to import, and how much they import to the United States. And when you make that calculation, you'll see that every country, like most countries, their main trading partner is China. So, like what you say is true. The capacity for production of China is completely smothering the industrial capacity of the rest of the world, and that is a problem. And like, if China doesn't change that policy, then
They
it's
can't
going to run
change.
out of market on its own. And you're right in that sense. But where we are right now is that every country, in spite of the harm that China's products could do to their own economy and do to their own economy, is that China exports deflation. So countries can cheapen their markets by trading with China, and China does have a huge consumer market as well, and it's growing, and so there's like a prospect of future there. But the thing is, can countries, like, because every country is going to want to avoid the bullet of losing the USA market, but can they really survive cutting themselves from the Chinese market? I don't think so. Not just yet. And
Yeah.
so what countries are going to do? They're going to try to do the same thing that they do with Russian oil. You know, they'll try to pay lip service to the United States to be able to keep the best possible relations with the United States, but they're going to need China desperately because it's like a poison, but every country is addicted to that, you know? They need it.
Yeah, yeah,
And
true.
so they're going to
It's
still
it's a drug.
it's
And
going to
that's where
be
it's gonna break. That's where it's gonna break because first it was exporting. You know, the Trump wants to negotiate exporting to the uh, to United States, right, with the tariffs. That's forcing countries to come to negotiating table. Well, they're negotiating now about tariffs. Well, the next blackmail is gonna be to go against China, right? And then again, the next blackmail with the same thing is gonna be to go against to start a war against Russia or Iran. Okay, this is the blackmail that's gonna be used for continuous pressure, and it's not gonna work. That's why I think it's not gonna work because the same blackmail is gonna be used over and over. So I don't believe it's going to work. As Gabriel was saying, everyone is going to start calculating. Oh, we don't trade, but we just have the treasuries in our, But can we survive without real stuff? You know, real stuff are more important than the financial. Financial
yeah,
can be
in
played with.
Argentina.
You can
In
play with
Argentina,
financial.
yeah, in Argentina, this is happening right now. The Milei, his whole project was to cut off China and embrace the West, like with all of his deep throat capacity, and like once he got into the presidency, the first thing he had to do was run back to China and beg Emperor Xi for forgiveness. Like, he tried that. He wanted to divest from China and to rely 100% on United States and Britain and Israel for investment and cooperation and economical relations. And he realized that he can't. Like, they can't supply him what he needs. He needs to grovel his way back to China and beg for forgiveness after, spitting all sorts of smack at Xi and at the communist Chinese and all that. And he had to. So that's the problem. There you have a case study of a country that is ideologically committed to favoring good relations with the United States and cutting ties with China, and even they had to crawl back to China. So that's the state of affairs right now.
That's
Maybe
exactly what I mean. No country can start this. No country can, if you dare to start first, you're going to get the damage and no one come and help you. against China, because China is just so powerful. The only country that can actually pull off this kind of full decoupling is only United States, and they have to be the one taking the lead. No one else can do it.
That's an open question. I'd say
I
is
don't
the
think
United
they can.
States the only country that can do that?
Yeah, I don't think they can. Number one, and I think that the math has changed from 30 years ago. Like the United States is really, really hollowed out, guys. It really is, and they can't decouple from China because the
They can,
inflation
but
rate
over
is,
many years.
yeah,
Not all
exactly,
of a sudden.
right. Right. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like they needed to have this discussion with people 20 years ago, not now. And then plan for it appropriately, which they didn't do. But I think that the problem now is with the United States, there is no industry there to replace any of this stuff. And if the solution, and I agree with you, I think this is their solution. They want to negotiate trade deals with people or other countries, and part of that negotiation will be their kind of allegiance to the West, and that would be, trade restrictions on China, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think any country. I agree with Euro. I don't think any country, any self-respecting country, is going to agree to that. You might get some vassal states and little more, because countries now are taking stock of what's in their best interests, and they're also looking at the moves that the U.S. government has made, and this predates Trump, by the way, but moves that the U.S. government has made in recent years, and I think a lot of countries are looking to diversify away, shall we say. So this is probably a good opportunity to do that. So if that's the plan now, I don't think they're going to be very successful.
Yeah, I get the impression that Trump's strategy is sort of predicated on trying to, please both the Lord and the devil. So he's this is the impression I get. He's trying to cover the deficit of the U.S. economy, which is like the magnum opus of its own oligarchical control of the government. So he wants to fix that, but he also wants to please the oligarchs. And so basically what he's trying to do is like, because America has been deficit spending for economic control over the entire world. And that deficit spending is piling up and becoming a burden as the world de-dollarizes. And so Trump, what he's trying to do is to continue to economically control the world, but make the world pay for it. So like try to subsidize the deficit by extracting even more from the rest of the world. And that should be completely not disregarded, because this whole idea that the United States is being ripped off by the world because of they designed it for that purpose, so that they could enrich themselves by exporting inflation. And so this is the potential and the danger that I see, that if Trump first, the danger is that if Trump continues on this path of trying to extract from the world the fraud, the Ponzi scheme that the American oligarchy put upon itself and the world, then it's going to alienate the world, and it's going to start breaking ties with the rest of the world. But the potential is that if he's truly sincere in trying to solve the deficit, he's going to have to face up to the oligarchy in the United States, and make them pay at least part of the bill. Maybe he can negotiate for maybe part of the world, the vassal states like Argentina and Europe, and maybe the oligarchy loses a little bit and they can balance things out. That's like the best case scenario. But basically what I'm trying to say is that the enemy of Trump's policy is the oligarch control through the deep state, through the permanent state, and all the. So that's the real enemy against who Trump has to face off, and that's what made him cave, and sort of reduce the sanctions on China and on the rest of, because the Wall Street was freaking out and they were like, bro, this got to stop. And Trump had to, because those are the ones that really have leverage over him. And so if he can rein them in, then it might work, it might be positive.
When you look at this is the third time that world order is reordered post Bretton Woods. So first time was first time initial setup of the world order is Bretton Woods, right? And after that it was what 30 years. 30 years for the Nixon to get off Bretton Woods and gold standard, right? So then there was Plaza Accords 20 years later. Then this one. So this is the third time reworking of with the same way, with putting the pressure on the other countries and everything. Every time with more and more exploitation of the other countries. So when you consider it, it might last 5 to 10 years, this world order, because it's harder and harder on other countries, right? Well, you see that other countries developed, getting some successes, but actually they'll feel more and more power because of that, right? So is it better to get everyone in a peaceful agreement, really friendly agreement to come in, and how long that gonna last, instead of forcing them to accept something, right? Because the first initial reason for the trade deficit is exchange rate. Dollar is too strong, been too strong for 40 years, just too strong, right? That's what makes exporting from United States pretty hard.
FCS is making a ton of noise.
Yeah, so that makes pretty hard. Why is exchange rate so high for the dollar? It's because United States initially in Bretton Woods forces everyone to trade in dollars, and that dollars always stays at the Fed. So what you're gonna do? You have account at the Fed, right? China has account at the Fed, like Russia. Whatever you import, they pay you, but money still stays at the Fed. So what you're gonna do with it? You're gonna buy treasuries with it. So when you buy treasuries, those money goes back into the economy, into banking system, which provides higher and higher exchange rate for the dollar. That's what makes value of the dollar so big, so huge. So it's double than it should have been, double, in order to keep equal rights between the countries, right? If you have equal rights of the exchange, like currency exchange, right? Normal. If you wanna buy from me, I'm gonna loan you something. I'm gonna loan you money to buy from me. But this way, you always have to borrow from United States to buy something from them. Everyone has to borrow from United States to sell them something, to buy from them. So that's what makes this demand for dollar in order to, that's what it keeps it. So yeah, that's the original plan of switching in 71, when the United States switched from the gold standard and switched from being surplus exporter to importer. See, this happened in 71, switched from being exporter to importer. And they just keep increasing. This is the system that works. So it's forced, as Gabriel said, this is the system enforced to the world by United States. So it's its own creation. It's not
for nothing.
So Euro. So people are talking about so China will dump all its bonds. So what will happen?
Well,
Well, the bonds go up.
nothing. No, nothing. It's initial scare. First few days is a panic because of such threat, but nothing is going to happen. Because you just switch from how they can dump it. You just switch from holding the treasuries to holding more dollars, and everything is still at the Fed. So what they're gonna do? Nothing with that dollars. Can they buy anything from United States? No.
No,
You cannot
what
buy
they
the
do,
properties. You cannot buy
what they do
properties.
is
Only
they
thing
sell
they can
the,
do, only thing they can do with that dollars is to buy gold from United States, and that's why you see the price of gold going up. So why the other countries are accumulating gold for last 10 years? Because they don't want to keep so much dollars. They want to get the gold back. They want to get into their own control. That's why the Russia accumulated so much, and in reserves at the Fed and ECB and gold too. See, that's the trick. You can't buy nothing with it. You just keep accumulating it. This is the trick. You can't, because they force you to use only dollar.
yeah, I get the
Okay.
impression, maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong with this, but I get the impression that since the risk, like you're not going to be able to extract gold from the U.S. Reserve, and since the risk of having the gold at your name in the reserve is too great because they can seize it or freeze it at any moment, then what it's been done, maybe I'm wrong, but what I understand is that what they have been doing is basically creating their own bond market. So basically you sell your bonds to a third party without extracting dollars or anything. You just sell the title. And so what that does is it saturates the bond market. So it decreases the demand for bonds directly from the United States, and that raises the bond yield to make it more attractive so that the bonds keep on flowing. But maybe that's the impression I get. Maybe I'm wrong.
Nika went to the bat cave.
And Super Chat, China being number one is a return to normal.
By the way, not that I don't want to change subject, but did you hear about Russia shut down F-16 and Ukraine adjusted?
Yes, I heard it, and the Ukrainians said it themselves. It wasn't the Russians. And
Yeah,
according
exactly.
to the Ukrainians,
I was staggered about that one. The
it was a
Ukrainians
Russian
said it.
missile, which is weird.
Russian says this is the first F-16 taken down by them.
Yeah.
But
number
who
two.
said it? Did the ministry say that, or was it fighter bomber?
No, Ministry of Defense of Ukraine said themselves. So
No, yeah, but I mean the Russians. Did the Russians say it, or did the Ukrainians say it?
Russians are saying it. Russians.
Interesting.
Yeah, but there's also speculation that military summary that they use in F-16 as air defense because they don't have Patriots and NASAMS anymore as much as they need, so they use F-16 as air defense against Gerans.
Yeah,
and
I don't think
speculation
that's
is that it was the speculation is that it's taken down by Ukrainian air defense. That's what speculation. So maybe friendly fire, but that's speculation in order to say, oh, we didn't run out of our missiles. We still have missiles. Even though this what happened in Sumy, which is still not completely resolved. What it's not still clear what really happened.
It's unconfirmed. It's unconfirmed. But yeah, they've been all in the deep rear. Supposedly, this other one that fell before was in Sumy area, and this one is around Kiev apparently. So
Yeah.
The speculation is that the Russian air defense doesn't have that reach. However, I would argue that Russia has been posting videos of drone strikes with their Ochotnik drone, which means that there might be deeper incursions with these drone systems into, like the heavy drones, the bomber drones, into the Ukrainian airspace on account of their lack of defense. And so it was an air-to-air missile. Because according to what I haven't seen the reports directly, but what I've heard about it is that the Ukrainians reported that a Russian missile brought down the F-16, which is super weird that they say something like that. If it were true, it would be super weird.
No, this Russian said it was S-400 that has a
Yeah.
really huge range.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
But
So
the thing
in
that
that case,
Gabriel says is that it's very strange that Ukraine admitted that Russia shot down an F-16.
very strange.
Very
So
strange.
yeah,
it's
That
because
is
everything. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
but that's not so
no.
important, you know. That's it's really what
Well,
happened in Sumi. There's something unraveling to answer the super chat question. Something is unraveling. The infighting is starting, right?
oh, really?
Infighting
What happened?
between Ukrainian. Well, there was a huge explosion, right? Either two Iskanders
Oh,
and one hit the street, not the building. So within 2 minutes, within 5 minutes, two Iskanders hit. Award ceremony for the escapees from the Kursk, right?
Yeah.
117 Brigade was getting award ceremony, and it was promoted in the public. You see, this is what is strange, that award ceremony was promoted in the public. All the schedule of that civilian infrastructure building, right, where at 11 it was supposed to be like a kids
event.
theater.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a kids event.
kids event. Yeah, so there was a schedule. 9:30 at 9:30 collection of the soldiers. At 10 award ceremony. At 11 kids event. Right. So it was the explosion happened at 10:25 and 10:30. So in 5 minutes. It looks like Iskander a big damage to the facade of the building that hit the street, right? It's not 100% precise, but second was 100% precise, hit right in a good spot in a building. But the first one hit on the street, and by accident, the trolleybus was passing by. So 31 civilians died by now. So a lot of,
Collateral.
civilians. Yeah, a lot of collateral.
I hearing 21 people have been killed and 34 others wounded.
No, it's 99 wounded, 31 killed. But they counting only civilians. They never say how many soldiers died. And that's why the mayor from Konotop, neighboring mayor, is going crazy because of this publicity that they publicly promoted the award ceremony. And also another case where there was
He said too much
CIA got him.
propaganda.
Yeah, he talked too much. Like, you shouldn't talk so much.
But,
He was about to spill all the
revealed
beans.
too much.
Watching the footage.
He was about to spill all the beans.
Yeah, he revealed too much top secret information.
It's staggering also if the story is really true that they invited civilians for that ceremony. It's like,
Yeah,
wow.
that's what I was thinking. That the level of collateral is uncharacteristic of the Russian strikes. And so I'm thinking maybe they were trying to protect the military with like inviting
Yeah.
civilians, children
You mean
specifically,
kills.
which is dark as fuck. But
Yeah.
in the worst case scenario, it's like a deliberate thing, like a false flag attack. But anyways, like it is possible that if they did that bet, you know, like they were gonna put civilians there, that would protect the military somehow, and Russia would make the calculation that it's worth, you know, the strike, whatever collateral. It is possible, but yeah, it's super dark. If whatever the
Well,
case, it's disgusting.
I
Yeah.
suspect that there was a lot of NATO there because if you notice the Western media, you know, the DWs of the world, the BBCs, the Le Mans, they were all over this story. And they were talking about, you know, how barbaric it was and blah, blah, blah. And usually when they have reporting like that on a strike, it's because the target was some of their own. And I
Yep.
suspect that there was a lot of NATO troops there and they're all dead.
Ooh, just to return about the F-16, so I'm just going to read it here. So it turned out to be targeted in F-16. It was shot down over Sumy Oblast by Russian S-300 or 400 air defense missile. Around 11:07, the F-16 dodged the missile over Sumy city. It continued its flights towards the border and launched glide bombs at Suska-Kursk Oblast at around 11:24. It then returned back towards Sumy city, but a second missile was launched and hit it around 11:38. The pilot, 26 years old Pavlo Ivanov, was killed. I'm reading.
Siamese cat.
He was stupid to
32
return
people.
back to the point where he was already attacked.
Mr. Siamese cat super chat. 32 people killed, including 2 children, 98 wounded, including 9 children, according to the Ukrainians on live map just now.
Okay.
Yeah. Euro is
Damn.
permanent. Hey, Euro is back. I saw he blink. I saw he blink.
Yeah.
Careful with
Yeah,
the propaganda, Euro. Be careful.
I had
We can
Euro is so
the
still.
internet
I thought he still hang, you know.
we can
sitting so
hardly
still.
notice that you're
Yeah.
not frozen, Yudo.
Yeah, he's almost like he's frozen. Then suddenly I saw the eyes blink. Like, eh?
Oh, he's
yeah, there
back.
was a internet
Okay, so-
interruption.
Yeah, you say too much classified information. CIA got you.
You know, back to the China topic. I wanted to say something earlier, but I didn't get time to before Mr. Lambo changed it to Ukraine. I don't know if you guys noticed. There's this new trend of Chinese manufacturers basically exposing this high brand. I think that's probably one of the worst things they are doing. This whole tariff thing they're doing. I feel like that's like self-sabotage. They are going out basically exposing all these names, this high-end brand like Gucci and Louis Vuitton. Oh, it costs you 5,000 here, but we'll make it for 500. But look, I think that's probably the worst idea in this whole tariff war, because that will come back to bite them. That is going to be the biggest. I think from this whole thing, that's the one thing that I believe the Chinese government or the Chinese people, they completely overreacted. The other part of the tariff Trump thing is doing, that's, I think now Trump going to back down. But if the manufacturer starts doing what they're doing, that I think is going to be they shoot themselves in the leg.
This is the double-edged sword about Chinese nationalism. No, they always like, "Oh, we are China," you know, too much. Like, you know, overkill. Like they always do this. It's not just on these things. Like over even
Did
like
they
you know,
learn from
country-to-country
Americans?
relationship. They do that all the time. Like overdo it. Like no, it's worse than the Americans. Like Americans is not that level. You know, but most Americans don't get like. Of course, there's still irritating ones, but no, the Chinese one is super irritating. It's like, you know, for example, China may have a dispute with a certain country, maybe Japan, South Korea, or Taiwan, or Singapore, or whatnot. Suddenly, for that moment of time, you can see all this what they call Wu Mao, you know, all these netizens, like, you know, this patriot netizens, they will go overkill and it just drive like the neutrals away. Like even if the country, the targeted country, like the people was like, what the hell is happening? They just read the comments. They got pissed off. It happens a lot of times.
They have their own NAFO.
I
Yes.
didn't
It is part of the
understand.
Chinese culture.
Yeah.
I didn't understand FCS point. Actually,
No.
why it will backfire. I
No,
didn't understand how.
They are whistleblowing that all these luxury companies is actually making their shit in China. So it's not, that means the luxury goods is not the luxury good. It's not like it's not from France.
It's not Italian.
actually
I thought everyone no.
No, not necessarily. Like, but for example, you buy a Swiss watch. Swiss watch is famous, right? Then you all the imagery you have is that this this
I will
guy
give
with
you-
all these spectacles and doing all these very tiny things. Imagine suddenly, right? That is only marketing. Actually, everything is just a Chinese.
Yeah, but
China
for
people inside
example,
the big
okay,
factory doing.
For example, everyone knows that iPhone is made in China, but everyone is
No,
buying
yeah.
iPhone.
But that's not the branding for Apple, right? The Apple never say that we are made in America. No, but you say luxury goods is different.
Yeah.
We know that you can buy counterfeit. but
Example.
there is no. Yeah.
Example, why I say that, right? I know somebody that currently owns a purse. She got to say, I paid $10,000 for this purse. And that's a girl.
Right.
That was one Chinese girl. I guess she manufactured that purse. The breakdown cost is about $900 some dollars. Now imagine. Now wherever she says she owe a $10,000 purse, someone said, "Bet she lie. You owe a $1,000 purse." So two things are gonna happen: either she doesn't buy again that brand, or that company gonna leave China. So, oh no, we've decided to do this in Italy, in France, and charge you the same $10,000, but now we're paying $4,000 to make it. They still get a profit, not a huge profit anymore, but definitely if I was them, I would leave China and even maybe double the cost of production and still make a big killing. But now I'm legitimately made in Italy and legitimately made in China. So that run from China, their own overreactions going to make it possible. That's what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to say, Mr. Nika. Because
If I go to buy
my
a
brand is my
100,000
sabotage in your company because I charge 38,000 and I want to make it in China for 1,400. Okay, I'll make it in my country for 5,000 and still charge you 38,000. I still make a profit. So that's
Okay,
why
but
I was coming from.
why China is doing it? Why China is doing it?
It's not
If
about
it's
why
so
China is doing it.
price-
It's just the individual people are just like this. There are always there's this nationalist, very ultra, and that's what happens. No, I want to come back to the FCS point as well. It's like if I'm gonna buy a 30,000-50,000 watch from Switzerland, I want it to be actually by all these expert old guys with all these spectacles. They piece by piece it together, and I want that. If I realize that this is entirely made from China, is big factories and everybody do that, it totally lost the value. Even if they can make a totally similar counterfeit, I don't care. I want the one that is stupidly, the old guy, the guys one by one put it in and then give me a cert that is 100% made in Switzerland. That will worth a lot of money. It's a weird thing, but no,
it's a
reality.
What is happening? What is happening with that? China is already losing the production of that. Okay, in the future, it will lose anyway because of this tariff war. They will lose that production anyway, right? So you can keep production and sell it to Chinese people now that don't have that much of buying power to buy $30,000 watch, but they have purchasing power to buy $3,000 watch of the same quality. It doesn't have to write designer name on it, but everyone will know that is produced.
That's actually what is already happening.
Quality.
But there's no tariff between China and Europe. Why is it sabotaging European brand?
So the thing is, the video that you watch might already be counterfeit. The thing is that this counterfeit market already existed in China. They are sold in Southeast Asia. A lot of people buy counterfeit. Like I think my wife may have some of them is counterfeit, like because it's so cheap, but it's still expensive. Like it's still a few $100s, but it still is rather than you pay a few thousand. But it's exactly the same thing. So
But
the thing is, So
one
the
thing.
what video we saw is just that the person is just boasting that they can make a luxury product at this low price. Like they're just boasting.
No,
Maybe
because
the
he's
factory is actually not
showing.
there.
He's actually
Hello,
showing their
hello,
orders. He's
hello,
actually
hello.
showing that who made for this
Yeah,
for this
but
company.
FSC,
Holy shit!
FSC,
Okay, that is a different story.
FCS
Yeah.
is one thing. The quality, the quantity isn't like that much for luxury products. That's not a big loss if they are produced in China with a minimum amount of money. It's not a big loss because they are not produced in big quantities. How many Louis Vuitton is producing number of bags in China? It's not. It's nothing. It's if it's the same pricing as we guys say and know, it's not a big loss. It's the other things that will affect the products will be the big loss.
I don't quite understand. What I'm trying to get at is
For example, yeah, China will lose like 1,000 bag a month from Louis Vuitton or whatsoever. It doesn't affect it because they are producing it with a low cost. So it's not a big thing. You understand what I mean? It's a big loss for the company, the Louis Vuitton, because they will lose that much margin, but it's not a big loss for Chinese product.
And the one they can't sell, they're going to change some letters. So instead to sell some Gucci, they're going to sell some Yushi. Instead of Marco Polo, they're going to sell Marco Woko.
I understand, but it is still not Gucci. It is still not Louis Vuitton. It is still not. It's still not the same. It's still got the name is different.
This is only about quality. The company in China that used to produce high quality Western designers will produce the same quality, call it a different name, and announce we're not producing Gucci, we are producing Yamaguchi now. Something like that. They will announce it for the people to know that it's about quality, and the price will be lower. So this is what it is about, because you won't be able to sell to foreign market, but you will sell it to China with a vaster number of people that know this is the quality, right? And copies of Chinese copies, let's say they usually the stuff that didn't pass quality control, but that produces for the original, right? It just didn't pass quality control. I bought one thing for $600, right? And it still works. After so many years, it still works because it didn't pass the quality control for something that's insignificant. Like, let's say one or two screws are falling out, or the cover doesn't cover easily. You see, it didn't pass quality control. But then they sell it under price. Instead of destroying it, they selling it under price. That's what they do. That's why it's still good quality. Everything is good quality. All the accessories are cheap quality, but the main thing is high quality. Except it doesn't look right.
Yeah, Nika, my point was this. The issue is between China.
So who
Okay, why don't Chinese companies make their own brand? Then they will not have problem with these tariffs. Why don't
they
they
do
make
that.
That's a good point.
They do that. They have like a Lego brand, a shoe brand, and they just
Oh my
copy
god, what the fuck is going on?
Tabet's side, he's there's a feedback from him.
Yeah, me? Okay, no, it wasn't me.
They do everything.
Yeah, it's not doing. It's
Chinese already do everything.
So-
all of
so-
the options.
So the reason I raised that concern, Nika, was basically let the government attack themselves. You, the manufacturer, don't go attacking your buyers or the people you produce for. Don't attack them because now you're gonna make them turn against you. So leave it between the government to do the argument. But in the background, you gotta do your business. Yeah, it just completely threw me off. That I did not see that coming. That one thing completely threw me off, and I don't know where it came from. But that's why it's saying that NAFO mentality is going to be the end of them.
But every country has this stupid people. It's normal. I don't think it's unique to China or America.
Yeah,
Everyone
but
is.
China has a lot of people, and so when you talk about their stupid people, it's probably a huge amount because it's like with the Indians on
It's
internet.
yeah.
It's like with the
Yeah.
Indians on the
You will have
internet.
like 2 million stupid people per person.
You know, once upon a time there was a time where there's a lot of crazy videos coming out from China, like crazy shit. Then I was telling people, the amount of people in China, even 0.0001% of them is crazy. Every day you're gonna have a crazy video from
millions of
China every
crazy
single
people,
day.
Yeah, the same thing with India. That's why they're so reviled on the internet, because you have a tiny percentage of their population that is super stupid, and it's hundreds of thousands of people posting shit on the internet. But to what Mohammed was saying, was asking, why don't they make their own brands? Because they don't have the marketing. The West has been building a brand name for decades, even centuries, and China just doesn't have it. They have their marketing has been cheap stuff. Like with the car industry, that's changing now. Now there's Chinese brands that are starting to get some renown on the world market, but for any other quality stuff, they cannot compete with the branding that the West has. Like an iPhone has a huge amount of branding, the Swiss watch, and the super chat from Mr. Fox, I think it was Mr. Cat, something like that. The super chat said something, and it's super true. People who buy brands, tacky brands and stuff, it's a very vulgar thing nowadays to do. Like if you have class, you buy from a tailor in your own land, in your homeland, a tailor, or you buy actual like origin stuff. And if you buy these expensive brands, it's basically poor people trying to be flashy. It's bling basically, but it's a huge market nonetheless.
Correct.
And that's what
real rich people, like Donald Trump, this kind of thing, everything is tailored. Like everything
Exactly.
is tailored.
And this is why people say, "Oh, they don't want name brand." They don't want name brand because everything they have is custom made for them. And this is why me and somebody had. I say you won't see Gucci on Trump or Louis Vuitton on Zuckerberg, but the T-shirt he have was custom made by a local tailor that he knows very well. Have his what is that? What are you showing?
One is on a
Why you're
cruiser
mute?
right now, and
He's looking
I'm
like
wondering
I'm
why he
trying to
doesn't
cover
show
my
us
Puma
anything.
logo. I actually have class. I have class.
Exactly. No, but still, of course.
Yeah, one.
But yeah, but
Look at that.
what you saying?
Wow, Vaughn
Can you
is on
enlarge it?
holiday. Holy shit! But first time
Yeah,
see Vaughn
can you-
outside of his garage and workplace.
Oh.
Gabriel, be careful, man.
I'm scouting
You're
out the
looking at
Bahamas
Jesus.
for the takeover.
Talking about bling bling. There's our boy Vaughn on his cruise ship.
A cigar.
Oh,
yeah, smoking about to
shit.
take over Panama. He's in the staging ground to take over Panama.
By the way, guys, after
We're taking
trying,
the water slides back.
don't forget your like inflatables to not sink in the swimming pool. But by the way, just to go back to Ukraine topic, because we were just speaking about like 3 hours and a half about China.
China.
So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was trying to
Oh
stop
yes,
it.
for God's sake, please
You're
spare
naughty.
me.
You're so naughty. So I want to go back to Ukraine, because I think there is a lot to speak about Ukraine. We have right people for that. So
Yeah, Vaughn came up, so we have to talk about Ukraine. Oh,
Yep.
and talking about economy.
Well,
what do you think
I
happened?
don't really have a great connection, so y'all can talk about whatever you want. China,
No, but-
China.
no China.
I'm just
Stop it,
kidding.
China.
Hey, look,
China.
Hey, Vaughn,
Ukraine is going great
you're
for one
looking pretty
side
sharp, man.
and going bad for the other. Real bad. If you
You-
watch
you-
the
you're
DPA
looking
Frontline
pretty sharp.
Change report, you know the shit's falling apart everywhere. What
You
else
know-
is there to say?
You know one
Hey,
thing I
but what do you
noticed?
think happened with, because Witkoff had a meeting with Putin, and we haven't heard anything about that. Does anyone know anything about that? I just knew that they.
Just real quick, all I've heard about that is it sounds like they're mostly working on reestablishing the diplomatic ties and the embassy staff and all that. I don't think they've actually discussed anything to do with the war. They're still working out how to talk to each other and be friends, which is good for Russia because the longer it drags on, the easier it's going to get for Russia down the road. So, I mean, my opinion is I wouldn't even negotiate right now. Maybe come back in November and see if they want to make a deal.
In the same breath, they actually extend the Russia sanction to next year. While all this negotiation is going on, they actually extend the sanction.
Exactly. If you're going to be sanctioned for another year, you might as well just keep on rolling on the ground. Why stop?
Why stop?
No incentive.
Exactly. That I was like, so who's in this negotiation? This is when you say, hey man, we can ease off the sanction. Let's go to negotiation and call for peace. But no, they just want to renew again. I'm like, oh man, somebody's not. Maybe I don't get.
That's how the deal works. They have to agree to a concession, then you have a concession together at the same time. But Russians have no concession. Like they said that no, everything is a no-go. So it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You need Ukraine to play ball. Ukraine don't play ball. That's the thing. Like they said, okay, we shall not strike energy facilities. Ukraine double down on energy facilities. They strike it 2 or 3 times more just to make a point. So so we're gonna see. I think another 3 to 6 months. We're gonna see like 2 to 5 months. We're gonna see quite clear the front line is gonna collapse. At least based on my projection.
I'm thinking.
This is the last reserves of Ukrainians are being used right now to do some small counterattacks, and these are the last reserves, last successes before really everything collapses. Whole front line. There will be no more reserves to plug the holes. They basically they say even with trying to monetarily induce young people to come in 2 months, only 500 those below 2021.
Somebody asked 2 out of those 500 how many are still alive now.
Yeah, I've heard that some have been killed on the front line. Hey, but Judah, is it just me or Judah is frozen? Like his lips don't move, but I can still hear what you're saying.
He's speaking faster than his lips. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also I noticed something. Why I don't know if you noticed this. Trump is probably the most featured head of state on open mic than any other leaders. I mean the front pictures.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably because he's pretty influential. Like getting shot is one big thing. Then become president is another big thing.
It's another big
thing. Trade war is another big thing. It's like you can't avoid it. You just can't.
Yeah.
So I made a point to put Xi Jinping, right? I put a point. Today's is Xi Jinping.
Yeah, I noticed that. So I was just looking at the past chat, and Trump is here more than any other leader.
Yeah, you can't help. It's the American president. Let's say he's Obama. Probably Obama will come out a lot, as well.
You're right. Yeah, definitely. I understand. Yeah, there's like a two-time.
Trump has a special skill. Like I think his superpower is that he can like erase history like that. Like everything happens so fast. He does something super crazy, or something super crazy happens, and then like it's the end of the world, like everything changed, and then the next week nobody remembers because something even more crazy just happened, and then nobody remembers
history. It's huge.
The best part is
history is huge. It's huge. I'm good.
The best part, we have an end of the world every week. That's the most funny part. It's like, remember when the stock market collapsed for 3 days straight? Everybody, that's the end, and nobody talk about stock market anymore. Now they want to talk about bond market because because they have to justify why Donald Trump is losing. Then after that, next week nobody will talk about bond market anymore. They'll be talking about something else.
Nope. And that exactly is typical of this new information age.
We are all freaking goldfishes. That's the only thing. We are all goldfish. No.
I think Vaughn's cruise ship sunk because he's also frozen.
and people
Titanic
people will
too.
stop at one point. People will stop discussing it, and atomic bombs will be falling, and people will be just nah, not worth to discuss it. I mean, I'm exaggerating, not really, but
Yeah,
this is gonna be like there is gonna be reaction on the other side in a little bit, right? When
for 1 week.
everyone goes crazy.
Yeah, we will panic for 1 week about the nuclear bomb. After that, we'll forget about it. Then we'll talk
Oh
about
yeah,
something
like
else.
a couple of years
Remember
of
the
Trump
orange
and
sneak?
everyone
Yeah.
a couple of years of Trump and everyone's gonna be ultra cynical, like nothing ever happens. These bombs are falling, they're gonna make no change whatsoever. Things are just gonna continue. Like
That's what I told my
nothing really
friend.
matters.
I said, that's what I told my
Yeah,
friend. If Israel was smart, Israel's going to just basically decimate Palestine in 1 month. Like, but now it's over with. Now we're discussing something completely different. But they
Yeah.
keep dragging on. The more they drag on, the more ridiculous it gets. If I just go all in, just wreck the whole fucking place. Like now we'll have a whole different discussion. It's no longer about, oh, tomorrow yesterday they bombed another hospital again. They bombed another refugee camp again. Like either you do it one because this is the information age. The more crazy thing you do tomorrow, the less important the crazy thing you did yesterday is. It become relevant. Just move on. Just fuck shit up. The next day move on, and they'll have something new to talk about. Just go.
So who remembers about Nagorno-Karabakh? Who give a
Okay.
damn about Nagorno-Karabakh? He's like, oh,
okay.
so Azerbaijan is attacking Armenia. Then after that, who to give a damn? No, nobody give a damn anymore. It's like, no, it's part of Azerbaijan. What are you talking about? It has always been part of Azerbaijan.
Just like that. That's what I said.
1984, right?
Yeah, easy lose opportunity. They completely lost it. So
That's the new mentality, the social media mentality, like scrolling and looking for a quick adrenaline rush. So that's the new thing that got installed.
Yeah, well,
But
that's
no, it's a time. It's a times. Didn't I say 2 years ago at Open Mic here, the chaos is accelerating at accelerated rate, right? This is what I said 2 years ago.
And you were right.
That was the
And it
times.
kept on.
Yeah.
It has kept on, and this is something that worries me a bit because it's a superpower that Trump has. It gives him a lot of leeway because most of the like institutions and like establishment that controls the world is surprisingly focused on public opinion control, and that's surprising because we always talk about like people always talk about how there's a certain elite that has all the power and they do whatever they want and democracy doesn't work because they still do whatever they want and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, it's still remarkable in spite of that reality that we can all observe, the massive amount of resources that are poured into control and stimulation of the public opinion. It's unbelievable. Like it's probably one of the main motors of the economic movement. Like if you add marketing and all the social studies and sciences designed and developed for control of population, for control of perception. And so this capacity of Trump to control public attention so dramatic, which we saw very clearly in his first term, and I thought it was a clown in the first, but now I'm starting to see a method in that. And so on one hand, that gives him a lot of power because it is destabilizing for the establishment, and I think that's part of the enmity that he got from them because the public perception was something that was escaping their control. But I also think it's super dangerous in the sense that he does have an extreme control over the attention of the public perception, and so. And this is the danger that I see, that he's being ever more allied with particular side of the oligarchic.
Just say it. Just say it. It's
No,
the
like,
orange. It's the fruit juice.
Yeah, the orange.
They're called
juice.
cloud
Orange
people.
juice.
The orange juice.
The orange juice. Yeah, no, but the
cloud people, right?
Yeah,
You can call them
that's a nice name for their faction. Their faction is called Orange Juice.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good euphemism, pun. But the thing is, yeah, like people like Elon Musk, like Altman, these guys of Palantir that I can't remember their names and so on. And so this has a lot to do, like what we're seeing of this sort of exacerbation of the goldfish phenomena, that Trump is wielding that pretty willingly, deliberately maybe. And so what I see with this is that this alliance between this extremely charismatic or at least no spotlighty figure, attention whore, so to speak, and all these tech oligarchs, is that there's a potential there for like an extreme level of control of perception, at least of attention. Like maybe you can't control what people react to a thing, but you can control their disengagement from the thing by engaging them with something else. And that's very in line, and this is what worries me, because I've always been very suspicious of Elon, like beyond my respect and admiration for his achievements as a entrepreneur. All his achievements are in a direction of furthering the control over mankind, the oligarchic control, like in the aspect of the self-driving vehicles, which I think is absolutely catastrophic for our autonomy, in the sense of electric vehicles, which goes along the same line. Neuralink is absolutely monstrous, like if that technology actually prospers, the way that our oligarchic control works and the power that would give them is something like power too great and terrible to imagine. And the same thing with Starlink and so on and so forth. And Altman, I think, is a completely nefarious character. Like he's a monstrous creature. And not even mention Palantir guys and all these Israeli-based like tech companies of AI, social control, face recognition. Completely dystopic visions of the future and that. And so, if this hope of Trump, of his populism and all that, is something that serves those interests, then it's going to get dark real quick, because people aren't going to be able to react to actually grave things that are, like Judah said, like the bombs falling are going to be something irrelevant eventually. And that's super dangerous, because then people can really get run over by the control systems that already have them pretty much under control.
I
Go
just
on,
want,
Juan. Sorry.
I just want to add a little bit of like for example, what you talk about the Donald Trump, like how he controls the the media attention. That's the one the reason why like for the announcement of the reciprocal tariff, there's a high chance that's the reason why the exemptions on semiconductors or whatnot is not mentioned, because once you add that in, the messaging become blurred. Like it's too much information. It's a bit like the YouTube titles. You just have to clickbait it. Like if you add just way too much information, like I always do, then the clickbait doesn't work as much. So that's one perspective. Of course, there's always a perspective that he forgot about it, and then they apply it later. Professor of Logic.
All right, so this whole idea of a control system, I can't understand why they would spend so much money and resources trying to set this whole thing up when they could just get rid of all of us. It would be much faster to get rid of all of us like this. So I'm not sure I follow that particular line of thought.
Don't give them ideas. They might try it.
But dude,
the reality is there's not single line of control. It's always someone fighting for their line of control or narrative, right? There is always two sides, and there has always been people in the middle that traverse between those two, Sila and Haribda, right? They will traverse always, like we are trying to do, So it's always been, nothing's gonna change. There is always new action and new reaction. but I feel the most important mind control is through teaching economics. That's how I think the most effective thing is. Yeah, but I don't want to talk it, but I think that's the most effective way to achieve it.
No, yeah,
What's
but I think
acceptable,
that
right?
what
And
Professor of Logic.
so the Neuralink, that's maybe mass adoption within 50 years, not earlier. For mass adoption, there will be up to then maybe a couple of thousand people, which is not, but Neuralink by that time will be repurposed, not for that. The mind control is not going to be needed within 20, 30 years. It's going to be completely different. So I don't see the danger per se, and I know that this progress toward one thing always achieves a reaction and completely flips over, just like what happened during the Nazi time, right? In 30s, you will see like everyone going fascist, promoting the fascist ideology, or on other side communist, which is always a reaction to one extreme. There is always coming with a reaction of the another extreme, or maybe fascists were a reaction to communist. So
Yeah, but
this is what
there's still
happened. So there
there's
was an
still a
increase.
direction to that.
So in the
You see
end,
the
so what I wanted to say, the future is not linear per se per today. It goes up and then collapses, right? That's how it always happened. Yeah, we should always be vigilant. Just like I was saying, the wake culture is just a fad.
the
It's gonna happen,
woke.
right? I mean, woke. What? Yeah, woke. Wake? Did I say wake? Woke
Yeah,
culture
wake.
was.
Wake is
I'm trying
different.
to stay awake.
Now
Yeah.
it's the wake culture
So,
because it's gone. So
so it
it
collapsed,
was the
right?
woke,
It collapsed.
but now it's wake. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but to what Professor of Logic was saying, I think what you referred to was like a minority of extremists that might threaten the system. Like why don't they kill them all? That's possible, but the actual danger isn't this minority of saboteurs or terrorists or whatever. The real problem is mass opposition to the policy, and that's where I see that the investment in public perception is going to, like, for example, the whole democracy charade. All the marketing investment and structure is massive. Democracy, politics, marketing, and the media is a massive investment. And to what Judah was saying, I don't think that the actual fact of the Neuralink is a risk in itself, whatever. I think that the direction of the technology and the precedent of its use is the danger. Like to be able to crack the interface between digital and neural, I think that's the danger. To understand how it works, how the neurology works enough as to be able to interface it, that's the danger, because it's a furtherance of the systems of, like, for example, when psychology was discovered, or social psychology, or sociology, all of these things were technologies that were immediately applied for marketing and for propaganda, and it furthered the control of. And the thing about the control, the problem isn't the authority's order over the population. That's always existed and it's always going to exist. The problem is the docility, how docile a population is the extent up to which an authority is going to exert, exploitation and or control over it. Like how much you can obey is going to be how much you can get screwed, basically. And what you say about this fluctuation, there is a trajectory. That trajectory also fluctuates. But for example, the examples you gave, about the Nazis and the communists, that was a reaction to the liberal democracy, to the capitalist liberal system, and so that was an extreme reaction. But then in the wake of that came more liberal democracy. You know, which what does it mean? Liberal democracy is a form of disempowering of local authorities for the sake of a transnational agenda. So this idea of public volition in politics, what it is basically, it means that the whims of the people can be subdued for the interests that are beyond the local elites. So the local elites will have their own fiefdom and exert their power and control over the people. But when you give the people power, you're extracting that power away from the local elites and pulling it to an external center of greater gravity. So basically, when you empower the people, you're letting propaganda from a greater cultural exporter to be able to sway the population's perception away from their locality, from their local authority, to a more globalized authority. And that's been the trajectory of democracy since its existence.
So
Go on,
I don't. So I still don't understand, because this whole system of control is designed to crush opposition, differing ideas, right? So this conversation that we're having right now wouldn't be able to happen, let's say, in the future, right?
Yo, Gabriel, I didn't get it. What are you talking about? I don't
No,
understand.
it doesn't. It's not what I'm talking about. It's the manufactured consent.
Don't make him
It's not
repeat it. Don't make him repeat it. Please, don't make him repeat it.
It's not to smother dissent. It's to manufacture consent.
Yeah, well, that's very clear.
That's
I
always
mean,
been going on.
It's always been, yeah. That's like the norm. That's been happening for thousands of years almost. I mean, the thing I want to say is we have we're going into a situation where humans are not going to be necessary anymore in the economy, right? So for me, it makes no sense, in my mind, it makes no sense to do any of this stuff if humans aren't going to be a problem anymore, right? So in my mind, it makes a lot more sense to just kill everybody off who is not an elitist.
Maybe it's better to watch some, let's say, leadership conundrum shows, where it shows that leadership actually often qualifies and weighs options, right? What is better, to have people rebel all the time and then cause, disruption, or to have the flow, smooth flow towards unity, right? Because when you take it objectively, like without any acceptance of what should be, what's moral, like
without moral judgment, value.
Peace and unity is always better than rebellious for improvement, right? Revolution, like I'm saying, revolution to destroy old order. Is it better to let it pass slowly with a growth of consciousness or of the humanity, right? Or to speed it up by revolution? What is better? So leadership always have this conundrum to agree. Let's say how to unify Europe. We see that Europe is problematic to be unified, right? So you would see the forcible ways to unify Europe, like creating crises in order to force everyone to accept, unifying federal power, another federal power. So this happens gradually. You can learn the leadership position. So they like present Russia as external enemy, just like United States presented Russia as external enemy to keep country unified. And then it achieved a lot because it was unified. When people are unified, they can achieve so much. We can see India is not unified, so they will never achieve until they unify in a you can call it mind control, manufacturing consent, or whoever. But maybe people get educated about this, reasoning for the leaders. If you get educated what leaders want to achieve, maybe we could achieve it easier, Just like when you have unified media post-World War, every media was unified. Everyone was behind Democrats at the time because they provided the solution to the Great Depression and won the war, right? So you see the unified media and whole society working towards the betterment. But when you have two parties fighting for the leadership position, just like until now, right, until Trump, there was so much chaos. There was no unity. So you have that problem. What is better, right, in leadership option? To keep country unified at all cost, or to work towards something, jointly. This is what China can do it by central command, comparing to the United States that have to maneuver around and then take all the political control, like Trump is now doing, taking all of the political control into Republican hands right now. So you will feel some unity. No news about demonstrations against Trump and so on. You won't see that news. It's just like the society is getting unified, you see, because of the unified political control. So you don't know what's better. It's like you don't know what's going to come out. That's why you need democracy, to hear rebels. By democracy, you hear rebels.
I'm just simply saying that this is an outdated system that we have going on here. Like, we're not going to be a factor anymore in the future.
But look, Mr. Logic, listen. Well, first, to Judah, to Euro's point, this manufacturing of consent has existed from thousands of years. I agree with that. And I'm not making a value judgment about it. What I'm saying is simply that the more people are willing to obey, the more they're able to get screwed. And that the least local the government is, the control system is, the less sensibility it has to the needs of a particular population. That's a problem with like a global government. But then to Mr. Logic's point of that we're outdated systems because humans are already obsolete, I think that's a preposterous and a ridiculous statement. It has no relation to reality. Like, it might be a future that is on the horizon, at least a project for the future. Like, I can't imagine the elites, like replacing all of the population for robots that can make luxury goods for them, and they can live in their yachts and in their pleasure homes without the need to worry about employees or stuff like that. But first of all, you need to phase out the humans, which aren't the same thing as horses. It's not like you can corral them and just shoot them all. Humans have a little bit more resources than horses, but mostly because still all of the production, like 90% of the production, is in the hands of humans. So until you can replace all of that, you're not going to be able to automize the system and make humans obsolete. And until you have control of all that, they're going to actively resist against all the attempts to make them obsolete. Okay? So it is a process that is going to need to be very thoroughly planned to avoid a massive outburst of social collapse. But mostly, I think that it's more unlikely because the elite position is sustained by the fact that there are inferiors. So it makes no sense. There's no glory. There is no pomp or status in being wealthy, and opulent and lavish.
There's nobody.
If there's no miserable people to compare yourself with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, or you can
Guys,
say
see you later. Maybe I will come back later. Guys,
take care. You need people to worship. Well, you can conclude from previous wars that there is a culling of population, of rebellious population, right? Like the First World War, Second World War, it's culling of undesirables. You can take that evaluation and then project it into, yeah, why would they need people, right? Culling means you remove undesirable by war, and they will sort it out. But actually, they always suffer through the war too. There's always unexpected outcome in wars. You see, yeah, you never know how to do the culling. They some of them probably thinking about this concept, culling of undesirables, right? And there's bigger number with automation of undesirables. You can say that, but there's always someone with opposite view. It's always causing a reaction. So they never were able to do it as they wish, right? It's never been achieved per se. So I see the point why someone will conclude that if you just linearly project what's happening, but there's always reaction. People are not like that, and they need worshippers, right? They want to feel like gods. That's their next step of the billionaires, oligarchs. They want to be feeling like gods, so they need worshippers. So they will never want to remove population. You see?
Yeah, I call it the reverse Margaret Thatcher effect.
Gabriel,
Margaret
you
Thatcher.
said that robots will be in the place of people in the future in economic world. What will we do with people? Will we kill them? We will not kill them, right? So what will we do with all those people if they don't work? They don't benefit us. They don't benefit the countries. What will be the future of humans?
I'll tell you.
I
The plan, the original plan was to turn them all gay and trans, so they would chop their dicks off, stop having children,
Jesus.
and you know, like die and walk into the sunset. You know, die off slowly. You know, stripping them from will to live and will to reproduce mostly, and so the population will gradually decrease on its own, you know, until it's manageable enough. You still need like I said, the contrast, the reverse Margaret Thatcher effect. Like Margaret Thatcher said very famously that about the socialists, that they want everyone to be poorer. I'm just paraphrasing here, but they want everyone, like the socialists want everyone to be poorer, just so there's less difference between the rich and the poor. You know, and I reverse that. I say they want the oligarchs. They want everyone to be poorer, even themselves, just so that there's a larger gap between them and the poor people. So, like, as long as there's misery, they can feel good about their status. If everyone has the same status, even if it's just like the 10,000 elites that are left in the world when they exterminated all of the plebes, then they'll have no one to compare themselves with to feel good about themselves. Okay, so
yeah.
But suppose that those few people that you have in misery, like in third world countries, they're fighting for scraps of bread, you know, and for the carcasses that they can rip away from the vultures. Once they have reduced the population enough, they can control them with their robot armies and their robot factories, the dark factories that produce everything automatically, and so on and so forth. The thing is that plan was broken because there was resistance. So they thought that they had control over the entire globe, that they had the whole community of nations in their pocket, and that they could just weaken the populations, grind them down with global homo, you know, with identity politics and all that, and they would decrease on their own. But then they found resistance. There was opposition. Somebody stood up and said, "No, you're not passing by here. We're going to stop you," and they're winning. And so now they have to reverse that. Now they have to go back to having strong white men serve in the armed forces, and be brave and fight for their nation and all that stuff. So now they're winding back all that identity politics woke stuff, because now they found resistance in the world, and they realized that they didn't have the world under control, and so they need to be ready to fight against an enemy that they thought that didn't exist anymore. Sorry, go on, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, just to say it's 4 a.m. for me, so I'm going to sleep. The big
I
travel
salute your service, Lambo.
Have a good morning.
Thank you for showing up.
We do it on Sunday just because of Lambo, like.
Yeah, but I
Especially
posted tomorrow. I don't need to work because I just come from travel. Just came back tonight. I was just home and I came online, and so
Wow.
yeah, I posted 2
That's nice.
videos on the WhatsApp group about the drone race. I saw little footage, and then acrobatics indoors with RC planes. Pretty cool. So yeah.
That's
Good.
only for the exclusive of the exclusive, because some people, a big group of the lounge is not in the WhatsApp. So
Yeah, it's not my problem, We are in the line.
You have to come up on the open mic. Come up on, show your face.
I
So
emailed Tablet
everybody-
already.
Everybody
So Tablet,
like-
you check your email. You will find an invite to the private group chat for open mic speakers only. So
Yeah.
and
And for the
then
rest
you can
of
chit
the-
chat with Nika more maybe.
And the rest of the viewers like, subscribe, follow, do what you want to do, support Wyatt for his good work, and I love you all, guys.
Give me money.
Have a nice one.
Have a good sleep, Lambo.
Yeah, I will do. Don't worry.
So
Bye-bye.
Yeah, come up to the open mic so
continue
you
this
can get all the
topic.
secret information.
Yes.
Shared
Yeah,
in the.
Considering this technological advance, you can see that even some people go to moon, but some are still tribal, right? You still have a lot of population that's tribal. I mean, examples in Amazon, in Indonesia, over there, Pacific, you always have this range of the technological development and mass adoption of new things and so on. And also, all of what Gabriel explained is a reaction to extreme. Pulling to one extreme, there is always a reaction into another extreme. So it always keeps somewhere, balanced. But there's a medium trajectory always there too, and so on. But I'm saying with this media control and everything, you always have this range. Just like you say, in the West, you have extreme wealth and oligarchy, and that's why you got extreme on the other side, right?
Poverty.
Extreme poverty in the same society. So you have this range, what is the acceptable for the mass of population? What is acceptable? We're gonna change and improve over time. It's gonna happen, up and down, up and down. It always happens. So, and that's why comparing this, what is the normal, what is not. Is it peace with the slow progress better to the sacrifices of few people in a revolution? So this another big open question, right? And I watched the Silo show, sci-fi show. That first season was really bland, but then second season is all about this leadership question, leadership dilemma. What's how to keep majority of people alive by their consent, because there is always a rebel, even that are rebels are initiated by the leaders in order to control them, because if it's spontaneous, they won't know how to control them, they won't know them. So the leadership creates rebellious people just to be able to follow up with them and control them and remove them from the society. This is what dilemma of leadership happens. So we shouldn't just think that they are so crazy, but try to understand what their position and aim is, right? Always, and not to talk, not to say outrageous accusation without outrageous evidence. You really have to have outrageous evidence when you provide outrageous accusation. You know what I mean? For such
Yeah.
outrageous claim that they wanna call us, you really need outrageous evidence.
Well, it's kind of self-evident, though. I mean, not to the level that Mr. Logic is stating of like a complete phase out of humanity, but this culling that you talk about, it's not unprecedented, and it does happen today. And for example, when they make these outrageous claims about this ritual sacrifice and consuming of blood of children and stuff like that, it's not so outrageous, and there's pretty outrageous evidence for that. Like there's a direct pipeline from all the children being blown to bits and their pockets getting thicker and that which they throw into their mouths. Like they literally enrich themselves, therefore consume from extreme acts of cruelty and destruction. Like this lady of the Senate of the USA, I can't remember her name, that the interviewer asks her, like, was it worth it for like 500,000 Iraqi children to die because of the sanctions? And she said, yes, it was worth it. So that's an extreme evidence, outrageous evidence of outrageous cruelty. Of how the resources that they use for their enrichment, for what they consume. And so even if it's not true literally, it's still literally true, that they consume the blood of children, of innocents, for their own nourishment. It's a literal fact. Like you can see the trail of calories from the kids being blown to bits all the way to their mouths so that they can
You
feed.
don't have to go that way. It's really gore. It's becoming gore. Come on, man. You're painting too good of a picture. Don't do it. It's
How bad is he, is he will be worried, later he have nightmare tonight,
Yeah.
Oh, he become like math teacher.
Nightmares of a teacher. Is it a woman teacher? Oh, no.
I just want you guys to see the world how I see it for a moment.
Yeah,
I try to be optimistic. So I always say that there's a way. So I always believe that there's always options.
But to fix it, I do see redemption in it. Like I know that the world is fundamentally cruel and ruthless, but that is absolutely on account of the beauty of it, of how compelling it is. Like, for example, people spend their lives, some people spend their lives, like avoiding the reality of the world, avoiding life, having social relationships, having all the complications of romantic entanglements and, child raising, having offspring and all of that. And they find refuge in a video game. And what's a video game? A video game is a bad quality, low resolution imitation of all the trials and tribulations of life. And the more realistic a video game is, the better it is, It's like, oh, this video game is so good, it's so realistic, And there's nothing more realistic than our actual experience, where we have all forms of trials and tribulations, quests and side quests, difficulties, big bosses, and all forms of minions that we have to encounter and confront. And yet we flee away from that absolutely compelling reality into a fake one that is it's since it's less realistic, it's less engaging, so it has a less of a toll on our feelings, but my point is that all of this destruction and cruelty and carnage that is in the world would be completely irrelevant to us if we wouldn't care. And we could perfectly not care, but it is on account of how compelling the beauty and the love that we can feel for life and for our loved ones and for the world, that we can care about things like cruelty and destruction and reckless, needless destruction. And so
There's
it is
much
only
less. There's much less destruction and cruelty in the world comparing to 30 years ago. There's much less wars. Many wars less today than previously. Many more. Yeah, there's a danger of that completely changing, reversing to something. But when you consider how many wars were when I was a child, the Palestine was always there. Then the wars all across the Africa.
Eastern
Yeah,
wars in Palestine,
everywhere.
wars in
Everywhere.
Eastern Europe, wars in Africa. Nothing has changed, dude.
Okay.
Smaller.
In the context of
Just
Africa,
less.
right? In the context of Africa, I know people think there's that much wars in Africa, but no, it's not. At any
Not
given
anymore.
time, no, even before, at any given time, it's probably 3 or 4 countries out of the 54 countries that's fighting at any given time. And that has been going on for the past 50 years. But there's the initial belief that, the whole continent just engulfed in conflict. But no, it's not true. Go back to any year, look at any really scenario, maybe like 3 or 4. I think the hardest moment was between 90 and 2000. That's when you have Rwanda, you have Liberia, you have Sierra Leone, you have Congo, you have, I think about 7 or 8 countries was in constant war. But from inception, it always been like 3 or 4 countries always at it. Like right in the whole of West Africa right now. Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Sahel Wanderer. We all need to know that Africa is a complete shit show, because that way we can feel better about our current circumstance. Don't break our illusion, okay?
Of course,
we need to think that Africa is the worst place in the world, because that way we can feel better about ourselves.
It definitely helps. Actually, you're right. It helps when been in the state for so long, right? When I went back home, I'm like, damn, man, you guys fuck my ego. I'm supposed to come here, feel like a saint or, Captain Silverhole. But they will actually have to save me many times. But anyway, so again, keep your illusions. If you want to keep your illusions alive and trendy, stay over here. Once you cross to Africa, you're like, man, you motherfucker don't need to.
Yeah, don't go to Africa. You might feel less good about yourself. No, but to Judah's point, I could argue, and I do, that the fact that there's less wars now than in the 20th century isn't like necessarily like a great achievement. The 20th century was bonkers as shit, and it's a very short period of peace as to consider it an actual, like improvement, because everything can go to shit tomorrow. And all of this peace was just a bleep of, like 30 years. But even more so than that, I say that right now, it's even like the danger is worse, because like the fact that there was, like I was saying, the cruelty and the destruction and all this woe is actually much less harmful to the human spirit than the decay in the capacity to care, the atomization of society, the lack of purpose, the lack of bonds and of love towards your neighbors and your loved ones, your family. So all this peace, what it has bred in society is the destruction of the family structure, the collapse of birth rates, people's will to procreate, which is the maximum expression of their will to live. And therefore, it might even be worse to have a apathetic, cynical, and careless society than to actually have war and destruction and death. And that's one point of view that I'm
It's
sharing.
pretty much always the same. It's just what you pay attention to.
No, but
basically.
just for an
It's more
example,
about what you pay
when is the
attention.
main?
No, it's not a danger from these demographic problems you're talking about. That's not the problem. That's just what you pay attention to, and what a lot of the analysts, psychoanalysts on YouTube are talking. It's also to me, it's part of the control narrative. Same
But
thing. It's part of the control narrative. I don't see the dangers in that. Only dangers in a case of war. But if you don't want a war, this is not dangerous.
from the
Dangerous is, yeah.
from what I think we'll have less wars today because back in the day it was a war of creating nation states. So of course a war
Yeah.
of basically territorial wars and boundaries and creating. But now that we have somewhat definitive borders and nation states, there's the reason to go to constant war is not there anymore. So war, of course, have reduced. But as Gabriel was saying, this new take on okay, people escape the video games and try to this crumble up the family structure. To me, it's not lack of war that's creating that. It's the presence of greed and the presence of basically the societal.
Oh yes, I agree. I wasn't saying that it was cause of the lack of war. I was saying that in case of having to prefer, like if I have to choose between a situation of war and a situation of like complete apathy of turning into an NPC drained by pornography and video games and not having anything that matters in my own life, like I prefer
No,
the situation of war. I think it's
no.
healthier. But that's beyond the point. That's just aside. Like an example of what I'm saying is, for example, like this whole idea of the LGBTQ plus I, etc. This has been, now it's rolling back, but it was for almost a decade, like the absolute ideal of the Western liberal society. It was the most like emphasized aspect of society and like subculture, like the rock star back in the day, so to speak, incomprehended but glorious and to aspire to. And that community, as tiny minority that it is, has a higher rate of suicide than the interns of concentration camps. So that's what I
Okay,
mean
let
by
me
the
let me
danger
present a different perspective on
to
that.
to to the human spirit. People
Before,
in concentration camps had like a higher
is
will
there a
to
point?
live than this objective of current society.
Okay, what you're seeing, what you're describing, is something like there was a huge number of real NPCs. When I was younger, like when I was kid and going out socializing and all of that, and I was wondering why so many people don't go out, don't socialize. You meet them on occasional places, like in a mass parties, mass carnivals, and that. You encounter them, people that never go out and never socialize. And now internet provided those people to actually come out, and you see, oh, it's a prevalence of the society, they don't socialize. And no, these are the people that used to be NPCs in a real life, and now they are showing up, they joining the society. Everyone is on internet right now. There's no those unsocial people anymore. Everyone is socializing on the internet. Everyone that fun part, I mean, as much as they can. So when you pay attention to them and their experience first social interaction, learning how to do it, how to do social interactions with non-family members, basically, that's what I see. You see, this is nothing new. It's just we're paying too much attention to those NPCs.
So
I wouldn't.
also, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
finished.
yeah. Sorry. If you also, all this self-isolation thing. For me, I used to be very active. I used to play a lot of soccer. I used to play a lot outside. But today, it's like the risk factor is almost everywhere going out. Yeah, because where I live at, I used to jog from my house to the field to go play soccer. Then I jog back home. When I first moved to Austin, it was easy. But few years ago, I stopped doing it because almost every day, when I'm jogging from my house to the park, one or two incidents must happen at least once a week. Either police stopped me, or somebody in the community just fuck with me. So I started two things. I said, well, I want to have a gun when I go running. Which just actually made the whole situation worse. Now I have a gun on my hip with my soccer uniform on and jogging down the street. Because if somebody stopped me and try to fuck with me, I would defend myself. Now guess what? Now because I have the gun on me for self-defense, now I get more calls. There's a guy running down the street with a gun on his hip. So, I don't know what the fear is coming from. People just don't want to see you doing anything outside. They want you to be confined to your space. And the state official, the state enforcement places comes and reinforce that ideology that you must stay home, you must stay confined. So, and this is not just here in America. I noticed that even back in Africa, I'm an early morning person. I grab early morning, go running. Back home, I nearly get lynched. They thought I was a thief. Because early when I run at 5 a.m., I'm running around. So if somebody saw me running, it just started screaming, thief. I'm like, thief? I'm jogging. what are you talking about? Then I have to, I'm like, hey, no, I'm not a thief. I'm jogging. I'm exercising. So, oh. Just like that, people back off because they see, okay, he's new to the community. Come to find out, nobody's jogging around that early in the morning. I'm like, okay, I see why this is something different. So the war
you're too American. You're too American for them.
Yeah, so you have to basically remain confined to your house, and now, of course, those creating all these little way to escape. You just can't be in this room doing nothing. You have to do something. Video game, as Mr. Gabriel said, the porno and all the other stupid things start to come into play. Because you have to fill in that gap. And it's sick. And my nephew's in this house with me. Sometimes I say, you go out. And the neighbors are completely complaining. They're not in anybody's driveway. They're in the park. We live just, all the kids I was like, what is supposed to be? They're in the park. So again, there's this belief. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know how to connect the dots. That even your own neighbor don't want to see you outside. They want you to remain confined to your space. I don't know what's coming. I don't know what's causing it, but it really annoys me. And I thought going back
COVID.
Huh?
COVID. Because we are so used to shutting us out, because of COVID.
It's been long time in development, way longer. All these, abductions of kids, all these news stories that are clickbaits. They want to fight for the clicks. So they promoted every case that happened was promoted. They stopped promoting nice things, right? They always want to promote bad things, and that's what scares people over and over. You see, and that comes from this philosophy. You will always competing with someone, always someone competitor. Actually, it's your enemy, and this we see in geopolitics narrative too. The world is not competitor. China is not a competitor, which it is. It's enemy, right? It's this development that comes from you always have to compete against someone. You always have to be better. You see, you always fighting for your betterment. So when I compare my communist time when I lived in a communist time as a kid, where I could sleep in a park bench. There was no crime. Police wouldn't bother me. I could sleep on a park bench because I got drunk and I don't have any more, energy to go home. So I would sleep there. There's no danger because there was no competition, person against person, always, everywhere. There was no competition. That's what I see in a difference. in philosophy of life, because you compete against everyone for the better wage, for the better salary, for the better position. It's always competition. Now it's enemy. Now it's enemy. It's not competition anymore. Now it's enemy, even though it's not enemy. But this wording change and everything, it comes from this philosophy. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Logic.
Professor Logic.
Just now you all talk about like comparing with the African countries, and then you feel better, right? It reminds me of like the role of Rwanda in educating the children of the entire world to finish your food. The Rwanda kids, they're all like so skinny, the time during the massacre time, and it's like then that footage went all around the world,
and
then from then on, every mother around the world will tell you see the kids in Africa have nothing to eat. You finish your food.
And here's the funny thing: Rwanda, naturally they are skinny people. You see the president?
Yeah.
Naturally they're skinny, tall people, and so it just fits right in. When I first came to the States from many years ago, when I first came to the States, right? Yeah. So I have some classmates, and they'll ask me some of the craziest question. I'm like, wait, what? So I keep asking, you know what? No, let me make fun of them. Let me enjoy this discussion. Somebody once asked me, how does it feel to wear clothes? I'm like, this is strange. It feels better when you take it. So I had to just adjust. I had to just go in with it. Say, oh, how does it? He said, how did you get here? I said, we took a plane. He said, there's a plane in Africa? I said, oh, no. I said, no. That's what they told me to tell you, but I swim across the ocean to get here. Really, you did? I said, yeah, because I have to have fun with it, because every ridiculous thing you can think. Oh, someone asked me, okay, if I ever seen a lion, or I said, no, I've not seen these things. So, oh, what? They told me, I said, you know what? Yes, my pet dog was a lion. That's what I had. So I had to switch the narrative, because that's the only way I could really enjoy this discussion. And the very first time I went to a zoo here in Austin, Texas, and I saw a lion, I freaked the fuck out. I just started going off. My friend like, wait, you haven't seen this before? I said, I've never seen this shit before. And it's not as I see on videos, but I didn't think lions were that freaking big. When I seen it in person and how close it was, I just went off. I just started freaking out, and I left the zoo. And they started making fun of me, and I'm freaking out from all animals from Africa. But yeah, what guys is saying, when I first came here, they said, oh, like, for $2 a month, you can feed a child in Africa. I'm like, damn, that's amazing. But it's not. There's always had to be somebody.
You know what's the image of Africans around the world? It's either you're a Rwandan during the genocide, or you are a Maasai. You live in the bushes. No?
You're right. That's the two images. You're right. Either you're starving or you're in the bush. That's it.
Like the major cities don't exist in our brain, and then we forget that Egypt is also part of Africa. No.
Okay. Oh no. Egypt is part of Europe. It's not part of Africa.
No, what you say is true, because there is no imagery of advanced Africa. Like there isn't. When we talk Africa, is safaris, elephants, lions, and if not, it's a starving Rwandans.
you know the funny thing, there's a bunch of NGOs. I have an IT company currently, and that's how I got to know something. So I say, hey man, they have a bunch of IT issues over there. So I sent some petitions to this company. Hey man, let me be your ITSM services. Your IT. Then I don't want to mention the company name, but he told me straightforward. The reason we're leaving Rwanda and this country to come here to your part of Africa is because of they have advanced in IT and computer science. That way they can easily perform audits and machine learning and these things. So the less we have to do computer data, the more NGOs you see in your countries. I'm like, wait, what? Then I got to notice, yes, basically that's how they used to launder and scam money. On paper, you can easily write, I gave out $1 million. But in computers, you have to now have a paper record or paper or digital trace of it, that it can easily catch you in your lies. So they basically refused my services because I'll basically, if I provide a service, they won't be able to hide and launder money. So while I was there, then I also got to notice a few things. The NGOs, all these organizations on the ground, they don't care about any of the development that's going on. They'll go find some destitute location, some ghettos, some hoods, some poverty-stricken locations, and they will stand there, put an office right there, and they have some of the best cameras. Camera that cost $10,000, $20,000. I'm like, this is intentional. Now I know why there's no other image of Africa online except this, because they spend millions of dollars here just to get this image so they can launder millions more from their home countries. So of course, you're not going to get them showing you what Africa have to offer. Like when I was at a car dealership, I called a friend of mine here in the States. I said, look at this Chinese car compared to the he's like, wait, in Africa? I said, is it a car dealership? I said, no, it's a fucking zebra dealership. I'm here to buy a new zebra. So I'm showing you a freaking Chinese car dealership. And he was shocked. I'm like, yeah, you don't want to say any of those things. But yeah, definitely, whether it's intentional or not, but we ourselves will help with the narrations because, I mean, hey, sympathy sells everywhere. People come in and some Africans take the coat and just ride away. Oh, yeah, I'm a poor starving African. Like the scholarship thing I told you about a long time ago. When I came to here, there was a bunch of scholarship for being a refugee, for being on this. And I'm like, okay, you already come a whole continent of fucking destitute. I'm from there, so give it to me. And I got a bunch of scholarships just for being from Africa and for surviving wars. I'm like, okay.
Oh my freaking god.
Working on.
Iranian Putin said he saw a documentary about Wakanda. No, it's very advanced.
Oh yeah, very, very advanced. Yeah.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Wait, which one go first? Is it left or right?
I don't know which way.
Yeah, but can you imagine how cruel it is that this nation called Wakanda, how can they be so absolutely ruthless that they have all this technology and they let the rest of the continent starve to death?
They're hiding underground.
I know.
They're hiding underground. That's why.
Disgusting.
I know. I was like, what kind of bullshit is that?
No, so when I was watching, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, what kind of evil kingdom is this? It's like, why would they not help the African countries? Then if you really think about it, that's how the Black Americans think.
Hey, I just want to respond to Raul Duke in chat. He said that I have a room temperature IQ, and he's right about that. I have a room temperature IQ in Kelvin.
In Fahrenheit. Oh, in Kelvin. But isn't it the invisible shield? I mean,
it's an invisible shield.
Yeah, that's why you can see it.
Invisible. They're invisible.
They're hiding from us.
But the thing is that Wakanda is a reflection of the Black Americans' mentality. You know, if you think about Black Americans, they're in United States. They are more wealthy than the Africans. They're more well-to-do. Why do they not go to Africa to save the Africans?
You know, they did go to Africa once. No, it's true. They went. I mean, FCS, I forget which country you're from. Aren't you from Liberia, or am I totally misunderstanding?
Yeah.
Or me?
FCS.
Yeah. Well, Liberia, right? Liberia, if people don't know, was set up in the 1800s by the United States, where a bunch of African Americans went back to Africa. And the crazy thing is that these people simply set up a society like the slave society that they had come from, but with themselves on the top. They were the plantation owners. They even called themselves the whites, and they engaged in chattel slavery and ran plantations, just less effectively. And it was a kind of a fucked up country. And then things have changed there. Of course,
brutally.
There's no more
less effectively and more brutally.
But the other fact about Liberia that I think everybody should know is that one of their great national heroes and freedom fighters is a guy called General Butt Naked, who of course, as the name would imply, fought exclusively butt naked.
He's not a freedom fighter.
Come on, he is by definition a freedom fighter, dude. He's a fighter, and he was the most free a man can be. He was butt naked. I mean, come on.
No. Okay, yeah. In that context, yes, he was free, but they were part of the problem. But in that context, yes, he was very free in his fightings, very free. But yeah, he was
That's
actually
right.
stripped naked, and his belief is that that's his protection. And the funny thing is this: he was never
Yeah.
hit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
It
was
works. It works. Have you seen the shot? Those like those TikTok or whatever. You know, the guy wanted to fight the other guy. The other guy suddenly just strip off everything, and then, then the other guy just run. Yeah, it's the same logic. You know, it's a superpower.
Yeah, so definitely in that yeah, he was definitely one of those weird figures during that war, and also, and to say he was hiding, he wasn't hiding. He was very much in the street, leading wars, fighting against the rebellion that went against the government. But and he never got hit, never once got any injuries or anything, and survived the war, and he's still alive to this day, doing just fine. But no, this time around he runs a church, but he wear clothes this time around.
Real life Jar Jar Binks.
Huh?
Real life Jar Jar
He have
Binks.
his naked butt.
No, not
Doesn't
not
have
in a suit and
protection
tie.
against sins. He doesn't have protection against sins.
No, according to them, once you repent, all your sins is forgiven.
No.
Yeah, that's what.
So people wait just before their death to repent.
Yeah, that's what they're teaching in Liberia. Oh, all the murdered and raped in that country. Once you repent, you're all forgiven. You're going to heaven. So that's what I said the Bible tell them to do. I don't know. Maybe I'm not too sure about that part.
It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Never convert before that. Always before you die.
Always before you die.
Yeah,
After you do. So people are saying, okay, next time we know. Next time we'll come here, we know what to do. We'll make sure we repent before we die. So people have some love, because all the ones that committed those atrocities, they're moving around freely. They're moving around freely. Some of them are senators. Some of them are parliamentarians. Some of them are law. So they're freely just enjoying the country. I'm like, damn, that's the reward you get for destroying a country. Next time we should all give it a try. So, but yeah, so that's the nonsense. Some of the heroes that we consider heroes, of course, they're now well known because you can't win a war and negotiate from a point of weakness, then you lose the entire war. They basically kick the leaders out of the country, kick all the factions out of the country, won the war, seize the whole country, and just give it to the UN to do as they please. So they're like, the fuck? You lost then. You don't win the freaking war, you give it to the UN. The UN is not here to solve the problem. The UN is here to make the paper worse. And after the UN takeover, we have like 200 gender studies and we have all kind of weird shit going on in that freaking country. And now we have an 85-year-old president that have an entertainment budget for $2.5 million. I don't know what you do at 85 years old, entertaining yourself with $2.5 million in a year, while people don't have basic necessities. So yeah, it went back to basically the same thing that created the initial war. They are doing all the blueprint again to the third phase, to repeat again the same nonsense. This war started from the same nonsensical policies and stupidity, and they shifted. You know what? Enough of this nonsense. Let's go to war. Now they are back into the same mentality because somebody have an agenda to just keep the whole world busy on nonsense. I don't know who it is. It's not orange juice. It's not of these people. But somebody definitely has an agenda to keep the world completely distracted on nonsense. And it's the same nonsense that's copy and paste almost everywhere. Yeah, everything complained by America. They complain about it. The politicians no longer care for the country.
Well, I love.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead, Gabriel.
No, please. You haven't been at all.
Yeah.
Please.
I want to say, look, I think there's one way of looking at the world and thinking that, you see all these mistakes and these wars and these conflicts and these failures, and you think, oh, somebody's behind this. This is all being caused, and it's true. Every effect does have a cause. But behind that is an assumption that, if the bad actors would simply stop and let everything return to the default factory settings, that we'd be at peace, But I don't think that's true. I think Hobbes was basically right. That the state of nature is, much like my sex life, nasty, brutish, and short. That's life. And that's how it is, and that's the default. And then every step below that total state of war of all against all, every little piece that we've drawn out of that, I think is a gift. It's something that was constructed and contrived, right? And it needs to be cherished and held onto and maximized, right? And and I think that what I'm saying is the default state of man is war and conflict, and that's why I think defense politics Asia is always going to have a career. There's always going to be defense and politics, more like offense.
And Asia.
And then Asia will be there too. I hope. That'd be
Or
catastrophic
offensive,
if there wasn't
or
Asia.
maybe it's just offensive or defensive. Like when I talk about Trump, people will say I'm very defensive. When I talk about China, it's very offensive. And
It's
people
just a
keep
deal.
getting offended.
It's just a DOP,
Yeah,
defensive offensive politics, Asia.
when China invades Taiwan, you can change it to offense politics Asia.
Hope not. I
No,
really wanted to go to tour
I
in
think
Taiwan, man.
China is calculating the cost of invading Taiwan is because they have to destroy so much, make the invasion unnecessary. I think they do like a soft takeover, like what happened in Crimea.
Yeah.
Soft.
No, Crimea they walked in, right? I mean, they didn't. It wasn't really soft. Like they were physical force. So it wasn't like just a referendum and then the elected everybody accepted it. I mean, it was a takeover, right? It was a takeover that was accepted without much fighting, but it wasn't soft. Yeah. I don't know if this narrative that China will eventually take back Taiwan is really true. I mean, it could be. I'm not saying it isn't, but can you really be sure?
No,
I mean, I don't know.
I think
Do you think the Taiwanese over time will diverge culturally from the mainland Chinese, or do you think they're going to converge? And I think maybe Wyatt has some insight on this as being a Chinese, non-Chinese.
The two culture is already diverse. It's two different people, like literally different people. So we overseas Chinese actually identify closer to Taiwan because for Taiwan, right, they brought along all the traditions and culture, the religion, everything. So all the customs remains. And in overseas Chinese, for example, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, whatnot, we kept on all these traditions. So when we look at Taiwanese programs or we go to Taiwan, we can identify it's basically more or less the same thing. But China is different because they went through the Cultural Revolution. They are more atheists than no tradition. And the tradition is only coming back right now because of tourism. Because they realize that, the temples make money, the Buddha makes money, They don't believe in it. They just open it, so people will go and visit it so that they'll pay money and suddenly, all the overseas Chinese want to go back to their hometown, right? Old hometown. So it's money also. It's tourism money. They welcome. Come back home. Welcome home. You see, we made a statue of our ancestor. It's different when you go to when like Singaporean in Taiwan or Malaysian in Taiwan. Like when we talk, it's very close. We feel like kins. With China Chinese, we feel like they are totally different people. Like totally different people. It's very weird. And
it's a cultural revolution because that's interesting. It's not that you guys are, it's almost like that theory that if you look at linguistics, right? There's this idea that the Southern American dialect of English is actually very similar to the way that English nobility in England used to speak, and I don't know the 1700s or 1600s. Exactly, but it kind of went off into another continent and it just sort of stayed there, whereas the English actually developed and changed their accent. And so, in a sense, there's an analog there where the Chinese in China, I mean, the ones that left went and remained in that older form of Chinese, but the ones that remained went through that massive transformation of the Cultural Revolution.
This actually happens with English as well, So this happened with English as well. Like for in Singapore, we learn British English, right? Because we were a British colony. So we continue with the British English. We still continue to teach British English. And I saw on a vlog, a British girl come to Singapore to work and then she shares some of the things that she observed. One of the funny things is that she said that we Singaporeans English sounds like her grandma's English. Like they say that we use words that the English themselves no longer use. Like it's like they no longer use those words. But when she come to Singapore, she got shocked that it's commonly used. Like we are still speaking the old, British English, like the words that we use. But then in UK, they have really started to like dilute their culture. Like they're getting more and more watered down. They're more and more ghetto to the point where it's like we are still imagining English to be like the Victorian English, and then they are now speaking ghetto English, that kind of thing.
What I believe Chinese plan about Taiwan was to develop technologically and then be attractive as such, right? And then not to have any resistance from Taiwanese, because they would want to join technological developments of the China, because China is leaping, and they can also show Hong Kong as Hong Kong getting under the China, and there's no difference, right? For them, basically no cultural difference. I mean, so it's just like a difference in money relations, but not bad.
There is difference. There is actually huge difference. Like Macau have its own culture and even like slight language differences because they are Portuguese colony. And then the Hong Kong, they are very proud to be Hong Kongers because they have always been the most advanced overseas Chinese throughout the past 80 years until the past 20 years that Singapore have advanced beyond them. So and it's just that now they have no choice because they are too weak. They can't after the absorption they actually, the Hong Kong people, especially the young ones, never realized that as a colony they have always been just as what they are today. It's just that the master is different. It was the British. Now it's just the Chinese, but they never realized
Weren't they the Cantonese?
But
before they became Han?
Yeah, they speak Cantonese mostly. They still speak Cantonese,
Yeah,
but the thing is that the
Cantonese people, like before
Yeah,
the Han
they are the same as Guangdong.
dominated China, they were
yeah,
actually
it's still as Guangzhou people. It's still Cantonese. They speak Cantonese as well. It's the same people. It's just that
But are they Han? Do they count as Han Chinese and Cantonese, or are they a subset of Han Chinese, or are they different than Han?
Okay, so
Is that so?
Han Chinese is a funny thing. So
Can I be Han
the reality
Chinese?
is
no
Chinese.
Can you finish the previous?
What if I lose the hat? Can I be Han Chinese?
No, it's no difference. So Han Chinese thingy only exists in China. No one say we are Han Chinese outside of China. Like nobody said that. Oh, I'm Han Chinese. No such thing. Only in China that there's such thing as a Han Chinese because they have absorbed so many of the other races or the small groups where they have to distinguish between Han and all the other minority groups like the Uyghurs, the Mongolians. But Chinese are Chinese, no? So that's the China.
Can you finish
China
what
problem.
you started before interruption with the Han, like about Hong Kong, how they feel?
So
that one part.
So the problem for Hong Kong is that now they have identity crisis and their ego doesn't allow them to move on. Some who moved on do better because they're willing to go into China to try to develop and find jobs, whatnot. Those that are unable to do so, then they get stuck in this identity crisis where they are Hong Kong people, but yet no one in the world anymore see them as Hong Kong people. We only see them as Chinese. Even in Singapore, like we no longer talk about Hong Kong. Like 20, 30 years ago, we talk constantly about Hong Kong because Hong Kong is our biggest competitor, like in Singapore. But now we don't even look at Hong Kong at all. We almost forgotten this place, like Hong Kong as this place. Because if you look at China, the advanced city is not Hong Kong. The advanced city is Shanghai, is Guangzhou, is Beijing. No, Hong Kong is backwards in comparison to these advanced first class cities in China. And like for Singapore, like we only look at like Tokyo, London, New York. Like we have already advanced, and the Hong Kong people is stuck. They can't get out, and they suffer the most direct impact of this cheap China stuff. The competition is just next door, literally just crossing a bridge. Shenzhen, Dongguan, everything, you just kill them off. Hong Kong itself is super gutted out. They are just like a financial center, the money exchange center, then they are like the port, and that's it.
Yeah,
that is all that Hong Kong is left. There's nothing much left.
No, it's been a real long time since I see something that says made in Hong Kong. I remember there used to be stuff that
Not
said
even the movies. Imagine the movies. Hong Kong have good movies for a long time. It's gone. The entire movie industry is also, gutted out by China.
That's something that I wanted to say, that maybe that's why China is pouring like monstrous amounts of money into audiovisual production, into
they have dominated. They literally have
cultural
wiped out.
production. And that's their strategy to take over Taiwan.
So what's the Chinese Hollywood now? Is it, if it's not Hong Kong, is there like a city or region in China that is their main zone of production for movies?
So China itself is a massive market, and so it's a bit like Netflix, right? No, Netflix for some reason have crazy budget to do shit like HBO. They have crazy budget to do like.
No, I'm just asking geographically. Like, is there like a city that does all the, that's sort of the head center?
Did you ask Europe?
I don't know. From my understanding, it's not concentrated.
I don't ask
all the
permission
different provinces,
from all people.
So all the provinces have their own TV stations and whatnot. So they are all in competition with each other. All the different provinces are fighting each other in terms of programming. And the thing is that the market is so huge. So they have stupid level of budget that is like 10 times to 100 times more than anyone outside of China can do. Like Taiwan movie industry is dead. Drama industry is like struggling.
I think one of the most...
Singapore is gone. Hong Kong is totally wiped out. Like there is the... It's crazy. It's like, a Netflix can produce they can spend $1 billion, or 10 billion or $1 billion per episode for one thing. That's because they have the scale, right? But Canada will not be able to compete. There's no way to compete. No other countries in Europe can compete in that level of. So that's what happened in China. So
this is one of the most interesting.
The quality of the dramas are also super high.
It's one of the most interesting things that's happened in this, recent little tariff dispute, is that the Chinese have decided to, block Hollywood movies from being shown in China.
Yeah.
Which
and
is quite fascinating.
And they own Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's a funny thing.
we may see Hollywood actually, make movies that are sort of negative about China. That might be happening. But it's also true that China, wants to protect their own, industry, their own movie industry within China.
But
they want to go in.
It's not even competition. It's not even competition. Like
how is it
don't
that Hong Kong movies were catering to West? That's where they were successful too. That's where the money was coming back from.
No. It was overseas Chinese.
But Chinese
long time ago,
promoting the for the West so much. So did Hong Kong just suddenly lost everything?
No. So the thing is the Chinese just advanced. They got better and they have bigger budgets. That's all. Hong Kong is a small place. It's just one city. So they can't compete on budget. That's the main reason. So, and then they attracted all the Hong Kong movie makers and show makers into China. We throw them enormous sum of money. They attracted the Hong Kong actors and actresses. They throw a lot of money at them. So it's not just Hong Kong, Taiwan too. So all the people who are famous when I was in my teenage years, who were famous, they all are filthy rich and filthy famous in China. Because you have to understand, in the early days of China, when they just opening up, they have no movie. The movie industry is state funded, so their movies are super boring. It looks like art film, really. Like their movies are art film. So it's very hard to watch. It's very slow paced. Then the premium movies are Hong Kong. Mostly it's just Hong Kong, and then and then the Chinese people watches Hong Kong movies and dramas over the years. So that's why, and then they also watches Taiwanese one. So which is why the Hong Kong and Taiwanese people, including singers, actors, actresses, they are all famous in China. And the thing is, the one that is benefiting right now from among the Hong Kong and Taiwanese, even Singaporeans, are the ones that already famous before the China boom. before the movie and music industry boom. Once the boom came,
like
everybody
stars.
cannot. There's no one who from these regions able to find a foothold anymore. All the new stars are all China, because they are all better looking. They are all more talented because it's a big country, right? They can find all the prettiest people. Although they
I
have
think
reached a
it's
level where
very
I can't
interesting.
recognize between one and another. All the pretty girls all look the same to me, like the South
Well,
Korean
yeah. I mean, they're Chinese.
singers.
You can't
They
tell
all
them
look the same
apart.
to me.
That's normal.
The same thing happens to
But
us, Wyatt.
but I think it's interesting, right? I mean, there's something I think one of the very distinctive features of the United States is the way that we have a very artificial and invented culture, right? I mean, and this is sort of the idea of the American dream, right? Why is it a dream? It's not something real. It's something that you can just dream about and then make into reality. The whole story of the United States was sort of this,
Manifest destiny.
yeah, right. I mean, it was something fake, something invented that then was brought about into reality through through creativity, right? And that's what you see in our TV shows and everything in Hollywood and our movies that were such a huge, massive impact on the world in the 20th century, right? Not so much in the 21st, but in the 20th century they were, right? The United States was unique, I would say, among all countries in producing that amount of, of, of monetized cultural output. And this is something I was thinking about when we were a little bit earlier, when Wyatt, you mentioned about how the Chinese realized that all of these temples and religious places that they had shunned in the Cultural Revolution were actually very valuable to be monetized, right? And this is interesting, right? Because this isn't production of value through actually manufacturing something and creating a useful artifact. This is simply marketing value, right? This is creating a value through consumers spending, and this is something I found. I don't know if I have a clear point here, but just some observations, because I think this has been sort of a big theme about the recent discussions regarding the world economy, that have come into the zeitgeist because of all these tariffs. Is to what degree is is it demand driven versus supply driven, right? To what degree is it about creating demand and having a market for consuming goods and making demand for items a commodity that can be manufactured? That is what the magic of marketing is, right? Marketing, creating a market, right? As opposed to simply producing in over excess, excess of the demand. And it's interesting that the Chinese are beginning to, or maybe not just beginning, but they're really going along that path now of producing demand, of producing a market for themselves. And I wonder to what degree the Chinese, so the question I'm really getting towards, and the sort of the question that I've been thinking about for the last few days, is to what degree will the Chinese be able to transition from being an exporter to being an importer?
Very difficult. Very difficult. The main problem is that they it's a bit like students go on exams, and then for the whole year all the student did was copy other people's homework and then cheat during the test and exam. Yes, you have the good results, but then eventually you have to face the reality that no, you haven't learned much. So what happened in the Chinese case is that they have cheated in a lot of ways, and they have not paid attention to a lot of the micro details, the details. So the debt situation is a mess. The real estate market is a mess. Construction market is a mess. The people, the citizens, because of all these things, they exhausted all their life savings, including future earnings, into real estate at a much bigger percentage of their salary versus any other country in the world. Like they basically, when they buy a house, they need their parents to help to pay, to help to pay also to buy that freaking house so that they can get married. That level
I don't know anyone who has bought a house that hasn't had help from their parents. Like from my age, like from my generation at least, and older. Like no one buys a house without help from the parents.
But the thing is in China is that this happens in such a short time. They only just opened up like 30, 40 years ago. It's not like United States, you have the boomer generation, and then it's like this thing just cascaded over time. Like everything is hyper speed in China, and they have pursued growth at all costs, and like literally all costs. So eventually you have to pay your debts, and that's what's happening right now. A lot of problems like in China, all the bubble has burst. And the only thing that's keeping everything going is the export. That is the main thing that's happening right now. Like you say about the suppliers, like the oversupplying thing. It's the same thing. It's like, oh, we're gonna go big. We know that the market now needed just 10,000 units. Let's do 100,000. Let's kill off all our competitions. Let's go, and we can do it cheaper, and then, because we have produced more, and then we just figure out how to sell later. That's the Chinese mentality. They just rush. And this applies to across everything. You will see from solar panel to EVs, everything is going to be the same thing. Like you see now BYD, no car companies in the world behave like this. Just because you're doing well this year, you start to build 10 more factories. You're going to build the world's biggest factory. Which car company does that? Like, there is no idea of like restraint. It's like it's always hitting the metal while it's hot. It's basically a Chinese idiom. Like you must hit now the metal is hot, so this is when you start to shape it. But they do it for every single thing. Imagine which car company in the world does that? No, and this is the risk that they constantly take. And when it works, wow, it's like magic. You earn crazy amount of money. But what if you fail? What if next year Tesla came out with a nicer car, then everybody buy Tesla? Then what happened to those BYD factories and the cars that they produce? It become overproduction. So what they do, they'll slash the price, and then they will disrupt the whole market again. The entire EV market will will collapse, because they're now selling the cars at cost price, just so that they can continue to pay their salaries. It's not about making money anymore. It's just about covering the cost for everything. Then they are selling cars at cost price. Then every car manufacturer will die together. That's what China does, constantly and constantly and constantly.
Yeah,
and
when they do that, that's called dumping.
Sorry, Toby.
Yes,
you go.
it's
You've been waiting for a while.
Oh, it's interesting what it's saying, because like that's a feature of planned economies. The Soviet Union used to do that as well. They would go on like a big bender and produce vast amounts of something, and then there'd be no market for it. So then they'd dump it somewhere else.
They are communist countries.
It's extremely disruptive to supply chains in the rest of the world. And I think, this is a big problem, because if someone dumps into your market for 10 years, it puts all of your, not just your factories out of business, but it actually destroys your skill base, because you don't need to make those things anymore because you can buy them cheap. And then what? And then you lose in manufacturing industrial capacity. Like this is pretty much Trump's whole thing, is that he's trying to repair America's ability to be an industrial power. And I kind of think it's beyond economics. It's almost social. Yeah. It's almost like, are we going to have people who do jobs making things for themselves, or are we just going to be adrift in this global economy buying dumped goods until, we can't do anything anymore? And like Russia has a similar attitude as well. Like Putin's entire reign has been rebuilding Russia's capacity to do things after the Soviet Union. So the multipolar world will be kind of interesting, but I actually think that there's going to be tariff barriers everywhere as more and more countries realize we want to actually have some sort of self-capacity, some sort of like self-determination. Because unless you have tariffs protecting your industries, you are at the mercy of dumping. And when you've got massive economies like China, their dumping is really meaningful. Like they dump a huge volume of goods onto the market.
That's why the whole point right now is to stop the dumping. The whole point of what Trump is trying to do is to change the Chinese economy that is going to be in line with the rest of the world. Because if they just dominate and kill off every industry, no one can do business. Eventually, the whole world will just die out, And then eventually, then we'll come back to the same point. The whole world must cut China off again. It's just like cancer. Like cancer in our body, they just keep absorbing nutrients. It's a cancer. And the cancer will just keep growing bigger and bigger. And eventually, you just have to cut it off. And unless China change, but the thing is China cannot change. Like I said, this thing have been ongoing for a long, long time.
You know, the interesting, I mean, the idea is that, as one country that cuts off exports from China, that's right, it's going to reduce the prices in Chinese exports to other countries, which will increase the incentive for those other countries to have tariffs and stop importing from China, which will then go on and even further decrease the price that China provides to other countries, and so on and so forth. And so the question that I have to FCS, who appears to continually, pop in and out of reality in his liminal space of a home that he seems to be inside of. Yeah, it's like this filter. Exactly, it can't quite compute that there's a black man in such a nice house, and so it keeps deleting him. It's very strange. It's like, go back to the basement where you belong. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, see, he's back.
Oh, he's back. I try to choose the jungle, but I keep disappearing in the jungle, so I have to be on home to visit.
I have to go back, back to the grindstone. But Archimedes, the thing is, in the West right now, there's this massive cultural collision going on between market fundamentalists, people who play the stock market, people who invest their 401ks. They're bought into the globalist system, and there seems to be a real disconnect between those people and the MAGA folks who want a country again, who actually want a middle class, who want jobs. I see that it's really pronounced in Australia. Most of the boomers who are counting their pension funds, they're totally invested in market thinking. They just want globalism to go full steam because all of their investment is in the market. But you see it in America as well. All the billionaires squealing about the tariffs and how it's going to collapse the markets and the stock markets. They don't care if the result is that it actually rebuilds the middle class of America. They literally don't see that as a positive. And I think increasingly Trump's supporters don't care about the market. So I see this divide actually getting more and more acute. And you're either going to be on the side of having a middle class and having jobs for your children and having tariffs to protect your domestic markets, or you're going to be on the side of the stock market. And that's an interesting cultural divide because the word trader comes into it. And it's at what point do you stop sacrificing your children in order for your 401k?
Well, my 401k is fully in GameStop, so I'm good.
I'm going to go back to work.
So I want to share a bit
back to the vines with you
on the optimistic side. So China have a $1 trillion surplus last year. So 1 trillion surplus. But imagine this $1 trillion is based on the cheap goods. They generally it's as low price as it can. Globally, it's the lowest price, and still they managed to bring in 1 trillion surplus. So imagine one day if Trump really, as I expected, going to cut China off entirely from the global trade. This $1 trillion might actually be 1.25 trillion or 1.5 trillion spread out back to the rest of the world. That means the rest of the world is going to produce this 1 trillion to 1.2 trillion or 1.5 trillion maybe of its products.
Why? I don't know why you keep thinking that's possible.
Why it's not possible? China did it. If 20 years ago I said that China is going to get $1 trillion surplus, you would not believe it as well. It's the same thing.
No, what I'm trying to say is that they can basically cut China from the global market. It's too late for that.
Well, I have a question for you, FCS. Okay, so this whole narrative has been about these cheap Chinese goods in Western countries and particularly America, and that's undercutting the competitiveness of industries within the United States. And obviously this is the discussion back and forth. But in the context of West Africa, okay, do you feel that? Well, the first question is, what benefits do cheap Chinese goods have? I think that's a pretty simple answer. And the second one is, are there any downsides to having cheap Chinese goods? Is there in any sense possibly something going on where you have these cheap Chinese goods that are coming into West Africa that are making it unviable for West African countries to start manufacturing in and of themselves because they could never compete with the Chinese imports. And instead, there's a demand for them to be resource extractive and exporting resources to China instead. And so there's a market force which, on the one hand, is giving you cheap goods, which is making it harder for you guys to build, factories and manufactories inside of your own country. And then there's also a market force that's causing you to be incentivized to export resources. And I think that there's some truth to the sort of the Marxian notion that industrialization, it's manufacturing, which is the fundamental thing that develops economies from agrarian feudal societies up into bourgeois capitalist middle class societies. That's a very orthodox Marxian and also just orthodox economic model. Is that holding back African countries, West African countries? I mean,
okay.
Anyway, I've thrown a few questions at you. I wonder what your response would be.
Yeah, so let me just address that. I think that there's three different things I'm going to mention: clothing, electronics, and high-end goods. In terms of clothing, again, the ones you see on Facebook and TikTok, which is very minute population of the so they of course have that Chinese import, but majority of Africans don't wear what China's make. They have their own local fabrics they wear, which is mainly those you guys call it. I don't know how in America they call it dye. Anyway, I have their own fabrics they wear in Africa, which is usually mainly made from the local tailors and local sewing places. That's that part. Electronics, is also there's a divide. When we come to the corporate level, of course, they buy high-end electronics from both China, Europe, and America. When we come to that, then when we come to the consumer level, definitely there's a bunch of cheap-ass electronics around that work 2-3 days, it failed. That's that part. Then comes the high-end goods. Yes, it's there. They have a high-end goods from China, from other places also. But then the effect on the local economy, yes. When it comes to electronics wide, there's not a single electronic manufacturing. Is it because of China is dumping a bunch of cheap electronics? I don't know for sure, but I want to believe it has the factors playing it. When it comes to also to the high-end production, no, there's many high-end, because more like, as we said, discussed earlier, when it comes to getting your custom-made suit and these and things, yeah, they have local tailors that make those things. They don't go back from Chinese websites and Chinese suppliers. So no, so in a at a broader picture, yes, those small disposable items, it is definitely, I'll say to a level, have an effect on the local manufacturing base. But you cannot take that and say America does not have to buy cheap things. Americans buy cheap things because America have no money to buy expensive things. Americans have no money to buy expensive things. So if I can compare the two economies, it's not an excuse for them to buy cheap things in Africa, but Americans can avoid buying these cheap things from China that they get from China, that they keep accusing China of dumping cheap things into America. China does not have to dump cheap things into America because Americans.
No, I'm really asking about Africa. I mean, forget America, China. I'm just asking, is this relationship happening in other countries other than America?
No,
other countries that are not massive importers like us.
The reason I mentioned America is basically, if you look at the financial standard of both countries, one country did it intentionally, one country have no option.
Yeah, can I say something?
Sure.
Because I agree with Wyatt insofar as the Chinese model is unsustainable, and that it has been like an absolutely ruthless sprint to achieve like economic viability for China. Like since the century of humiliation, it's been an upward battle, an upward sprint to try to achieve a state of functional state, of functionality. And so I see that this, like, China has clawed its way to its position in the global market today, like through extreme hardship, like unbelievable hardship, and they have sacrificed so much for achieving this precarious and chaotic and faulty level of functionality that you describe. but the model should have to change if it wants to be sustainable, because if not, as you say, eventually the world market is going to need to protect itself to survive China's drive for monopolization, for reducing the price of goods. And so, like, what about this example? Imagine, like, if China wants to be viable and it has like any mediumly rational minds working at it, I'd say that they'd have to do a division of labor similar to what the United States did. But, and I think that they might be onto this in some, I've heard some rumors about it, but the idea that you have to create markets for your products to be able to be sold, which means that you cannot suck every other nation dry by capitalizing their markets. You need to let them breathing space so that they can continue to buy your products. And in this case, for what Archimedes was talking about, Africa, imagine that China specializes in agricultural mechanics, and creates large industrial machinery and things like that, and it exports that to produce goods. Like, for example, if you export machinery, heavy industrial, like heavy agricultural machinery, then you're not destroying their markets, because there's still like all the handcraft stuff that all the manufacturing that people can do locally, but you're also you're fomenting their sustainability as a producer of their own food supply. And so like China would have to pivot if it has any aspirations to be viable, to achieve this, in which it exports, like, hopefully it wouldn't do the American thing of like exteriorizing all their industry and gaining profit financially. They would preserve some of their industry, but like high-end and heavy industry, and they would like exteriorize or allow other countries to produce their own, to develop industrial. That's my point. That like, if you export factories, you're harming your own industry, unless your industry is to export factories.
Okay, look here, to that point here, I have my own take is this: just because you need a computer doesn't mean that you have to have a computer manufacturing plant in your country. No, someone else can produce computer, it can supply timber. Yeah, so and can get comparison. So you don't have to just produce. Okay, if we respect each other and basic or even playing field, what's wrong? China can produce everything the world need, and the world can give, the world can sell what they have, and they just exchange.
That's a problem.
The Americans always create problems. Whenever they are losing, they want to reset the game.
So
whenever they're losing anything, they want to reset the game. The rule always changes when the ball bounces. No.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but I gotta get off very soon. I've got a early flight to catch in the morning. But I just want to maybe make my closing and jump off of that point that you're making, FCS, if that's okay. So I think that the first thing to note is that if a country becomes a sort of a monoculture, right, mono crop production, mono manufacturing thing, right, it loses. Yeah, it loses a sense of, it may be very, that may be very economically viable from 10,000 feet in the air looking down, and if you are sort of a global financier, you can arbitrage that, you can exploit those things and specialize countries just like you specialize laborers, right? And then you can and that is precisely the colonial model, right? The precise colonial model of the British Empire, right, was that you would produce cocoa beans in Ghana, and you would produce sugar in Belize or something, and then you would send both of those things into the imperial core, where they would be manufactured in chocolate bars, and then the chocolate bars would be sold in Belize and in Ghana, as well as, of course, in Britain itself and Europe, right, the continent. But I think that model was a correct model for a world which was going through a rapid industrialization, right? I feel that the period from approximately 1750 to, say, 2000, right, approximately, that 250-year period was a period where Europe reached some very, very important technological tipping points, and they exploded in technology, and then over the course of the next couple of centuries, that industrialization spread to the rest of the world. The whole world was very unbalanced. So you had technological development in England, but you didn't have technological development in Ghana. So it made total sense to make grow the cacao beans in Ghana and then send them off to England to be processed, because it couldn't be done the other way around, right? But nowadays, I think that we are reaching sort of a plateau. We've had not a just infinite growth up to a singularity.
The other epoch was based on constant expansion, but now the globe is closed. There's no more growth.
We're now reaching the end of a hyperbolic trajectory, right? Or like, let's say, a logistic curve, right, where you go up and then you go flat, right? And I think we're getting to a flat point now. And what that means, right, is that the whole world, if you imagine the world as this table where you have these, big civilizations on different parts of the table, it was wobbling back and forth, right? It was very unstable because Europe had this massive weight on it, and then Asia had this massive weight on it in the 1980s with China and Japan and everything. And it's wobbling back and forth. It's causing all this instability, but everywhere is going to develop, right? This is not magic. Everywhere, every country in the world can have, industrial society. And I think eventually everything will be more leveled out. And so the first point I want to make is that you must think, I think, of a country as a body, or not maybe just a country, but a group of countries, a regional bloc. You must think of it as a corpus, as a body, right? Now, Gabriel, if I was at the gym and I said, hey, look, Gabriel, I've got a better bench press than you, but you have a better deadlift than me. I'm just going to train bench press. You can just train deadlift. And then individually, and then in total, we'll both do better, because my bench is stronger and your deadlift is stronger. Great. But that doesn't work if you think of yourself as an actual body. I need to do bench and I need to do deadlift. You need to do bench and you need to do deadlift. In fact, if your bench is lagging, then you ought to work on that more, right? Because we're trying to create a harmonious body that's balanced all throughout, right? And that is kind of fascistic thinking, actually, right? That's in my view the essence of fascism. I won't get into it too much, but it's a way of thinking of the nation, and not just the nation, but you can think of groups of nations, blocks of nations in this way. And I think that's the much healthier way to look at it, rather than thinking of nations from the perspective of the financial arbitrager, okay, where you can just profit off of the arbitrage. Exactly. And I believe that is sort of the future model of the world, is that there's going to be production of everything in every part of the country, of the world, because there's no reason that you can't produce stuff that China produces right now in Liberia. There's no physical reason why you can't. Okay, maybe there's some geographical differences. These can be overcome over time. Educational differences, we can overcome this. We can have everything produced in West Africa. We can have everything produced in China. And the only thing that we'll need to trade for is going to be, rare minerals that are only found in certain places, and tropical fruits, right? That can only be grown in equatorial regions.
Or I want the teapot that is a Liberian design.
Yeah. So instead of specialization, I believe countries ought to be generalists. And I think this is the healthiest thing for countries in the long term, and not just countries. And again, I don't want to emphasize, it's not just countries; it can be blocks of nations together. And the last thing I want to say, and I do apologize for going on a long time, but the third point I want to make, besides the point about the corpus thinking of countries, and the point about the global evening out of development and leveling off of the developmental explosion. The last point I want to make is that, oh, fuck me, I missed it. I forgot it. What was I going to say? The last one I was going to say is about the fact that it is the upper class, it is the financial owning class, which is the one that benefits from arbitraging. And so I see some people in the chat. I saw Deus Abscondus, which is a pretty cool name, by the way, was saying, "You guys are idiots. It was the Americans who helped China develop, and now the Americans are going and saying that that the Chinese are screwing them." And I think I agree with you that it's retarded if you just think that, oh, China's screwing us. Who really screwed us is the American financial upper class, right? Because they profited off of the arbitraging of putting factories in China because it was cheaper, and they made a little profit off of that arbitrage. Okay, the financial owning class can make money off of arbitrage, and then they screw over the poor, who are the ones that would have worked in those jobs. And so ultimately, it's basically a battle between nations and groups of nations that want to have a healthy, evenly developed body in all different forms of industry and services and agriculture, versus the financial global the hegemonic global pirates who wish to specialize every country in one little thing and then profit off of the arbitrage.
Okay.
That's my point.
Just my quick response to that.
Yeah, please. I'll listen.
Yeah, my quick response to that is having this the corporate mentality, as you mentioned. This is what I think of, because let's say, as you mentioned, your own analogy, just say, okay, mine bench press, I'm the killer in bench press. This other guy's the killer in leg press. Okay, we have to do a long walk and we have to do a crossing. I can lift you up and you can walk with me, and you can walk with me, because we have that thing. But if we have respect for one another, we have agreements, we have treaties, we have things we signed, we can definitely compensate one another, we'll move on a smooth path. But if you neglect your strength, basically it's okay, you know what? If he can carry me, I can carry myself too. So let me try to also do bench press. Then you're gonna start neglecting your leg, what your strength is, what your strengths are. You eventually will, but now you are basically causing these stagnations. You are neglecting one part for something else that you never had in the beginning. So again, this is what the agreement, this is what all the treaties, this is where all these other trade things comes in place. If everybody respect their own part they play, it works fine. Which is what I'm saying. In a perfect situation, everyone benefits to be specialized in certain field or produce certain things to the market. But of course, somebody always feel, and always the big guy that say, you know what? Hell the fuck no. I'm getting short-handed. I need more than I'm getting. After he set the rules initially, he come back and say, let's go back to the rules again because I feel like the rules is not working in my favor. No, you can change the rules, but you can't change the rules on a whim. You change the rule with the others. Hey man, things have advanced. 20 years ago, this worked. 20 years now, this is not working. Let's go back and redo these things. We can't go with this bullying mentality, this intimidating mentality, because again, who knows the next person that comes over to America again undo everything Trump is doing? Who knows? Then you're back to square one again. So this is nonsense. That this is what caused all this up and down. So yes, I agree. If one country can produce everything you need, cool or good. But of course, as I said, the financial guy, you know what? I cannot make, if I make all the pieces in Liberia, I still not have enough money. I want to be a billionaire. I don't want to produce 1,000 PC a year because only 1,000 computers needed in Liberia. No, I need more than that so I can make more to export to other countries. So again, there's no issue. I have no issue with the mentality of one country doing everything on their own, but it doesn't work. There are certain things.
I think there must be a kind of balance and some kind of synergy with other countries. I feel like Russia did it the best before the war. So you see, they trade gas, right? They actually also self-sufficient in basically everything. It's just that they still also import European goods, because if you want better goods, you can buy the European ones. Then they also never forced to like forcibly create a car industry or aerospace industry just to compete for the sake of competing. They are happily taking parts from the Europeans and make the aeroplane or make the car of their own brands, and it's symbiotic. That is healthy. That's actually how the world.
I don't know if you guys can see that. I just realized that my MAGA hat is made in China, so I'm gonna go kill myself. All right.
Yeah.
Good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of the chat.
I salute your service.
That's amazing. It's funny, man. Yeah.
So that is a healthy way of the world economy working. Like every country have its strengths. Like Singapore, we are too small. We cannot do manufacturing anymore, but we are a great port. We are a great transport hub. So we focus on the high tech stuff, and then we let Malaysia do all the manufacturing next door. No. So that's how you work together. The problem with China is they have this obsession of doing every single thing. That is not a problem if you want to do every single thing. But they do every single thing, and then they make everything. They through state intervention and make everything way cheaper than what is cost price in other countries. That is the problem. That is what I keep saying, that this is actually the systemic thing that breaks everything. Without China doing that, let's say China be normal. No, that means they import, they let other countries' imports come in. Because you have to understand, they try to block a lot of the imports to boost their own manufacturing. So if they let everything come in, there's fair competitions, and then they don't underpay their people. They give them decent pay so that there's the cost price, everything all makes sense. Then there's certain competitions, everything is more healthy. The people that works in China earns more money. Then they have a consumer market. The thing is that everyone earns so little, there is no consumer market. So they don't consume as much. So it's self-destructive as well. It's just that the self-destruction don't come so quickly. You only see it when everybody all die together. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case.
Think about it this way, Wyatt. Oh, sorry.
The Archimedes wrote in Chinese Hanyin Pinyin, which is the English version. 早上好中国 which is good morning China. 现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋。So 现在我有 is I now have 冰淇淋 which is it sounds exactly the same as ice cream. Then 我很喜欢 is I very like 冰淇淋.
So
it's a meme thing. It's a meme thing.
Like chilling.
So, yeah, because ice cream sounds like chilling, so this is being chilling. It's a funny, weird stuff.
Okay, so wait, Mr. Wanderer. Wyatt, I was gonna say to you, like, what if China achieves the same result through other means? Wouldn't it have the same effect? Like, I don't know, if they make the most efficient factory design that can build automatically a factory of anything you want in half a day, and they can produce super cheap, but they still pay a lot to. Wouldn't it be worse? Like if China did the same and also paid a lot to his own, because then his own basic consumption would increase exponentially, and so like the coffee would go, every good that is exported would be super expensive in China. Like, I don't know, like I buy coffee. I really like to drink coffee. I enjoy it. And all my coffee suppliers, have risen the prices a lot because the Chinese started to consume coffee. So now it's more expensive for me to buy. So that's what happened with the States. And to what Archimedes was saying, and maybe this can also be kind of my closing because it's kind of late here, but to Archimedes' point also, that this specialization of production in a single place, this was a scourge over the world. Like Europe developed super fast and spectacularly, but it was a scourge over the entire earth. Like they sacked entire continents, like senseless, and they genocided people, and countries are still suffering the ramifications of their influence. Like certain places like Singapore and Hong Kong were blessed by the good side of the colonial empire, but other places were absolutely wrecked, and to this day have not recovered. And so my point is, this model worked under a certain circumstance, which was that the world had space to expand. There was a lot of land that was not under anyone's firm control, and that was a colonial expansion. It took over the world, and it had always a space to grow. But now the same interests have taken over the entire world, and there's no more space to grow. So it has to go inwardly. That's why it was so important
to
get Russia
to the colonial times. So
and China.
So why like the colonies, right? They're producing like single or only a few items, right? Why it doesn't work? Didn't work that in a nice way, humane way, because their salary is kept very low, right? Because they are so into this just one thing. So then end up they still have needs, and then the colonial master sell the things back. They're kept forever poor, right? In a sense, because they don't make as much money, right? Because it's not diversified.
Exactly.
No, everything is. So imagine this thing, now is everything in China. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now. So
the thing is, China is occupying the same place that the British Empire did before. It's taking over the world.
So it's just that they treat their own citizens like the colonies, and then they still sell the things to the rest of the world, which we have nothing to sell them.
Why?
So,
In the case
the
of
British did the same thing. The British did exactly the same thing. They had their children, orphans, working like completely destructive shifts. The same thing that China did. The British did it in his own day. But it did have a lot of military imposition. Like they did it through military force, along with economic control. So my point is this: that like countries should be able to develop for the model to be sustainable, so that your market can increase. So that you can keep on selling to the places, and so if you keep them too poor, then you can't sell them very much, and you run out of market, and you can only gain more market by taking over another place. That's why it was expansion. You wreck the place dry until the people can no longer buy you stuff, and then you move to the next.
Yeah.
So now the thing would be to create a way for the places that you colonize to be able to keep on buying more, and that's how you make it sustainable.
Yes.
And so, like, I don't agree with Archimedes that every country should be able to make everything. I think that's unrealistic. Maybe you could talk about like civilization clusters. Like
most things in smaller amount, I think it's okay. Like small businesses,
but the
businesses.
basic needs that should be locally produced,
Definitely.
so that a country has that minimum of independence, and like you can specialize in something like your basic needs, but you have a lot of coast. Your basic needs, or you have a lot of minerals. Your basic and that's the way that countries could develop their own internal markets and productive capacity, and can keep on being viable. But I think that the great wrecking ball for that model, that's why it hasn't happened yet, is because that's like with weapons that cannot happen. Like no country can be completely, like all the countries cannot be self-sustainable in weapons manufacturing. That's like impossible.
I think they should. I think you should.
No, but it's impossible. Like not all countries can be nuclear capable.
No, why not?
Well, because no one's gonna let them.
Again, they're not gonna let them, and they're not able to. It's two different things. Yeah, they're able to, but they don't want. But anyway,
Russia is now selling those mini nuclear reactors, right? Look, they are trying to sell this as a product for themselves, like to like you can have a mini nuclear power plant, even on the ship. So
I've seen them.
That could be possible. But also, to add to this point, my country, Liberia, we're known for having rubber. One of our main exports is rubber, but we have no tire company in the country. And to add to his point, all the tires we have come from China. So in that sense, I can see where Gabriel and where all this come together. Yeah, we produce some of the best rubbers. I think even Malaysia can get a rubber plant from our country or something like that. I don't know. Some of that story got flipped up. I brought a huge rubber plantation. About half of the country is covered in rubber plantation, rubber everywhere. But we don't produce even a plastic cup. Is that
so? What is there any resistance into entrepreneurship, into producing your own tires and
no, there's no
restriction.
There's no restriction for that. But one of the issues we have is, of course, electricity.
Energy.
So
if you had a nuclear reactor, you could do it.
Exactly. So most these colonies are not developed not because of the brain power isn't there or the restriction is there. No, because one of the main things you need to move forward, energy. It is for now. Most part of Africa still have that issue.
I think this is where Russia will come in. Like,
but here's the funny part: most of these countries
came in before though with nuclear energy. They tried to nuclearize Africa when they were decolonizing.
Most of this country, they signed an agreement to basically be Africa nuclear-free continent. That's how ridiculous they are. Most of them are part of that nuclear-free Africa mentality. Because when these colonies were leaving, when these Europeans were leaving in Africa, they knew eventually there'll be a nuclear power. If a nuclear power comes here, nuclear weapons will come here. So they put a puppet in offices to sign this ridiculous agreement.
Man, you got so screwed. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. So
this is
screwed.
I think this is why, like, no joke politically, I think Russia can play a huge part. In the development.
Russia's gonna build the nuclear.
You can have the nuclear power plant, but it's run by the Russians, something like this.
That's
the
happening
kind of thing where
Burkina Faso. Currently, there's an agreement in place, and most African countries, West African countries, are trying to be part of that project to basically have that nuclear power plant big enough to supply. Because most of the countries are big, but the population is very small. To be fair, like my country, like 4 or 5 million, Sierra Leone, like 3, 4. Yeah, so it's very so. If they have a good functioning nuclear power plant in Burkina Faso, like the Russians trying to do, but even then, some African people leaders are commenting against that project or one nuclear-free region.
Yeah, they are paid. I confirm they are paid.
Of course they are paid.
There's no natural there's no natural thing that it can be like this.
Of course they're paid, but all of a sudden IMF and World Bank are giving them all this ridiculous loan for solar energy or hydro, all this ridiculous. All of a sudden they're dumping money in so they could walk away from that Russian project to build a nuclear power plant.
So this is my hopeful, great hope. No, but it's very hopium. Is that with Donald Trump, maybe things will change. Like maybe he will like untap this situation, which is dumb, because he have this disdain over these international organizations, which is like he view these organizations as corrupted. So hopefully, together with Russia. They can together will reform these organizations to actually do good. But of course, this is very hopeful because Donald Trump's priority is United States. So
Trump
these international organizations will be later.
This is what I like Trump. Trump will solve problem not by directly intervening, but his actions will indirectly solve some problems. Like this, America first, and to hell with you shit hoes go figure yourself out. Will actually push them to actually get some resolution done. Not intentional, but indirectly because of his policies, things will get fixed over there.
You see, Georgia and Slovakia and Hungary also happy. The US information all came out. It's like, why is it like this? They start to ask for more information, even though it's not done for them. Exactly. they just destroy US aid for themselves. But...
Exactly. After USA left Liberia, guess what happened? All of a sudden, all the cry about USA, but it disappears. So one guy was on radio asking question. Wait. When Trump announced it, there was a huge gathering. There was this cry. USA disappeared. What stopped working in Liberia? The one thing that stopped working in Liberia is we don't have the constant bombardment of American VOA and all kind of nonsensical on the radios anymore. It reduced. So say okay. So the only thing I've changed is this misinformation tornadoes just be pumping everywhere. These unnecessary flyers, all kinds of ridiculousness. All these things, all these posters against respect gender, respect identity. Respect.
Voice of America is very big in Africa. I'm almost wondering who is reading them.
VOA is number 1 in Africa. Number 2 is BBC. VOA is big in Africa. Holy shit! And if VOA start warning you, this is when you should leave your country. Oh yeah.
No, because I was wondering for a long time. Like I never really encountered Voice of America until like maybe when I was covering this Ukraine war. Then I started like, what the hell is this website?
No, VOA was made for Africa.
Yeah.
VOA was made. Every opposition, the very first session Grosso is VOA. VOA was made for Africa. Oh no.
Holy shit.
So all of a sudden, since US aid went off, so many of these nonsensical projects all stopped, but people didn't have to continue. It'll be difficult on this. Nobody have come forward that we're suffering. Like, wait, you guys obviously wasn't working for our interest. You guys had like 10 people on payroll, giving them millions to pump a bunch of nonsensical things out. So USA can. So this is what I'm saying. Trump's solution.
Trump is cutting, right? Yeah. I think he's going to cut VOA, right? And the RFA also, the Radio Free Asia. And
let him cut it. Let him cut it.
Yeah.
Let him cut all this thing.
He want to cut it, man. That's why I support Trump in certain sense, is that he's really doing things that is really helping the world.
Yeah, indirectly. That's what I'm saying. I said, trust me, Trump is a blessing to if only Africans really recognize the moment and grab it. Trump is actually a blessing for that continent. This is the moment they can actually fall, because most African leaders came to America because they want to steal the country and run to America. They don't have to be denied visas and their passport to come to America. So this is the reason why most of them will basically do anything America says, whether it's for their own interest or not. But the Trump basically say, hey, stay in your shithole countries and fix your own things. So then, like, you know what? All of a sudden, some of them are like, oh, you know what? Let's start fixing our own country all of a sudden. Most of them we had a security conference meeting not long ago. And most of the discussion, this is the first time the discussion is, how can we do locally to solve it? It's no longer, is the Americans okay with this plane? Is the European? Who cares if they're okay with this plane? This is the first year we had a meeting where it did not include, let's talk to America first and see how America thinks about these ideas.
That reminds me of the South Sudan situation. Like, Donald Trump straight away just said that we'll cancel all visa from South Sudan. Then South Sudan suddenly just capitulate. I was like, why just the visa, alone is going to capitulate them?
Yeah, because that's what I look forward to. Yeah, that's what I look for. Is this mean to escape from after they looted and corrupted the country? Once they get cool or once they run out of momentum, they run away and go. Most of these former leaders are still in America. They loot millions and come and live here in America. So this is why when they are ruling the country, anything that appeases America, that's what they try to do. They try to make sure America get whatever America wants from them, because in the long run, that's what they want to come to. And Trump basically come and just close that tab, like, hey, to hell with you, stay where you are. And now they all want to look internally to solve their internal problems.
Fantastic, right? That's fantastic.
That is always fun. That's what I've been preaching. That's what I'll go for. Because no matter how much America care for you, America cannot solve a problem from New York. You in Timbuktu have to solve Timbuktu problem, because only you understand what part of Timbuktu is the problem. America think Timbuktu is the whole problem, but within Timbuktu, 17th Street is the problem. America does not know that. America doesn't care. So if you don't find your own solution to your own local problems, you never resolve it. This is what Africa has been having it for about 50, 60 years. Nothing has changed. Nothing changed because, again, it doesn't go to where it have to go to. It goes to a few people at the top. They take it, put it in the pocket, and just keep it moving.
I think more positive is going to come.
Oh, yeah.
Like especially with the trade war. Let's say even if there is no complete cutting from China, like let's say Trump fails to do that or didn't do that, even with all this chaos, right? A lot of companies will leave China. And then they will go to all the different countries around the world, and then they will set up factories. Then I think a lot of countries' economy will actually improve just because a lot of things flow out of China now. Like
maybe
all
Asia
companies moved out.
Maybe Asia, but
I think Southeast Asia is going to be the biggest beneficiary for this for sure, because it's nearer, and a lot of the Chinese businessmen they still own the business. They just go to another country to set up factory. But then I think that will help a lot for global economy. But of course at the expense of China, that's for sure. So. Again, like what you say, Trump's policy is very interesting. He's just
it helps, and back home, so that there was other panic, and after he created this visa restriction list, and added Liberia to orange group. Liberia, they lost their. They're like, this country for the past 100+ years, we call our ally, everything they need from us in Africa, we basically give it to them. They put it on an orange restriction group, so they lost it. So they just went like, no, fuck America. This is the first year that Liberians are saying fuck America. This is the first year Liberians are actually turning their back on America.
But how many Liberians actually go to the United States?
Oh no, to be fair, plenty. Remember they had that historical connection. Most of the Liberals were created by the former slaves that went back to Africa. So they have that. They have the intertone connections. Almost everything Liberals copy and paste from America. Yeah. the political systems, the national anthem, not anthem, but the pledges, the flag. Most of it just copy and paste. Most of it. So they have that intertwined things, but they have never get nothing in return. The only claim
maybe someday I need to visit Liberia, because if not, then my mentality is still Maasai, people.
No. Whenever you come to Liberia, reach out to me. I got you. Your entire trip, let me know. I got you. We're going to talk off the record. But yeah, seriously, Liberia is one of those countries that before the war, most African countries basically go through Liberia to go to America because it's easier. But the war came and basically decimated everything. So Liberia is still for a bunch of other people. Just come there, Lebanese, Indians, Chinese, everybody's there. Okay. Also, they also deal in dollars. They also deal in I think 70% dollars and 30% local currency. So, and I think Liberia also like the most. I think second most country with most registered ship liners. Liberia is number 2, next to Panama, if I'm not wrong. So, Liberia is it should be like a shipping hub, but because of this lack of energy, Liberia have been stagnant. Just Liberia, like most African countries, as I said. So when they diversion from China succeed, Africa will not get nothing from it, because about 95% of African countries doesn't have reliable electricity to go supporting a factory. My company that runs over there, almost every office, every computer, every antenna has a backup power. Not because of I want to, but because that's the only way I have to succeed. I have to make it work. They all have backup power attached to them. So I spend more money on backup power than I even spend on a hardware itself. Yeah. So again, imagine trying to run an entire factory on a backup battery. He can make it. Rubber is very expensive and very energy consuming to produce. So that's
right.
So that's the issue.
Like, we heard so much money going to Africa, all the AIDS and everything. Like,
yeah.
You think about a freaking power plant? Oh my fucking God.
You think by now we have a phone? Liberia, like my country, Liberia, they have this huge hydro they've been working on for the past 50 years. They can't complete
50.
it. That thing have taken more than $1 trillion, and it's still not functioning. And it still doesn't function. And nobody had been chapel for it. There have not been nobody hanged for that corruption, and they keep going. So now that new gimmicks is this 14 million the World Bank gave to them for solars. I'm like, solar? Seriously? You're in a country where it rains 6 months out of the year. So I live in Liberia. I have solar panels in Liberia. I say you guys should contact the people that have solar panels and say, hey, what's the data you have on solar energy in this country? They'll tell you it does not work. The dry season, when it's not raining, yes, you get good enough sun, like about 5 to 6 hours of good sunlight. That's which is.
But I thought Africa was only deserts.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. You know, the desert sometimes the desert it turns to rain.
You're Africa, so you have to have solar panels, of course. That's logical. Yeah. The desert, you have to have solar panels, not dams. How are you gonna have a
There's
dam
only trees in Congo. Only Congo have trees. Nobody else have trees.
Only Congo have trees. Exactly. And even those trees, they're so tall they can have solar panels.
In Skull Island, I remember I saw in a documentary that when they found King Kong, there was trees in that island. The island of King Kong. There you have trees, right? In Africa?
The island of King Kong? That's island called Island King Kong?
Yeah. That's where you have trees.
Huh?
Oh, and where Tarzan lives.
Oh,
no, so Tarzan live in Congo.
Hold on, correction. Where Tarzan live is where we have the white Africans living. No, because we Africa, we don't talk to lions, don't talk to these animals. Only the white people can talk to them. So there's a white guy that lives there. He lives there by himself. It's called
so he's from South Africa.
No, it's called Tanzania.
Oh, no wonder it's called Tarzan.
Well, so in Liberia, you can talk with animals because
we can't.
You're whites. You're also the whites, right?
Yeah, we can't because we are black. Only white people can talk to animals. Like who is this?
No, but in Liberia, you're the whites. You have the whites as well, so you can also talk with animals.
Nah, Not necessarily. I can pass for a white. I'm like 2,000 shades away from a white person. So no. But maybe we can have maybe our first 5 presidents. Our first 5 presidents can definitely talk to animals, because. But seriously, man. So that whole region is just complete. I move around a lot in that region. I move around a lot, and you're thinking, okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm like I've not changed state. The same ridiculousness. It's just a couple. Sometimes like wait, it's hard to describe. Every now and then, you see like when I went to Abidjan in Ivory Coast, it looked a little modern, like very modern city compared to even most American cities. Very very modern. Then you leave Abidjan, you go to the outside of Abidjan, hit some small town. Like wait, you think you're back in Liberia. Then you cross Abidjan, you go to Togo. If you hear the outskirts, you feel like you're in another African countries again. It's like copy and paste, like cookie dough kind of country, like same. It's hard to describe.
All right. Why is it like this? I don't understand why it becomes like this.
Are so acceptance. I had a flyer, I had a billboard. I said, this is not normal. Just a big billboard. I took a picture of some dumpster, some huge trash dumpster in the middle of the city. I had a big billboard. I said, this is not normal. I didn't put anybody's name, didn't put nothing, just put a picture of a huge dump pile saying, this is not normal. Just a billboard. I'm not getting paid for it. I'm not advertising anything. Just like, yo, this is not normal. Don't accept this. All of a sudden, I get death threat. I'm like, wait. I'm telling you, having a trash dump middle of the city is not normal. I'm getting there. I said, so the person that owns the land where I had the billboard came and say, hey, I have to take down your flyers, and he refunded me my money and took down my freaking billboard because I had a billboard that said this is not normal. I'm like, so now I have this small posted things. There's glue. I print it from China. I just paste on people's car and paste on light posts. Because it's annoying, and they will accept any nonsense. They will accept.
Oh, no, you should change the billboard to this is totally normal.
I think so.
Yeah, people will think about it. Why is it totally normal?
I think so. I will try that. Because I'm highlighting things. I said this is not normal. Like the president making $2.5 billion for entertainment. I said he's 85 years old. Can't sleep past can't be awake past 7 p.m. He'll get $2.5 million a year to entertainment. This is not normal. I think you're right. I should read, but like this is completely normal. This is completely acceptable.
If you get death trap for that as well, it's like, then what you want? You get asked them, what the hell you want?
What the hell you want? I said it's not normal. You see, you took it down. I said it's normal. You took it down. What do you want from me? Yeah, you're right. Because
Joshua, you're back. I thought we had lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
we can hear
you.
Hi,
man.
Okay, good. I'm listening for now. You guys are good. You doing things?
Yeah, we'll be here for a while. But yeah, man, seriously, this thing is getting very exhausting. For someone that moves around a lot in Africa, the youth all have the same mentality. They all want to go to America and Europe. None of them want to stay there. They will risk their life. One day we had a civil conference. I told this guy, I said, listen, you would rather risk your life in a sea and cross and go to America or Europe or America, but you won't risk your life to die here to make sure it's done correctly. He said no.
Yeah, well, the same thing in South America. Like everyone aspires to go to Europe or to America, because they're never gonna succeed here. Like unless you're like heir to some estate, you're pretty much screwed. And if you don't go to America or Europe, you're gonna be a wage slave, and you're never gonna buy a house. You're gonna rent until you die. And everyone wants to go to the States.
Yeah, and this is what I tell America. I say America does not have to invade a country to change their policies.
I've been actually resisting going to the States because like everyone's is inviting me and insisting me to go to the States, and I've been like stoically resisting the social pressure to
You'll be so welcome, though. You'll be so welcome over there.
So Jesus Christ is here.
Imagine.
I guarantee you, this guy walked to Africa right now. Jesus Christ is here. I guarantee you. Oh, by the way, there was a guy that went to Kenya. Some European guy, and they're calling Jesus And he walking around as Jesus. The Kenyan government have to deport him. Like, like get the fuck on.
Well, at least they didn't crucify him. At least they didn't crucify him.
He's lucky they didn't crucify him. And I guarantee if they had crucified him,
You need a lot of
crucify him
crosses.
again.
You need a lot of them.
But seriously, man, that continent is very heartbreaking because they have the manpower, they have the brain power, but just for some weird reason, they are so afraid, they are so timid. There's sometimes whenever I have to give this speech at the conferences, people start distancing themselves far from me after the meeting, like, you're crazy. I don't want to be close to you. I don't want to be close to you. The last time we in Burkina Faso, before the coup, this is a few years ago, before the coup, and I'm complaining about the state of affairs in these countries. And they have some of the head of states, so not president, but like local officials in there, some of them basically walk out of the building. One of them, I said, remember the last time when I was complaining against your leader back then, he left. Now Ibn Traore is here. Now someone say, yeah, man, I have to save my neck. I can't appear on camera, sitting there listening to you condemn him, and I go home. Next thing, I guess security services come to my house and kill me. But the guy in charge right now, he's fully acceptance of your speech. So I can stay and listen to your speech. I don't want to leave again because he feels like I'm leaving because I don't support his position. So I'm like, so what is your position on all of this? And so he told me, well, I thought give me money and take care of my family. That's my position.
Oh my God.
I said, and that is the reason why we can't go anywhere. That's the reason why the whole continent is just the way it is.
But I'm still hopeful. Like we have Rwanda and El Salvador, like on both sides.
Rwanda succeeded because of who was in charge. If Kagame dies, I give Rwanda another 20 years, we're back to square one.
So sad.
So sad.
El Salvador, same thing. El Salvador, right?
The only excuse I give to El Salvador, the only excuse, people have seen changes. They have seen it. They have seen it, and they kind of love the new system. So if they adapt it with no authority, but Rwanda have an underlying issue. The people that lost the war feels like they shouldn't lose the war, even if they don't publicly declare it. But so the day this guy leaves power, the people that lost that war would be empowered to want to start acting funny, and they will undermine. That's what I'm talking about. For El Salvador, there's one agenda, there's one people. They say, well, this is very good for us. They may probably maintain it to go forward. But the Hutus and Tutsis war may have ended, quote unquote, peacefully, but they still have animosity whenever they see themselves in other countries. To this day, the opposition being arrested, being in prison, is the same group that are causing the problems. So in their mind, they are being oppressed, they are being maligned because of this tribe. So because of that animosity, it's not more of political, it's more of a tribal tribal mentality. The guy developing the country on all fronts. Every tribe is benefiting from Rwanda's development. Every tribe. But some people stay in the background, holding onto that tribal sentiment, and the day he leaves or dies, it will come back to life, and that will be the reason why somebody will use that and divide it and cause it back to roll back all the successes they have achieved. So that's the problem we have. Man, this guy's he doing this intentionally. That legend of fucking Jesus. No joke. This is intentional. Look at all the red ribbon and all the white clothes. This is intentional.
I know you're idolizing Kagame in some sense. But do you think maybe the Rwandans' anti-Hutu or pro-Tutsi escapade into Congo might be appropriated by the West in some way? Or
the quick answer to that question basically is to a level, yes. A longer version would be that region, because of those colonial borders, those problems always remain. Those issues will always remain. Like my people in West Africa, we're almost in every country in West Africa, but most countries will tell you we don't belong there. Though historically, go back to the empires, go back to the kingdoms, our names are attached to everything. So some of the countries, some of the cities that they have Manigo names, they don't know what it means. How you hear you say we don't belong here, but your city is we name your city. But anyway, so that animosity will always remain. So the Hutus and one Congo issues in Congo is not new. It's just a residual of what happened in Rwanda mainland that basically rolled over to what happened in Congo today. So that's what I'm telling you. So if Kagame was to leave, what's happening in Congo will extend over to it. I think Kagame, maybe I'm wrong, maybe he have other ulterior motives. But from what I'm watching, he see that issue. If the Congo issue is not resolved when it's in power, it will basically come back to Rwanda and undo what he have achieved. So the best way is to resolve that issue when you still have that means and ability to, and seize that region, make it a one-off part of Rwanda one way or another. Then the issue maybe reduce the footprint of the rebels or footprint of people that could possibly cause issues. Because the people he's fighting in Congo are the same people he fights in Rwanda. Not the same people, but the same ideology. So that's where I'm coming from with that. So the longer history is a fucked up division that caused it. The recent problem is somebody is using that division to basically keep Rwanda always over the edge. Because that's what I say, if Kagame was to go, what happened in Congo, it will outrun Rwanda within 20 years. It will come over.
So sad, man.
My perception as an American is that we have very much co-opted that cause for the pro-Hutu Rwandans to establish whatever buffer zone. Yeah. That's what I think. That's what we're doing right there. So that was my question. So
yes, because Joshua, what makes you think that?
I mean, just the nature of our foreign policy. I don't know. There's nothing ingenious on my part. I just.
If it looks like a duck and it quacks.
I'm sorry.
If it looks like a duck,
quack like a duck, walk
pretty
like
much,
a duck.
yeah.
It's a fucking but guess what? It also helps. It also helps as a token to pressure Kagame into giving ways to what because now no matter how comfortable he is, he knows there's a militia that all of a sudden can have 1,000 Romanians show up one day with weapons, trying to all these Europeans can show up one day with a bunch of machine guns, trying to outrun his forces at the border. So of course, it keep a pressure on Rwanda to also sometimes pay attention to what whoever over there want to negotiate on them with. And I think he saw the opportunity. If he doesn't take care of it now, it becomes a problem. And I think that's what he's doing. And knowing the guy is a very intelligent guy, and he see issues. Sometimes he may not. Okay, people think when I talk about Kagame that I think he's that he can do no wrong. No, he has done some really fucked up shit. Thing that I'm completely against. But from looking at Africa current situations, you need more people like Ibrahim Traore with Kagame mentality. You have to point my father to tell me to save one African, you may have to kill 5 Africans. And I think that's a mentality that works under Kagame's and the Ibrahim Traore kind of mentality. Because if you don't do it, those 5 will join you to kill you because you're trying to save the one. They will. Look at this guy. Look at Traore. How many times I missed to kill him? How many times?
It's like the train thought experiment, but the other way around. Like
the other way around.
The train is going to one guy, but if you move the lever, it goes to 5 guys.
But in Africa, you have to kill the 5 guys.
You have to save the guy. You move it, and it hits 5 other guys.
Because like right now, how many people have died trying to save Traore? Many have died. All the coup plotters that have come, the one that got captured. I'm glad they killed them. Yeah, and they have killed civilians in the process. They have bombed civilians in the process and killed this one guy. So, because again, many people, and sometimes this is how you have to do it. And it's crazy. Even in my country, Liberia, democracy have never changed anything in Africa. It have not resolved any issue in Africa. There's not a single country in Africa that have ever benefited from democracy. Not a single country. Name one.
Well, Western influence democracy, right? Like it's
exactly. Ghana didn't get where it was today because democracy. The guy that changed Ghana was a military coup that changed Ghana.
But it's a point that I've been making all the time, and you can see it pretty clearly in the mainstream media and in the statements from the politicians. Like every time a country asserts sovereignty, they call it undemocratic immediately.
Yeah. Yes.
Like
Right.
every single country. Singapore, when it was asserting itself and gaining economical dominance, their legendary prime minister, who was absolutely epic and remarkable, they would call him a dictator and say he was undemocratic.
That's it.
So,
Right. It's not liberally democratic, which is the issue.
I have to agree that he is authoritarian. That is true. I'm
Yeah.
not a Singaporean.
Guinea former
But
president.
we needed it.
Guinea,
yeah, exactly.
Guinea former dictator said the same thing. Say if the West is praising you, you're bad for your people. If the West hates you, you're good for your people. And that is statement from back in the 80s to this day relevant. And every African leader the West have ever praised in Africa, they're the worst for the country and for the continent. The ones that you see them hold on the pedestal, like this past election, they got 95% of the vote.
And so that's the function of democracy. It's to keep a leash on the countries. Even the allies of the Western world, to not say United States, the orange juice, even all of their allies like Saudi Arabia, are authoritarian. Look at Israel, that is like the shining democracy in the Middle East, and the prime minister has this whole battle with the courts to assert dominance, to reform the entire.
I think it's easy to have a genuine democracy if you're like restricting your plebiscite to what they do.
What? Sorry?
I mean, you can argue for like they have a genuine voice reflective upon their plebiscite in Israel because that's what they're restricted to, right? So that's the whole point. That's Western liberal democracy in a nutshell, but it's in its most ugly form. I think is Israel. You look at that.
Yeah, it's very liberal, and in Europe, look what happens when the candidates aren't aligned with the policy, and so you can see pretty clearly what the function of this democracy that they talk about is, because they say it themselves and they do it every time a country steps out of line. And what does it mean to step out of line? To do something for your own good, for the good of your people, to assert sovereignty. Like Hungary is undemocratic, and Slovakia is undemocratic, and even Poland is undemocratic because it has its sort of conservative resistance to the globalist EU. Even though they're absolutely in the bag, there's like you have to be 100% on board. Any level of dissent to their globalist project is undemocratic automatically. Like even Trump, that is like the leader of the free world, he's undemocratic because he's acting in like weird ways, in his own ways.
I want to challenge that. I want to challenge that free world statement. What free world?
No. I mean, I'm talking in their language. Like
in that language. Okay.
America is the leader of the free world, and yet it's still undemocratic when it does things that are against the official policy. So that's the function of democracy. It's a form of corruption.
There's nothing democratically accountable by our empire, and you can't have that.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm
agreeing with you. Is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So
you can't have a global hegemony with the amount of nukes and the whatever else we have while having it democratically accountable in any way. It's just it can't happen. It can't happen that way.
In the Malay Constitution, before the Malay Empire crumbles, one thing that says in there is this: the laws, the Constitution are basically the ones that applies within the boundaries of the empire does not apply to in its empire expansions, because you can't run the whole world with democracy. It's not going to work. And that's the issue where America has this. They want to convince you democracy is their sole export.
My point is that it's true. That's what democracy is. That's my entire point. It's not that it's fake democracy. That's the definition of democracy since the times of Plato, when he describes democracy as the rule of the oligarchs by demagoguery. You know, like when you have the plebeians, when you have the masses choosing, then you have color revolutions and all that because the masses.
I might disagree to the extent, though. Isn't the literal interpretation of democracy is people power? Like people, the power of people is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's conformism because it's the minimum denominator. It's pop music. It's hyper consumerism. It's conformism. It's whimsical.
No, I want to add a bit. It's only a danger if there is already a corrupted leadership or there's a consolidation of power in a small group of people. Let's say if the democracy is always implemented like really by democracy, like most of the people vote, you get the leaders that you want. Like in Singapore's case, voting is by law. You must vote. If you don't vote, you lose your right to vote, and then you have to re-register. So 80 to 90% of the people vote in Singapore. That is a holiday. Election day is a holiday. Everybody votes. So in that case, our mandate is always a proper mandate, which is why like the ruling party is very safe. It's very consistent, so they can plan long term. But when they have an election where the vote is optional, like in the United States, then you're gonna have a problem because then you activists, parties, the party with more activists will win. It's not the democracy. It's just it's just about who can spend more money to get more people to go and vote. Like I believe in Indonesia, in India, it's all a holiday. The democracy is pretty stable. Like people is okay with the elections, the results generally. They don't have this conflict in the United States.
I think that has to do with the cultural coherence because here, for example, it's obligatory, and you get a fine if you don't vote. Like you have to vote, and if you don't vote, you get a fine.
For Argentina.
And
you might vote for a captive pool, right?
Yeah, why? Okay. I think voting doesn't solve the problem.
But still, the turnout is low. Still, the turnout is low, and still you have a super schizophrenic. Because, first of all, there's not very much unity among the people. There's not very much cultural coherence. But second of all, it's the feature. Like the governments are inefficient, fundamentally. So every government disappoints people and pushes it to the other party. And then the other party disappoints even more, and it pushes the people to the other party. So it's a matter of like cultural inefficiency. Like the cultural doesn't have enough.
That's the illusion of liberal democracy. Is they present these candidates in a way that don't represent the actual interests of the population, but they've been thrust upon you in a way. Exactly. That you can't prevent it from. But then they're going to tell you that's democracy because you have those candidates to vote from, and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
This is actually the fear in Singapore,
And exactly.
This is actually the fear in Singapore. We will worried that we will end up have a very powerful opposition, and then this is exactly what will happen. Like you just flip flop between the two, and then the country will collapse.
That's exactly what will happen. That's exactly the issue. So before you have spent 30 years flip flopping, nothing has changed. And that's exactly is the problem we have over there. Because as I said last week, all the issues they had with the former president, now that they have somebody else that they like, they accept every issue they had an issue with. It was problem when the former president was in an airplane going to every country every other week. Now this guy, he barely been in the country for less than 100 days since being president. He always in another foreign country in a plane. And they're okay with it. No more criticism for his wastefulness. So again, before you know it, they will spend another 30 years. Labrador War ended in 2003. Almost 22 years ago, they still have not solved the single basic problem: electricity. They haven't solved it. They have not solved anything. And the basic needs, water, electricity, and etc. They have not solved none of that issue yet. 23 years after the war because they are still flip-flopping. Before you know it, because this person is served 4, 5, 6 years in power. Before you know it, so I will show him next election. Next election, you show him. You're like, damn, you wait again until I will show him next election. And next election, you show the other guy again. Before you know it, you went 30 years just wasted and nothing have changed. So
the accountability part is lacking. What if there is a democratic system where if you will have to sign by you have to have an oath. This is the campaign promises that I fulfill. I'm going to do. If you fail to do less than 50% of it, you go to jail. You see who dare to who dare to be a politician.
You will never see that. That's the shitty. Just a few words. There is another problem with the democracy at the scale of the global scale, because we have the most important way to influence the people is a monarchic way, because all the gods, the religion in this world are monarchic. We have one God, we have one Allah, one Yahweh, one Trinity, one Buddha, one except for the Indian religion
and the Chinese. And
the Chinese. No, but
we have
if
a pantheon too.
Yeah, but it depends on what you take as Chinese religion, because
the mandate of heaven, the state religion, the mandate of heaven.
There is no God. This is not a theologic religion.
But it's the mandate of heaven. It's the way of heaven. It's the
so that was the old one.
But
so the modern folk religion is like the new. It sounds like the Greek religion or the Roman religion where you have many gods. Then you have the king of the gods, which is the emperor, the Jade Emperor. So you have a pantheon of all the officials. So that is the folk religion.
So actually,
the old Chinese religion is like just heaven, just heaven.
Yeah, but the Greek religion, the ancient religion of the Greeks, they were much near to the democracy as our religions now, because they had a lot of gods. They had the power to speak in front of they have free speech. They had free speech in their community, in the community of the gods. And now we are trying to implement religion. We are trying to implement democracy in a world which is led by a lot of monotheist religions. So I think the way the world should be led in accord with these religions would be something like democratic monarchies. There is this possibility, because no, not like Great Britain. There should be.
I understand what you're saying. There's a monarch.
There should be a designated leader, which is not to be changed every 4 years or every 5 years.
I see.
Correct.
That's like aristocracy.
Yeah, no.
Isn't that Iran?
It's not that Iran, right? Because aristocracy is a.
That's Iran.
But if there would be a leader,
that would be like ancient, like perennial aristocracy, in the sense that like the strongest of the tribe is elected leader, not the hereditary aristocracy, which is an aberration.
The ancient monarchy was like
when you had a population who didn't care about flags. They just all wanted the betterment of their own community, and you had peasant revolts. Like this is the era we're talking about. Was when you had peasant revolts over people like, look, we don't want to be fucked up like this.
So we need the Wakanda system.
Okay.
We need the leaders to fight it out in front of the TV. You know, then the winner of the fight will be the leader.
Because the people are used to follow a leader by the religion.
Yes.
Which is the strongest way to influence the masses of the people. So
that's why Trump is the president of the United States, because
for life.
Because he's a leader. He's a leader.
He is elected. He is elected by the god of this era, which is capital.
Might be. I don't know. I'm just talking. I'm not talking about Trump here. I'm talking about because Trump is not in this position.
No, I'm saying that
he would be in 3 years. He will be not here anymore.
Trump is supported by the religion that is capital.
Yeah, I understand.
To Dracula points, right? Right before the collapse of the Makariko and her people, almost every body had their own military. The judges had their own military. The lawmakers had their own military. Of course, the king and the queens had their own military, basically. And that's how they go balance, because that's how they go stop this fucking coup. Basically, the lawmakers have to anyway. So that was at the top. Then at the bottom, they have this voting and replacement, but they never change. The judges never change, the king never change, and the lawmakers never change. Yeah, they call the Karamors, the Massas, and the Dwellings. They never change. They all had their own enough. They had equal military powers. Maintain it. So for some weird reason, that was the longest it went with peace. But the moment one of that three group crumbled, the whole kingdom crumbled. The Portuguese took over immediately.
You need three to make a balance.
Yeah.
So three is usually you need it. Like the three kingdoms in China, the famous three kingdoms.
Yes.
The three kingdoms, like they can never defeat each other.
Exactly.
But it only happens when one side make one stupid mistake, and then it start to become very weak, and that's when everything went to shit.
And that's exactly what happened. This one was one kingdom, but three different heads. Yeah, and equal protections. Three of them have equal manpower. The one that screwed up was the lawmaker group that basically sided with the Portuguese, because Portuguese said we can help you to give you absolute power over the two. So they sided with the Portuguese. And when they came, they get their ass kicked. So after they get their ass kicked, the king's people won, of course, because of the lawyers, the judges, they joined the king and went against the lawmakers. But after they whooped the lawmakers, the king ended up with more people under his control because he's the king. So every credit went to him. So he took that pride and went against the judges and said, "It's time to put you guys under my control to prevent what happened from happening again." Forgetting to know what happened was a fluke compared to 50, 60, 70, 100 years of stabilities that you have created. But since the fluke happened, after he declared war against the judges too, of course, withdraw and side with the Portuguese. And now, of course, now it's kingdom by itself against the judges. So, of course, the one end is completely destroyed.
This is a warning for all Americans.
We already had that. We already had that like 1,000 years ago in Europe. The monarchies in Europe 1,000 years ago were not dynastical monarchies. They were the leader of the state was choose from the aristocracy by his qualities, by his richness, by his spiritual richness, by his qualities, and he was there as long as he fulfilled the wish of the people.
Right, and that was also an era of bows and swords where people could feasibly revolt against a larger government.
No, this was much later. The revolt, the period of the revolt began much later. I'm talking here about the 10th and 11th century.
Okay, I agree with Draco, and the thing that's what actually aristocracy is, and that was also the model in the Greek city-states. That's where the concept of aristocracy arises, like the rule of the best. And that's why I say that hereditary aristocracy is an aberration, because there's no such thing as hereditary aristocracy, because you can't be the best if you receive the position because of your heritage. It has to be. The argument was for that transition was that people that was bred by the best and raised by the best would be the best.
No. Actually, sorry, I have to contradict you. The actual reason for the dynastical race of the monarchy was the Christian religion, because the king family, the Merovinger and then the Carolinga, they said we are come from the blood of Christ. And we have this,
like the emperor
this
in Japan.
blood in us. This holy blood give us the right to make further, to be further leader. This was the reason why they created dynasties.
When that was discussed as an argument, like in the ancient texts where they discussed this heritage, when they talk about the doctrine and the ritual of kings and priests, they talk about that no one is capable of ruling but he who has been raised for ruling.
Right.
From the blood of the rulers, and that's the logic that they would espouse. So yeah, it has to do with the Christian tradition and the heritage from.
But even then, you take away from the blood aspect, and you be from the doctrinal aspect of it. Be like, this is how you accurately represent the will of your peoples as an aristocrat. Like this would be your righteous approach to it. To be like, only we can approach this because we are uniquely adept at training and educating as to the will of the people to the extent that we can as royalty facilitate
their desires and their needs. That's what Machiavelli says in The Prince, that the king, by being away from the people, separated, he can see them from afar and understand them better than they can understand themselves. That's what Machiavelli says. And in the same way, he says he's justifying his own position. He's saying, I, who am away from the monarchy and do not rule the people, I can see what the aristocracy needs to do to rule. I can see you from afar. And so I understand you better than you understand yourselves. He's saying basically to like promote his book. But it's an argument that was made. And you can make a case for that argument. I do believe that it was abused, and that the monarchy, maybe out of its own conceit or flaws in their fundamental philosophies, or maybe simply by the cycle of time, how elites decay.
I believe religion is the one that poisoned. I think religion is the one that poisoned the monarch system. It was religion that came and completely destroyed it, in my belief, because previously, if your family responsibility was to do this, if you screw up, your whole family name is rejected in society, in the culture, you say, because you got consult. Basically, even if you are born into the family that rules the land, from your baby, you're trained to care for the people. This is a responsibility. This is how much responsibility lies on you, so you can fuck up. Based on those things, even if you're not made for it, early on they observe you, they replace you. They either kill you off or they do something. In the sort of Mansa Musa and Sunjata Keita in Mali, he was a cripple, though he was to be the inheritance of the power. But since he was crippled, and they said no, the country, they cannot have too many wars going on to have a cripple leading place. So her father basically told the mother, either take him away or we won't have to kill him. So the mother took him away. And fortunately for him, he came back even more powerful with more militia and basically overthrew his brother and seized power. But anyway, so back then, they was just done within the family because they knew if we do wrong, we are forever in the history of the family that fuck up this thing. The family in charge of the rulership, the family in charge of the law, family in charge of anything. Because that's what, but once religion get involved, it turned into a responsibility to more of an egomaniac position. Most of the kings and queens, you see them like the one in some one Asian country. That little boy is saying he's going to replace his father. All he do all this flashing money and flashing authority when the rest of the country is suffering. My great grandfather, my mother's side, one of the last rulers in that area. To this day, people still sing his name in stories of how much they knew him. Sometimes they say in your pastoral villages, they don't even know he was the king and spend the night with them. They don't even know who he was. And then he'll go back and tell them. Religion is the one that came and poisoned the monarch system. The monarch system previously designed.
I'd love to be able to blame a single cause. You know, like I've been looking for it my entire life. Like, where did the problem start? But now I think that it's like a bit simplistic. Like, it would be better for certain things for it to be a different way than it is. But there is a very ruthless competition, you know, like natural selection for social systems, and so like. I don't think someone's like, there's always been a competition between religion and politics. They're usually allied, but they're also infighting to see who dominates further. And so at some point, clearly the priests took control. This happened in Africa, it happened in Europe as well. We were talking about earlier, and that changed the system. But what I do see is that there has been a predominance from that system. You know, so like basically the kings were defeated, and the priests gained rule, and now the priests have been defeated, and the bureaucrats have gained, or the merchants, sorry, the merchants have gained rule. So they all put up, but the constant that I see in this process of infighting and competition is that there has been a selective pressure for whosoever can concentrate more power or exercise more control over its population. There's definitely been that pattern that once a system of control is like, for example, in Rome, they didn't have this religious endowment. They did have a lot of gods for everything, but it wasn't that important. But what did that allow? That there was a lot of infighting. So emperors were not, anyone could be the emperor, okay, or the tribune, and so there was a lot of competition and fighting,
Not
you know,
everyone.
buying, selling, bribing,
Not everyone.
and so on.
Only the citizens.
But that was positive, okay. That was positive because it let it last for 1,000 years, which is a shit ton of time, you know. Like, so we can criticize the Roman Empire all we want, but it lasted for like an insane amount of time, crazy shit. And
almost 2,000 years.
Even so, and so you can see that throughout different systems. In China, you had all these rises and fallings of dynasties, the Muslim empire. So you see that pattern. But what is preserved? What goes on? A new, more centralized system of power. Yeah, after the fall of Rome, there was the feudal era, the Dark Ages, where power was super decentralized in that area. But until the kings eventually, by the pressures of the Mongols and of the Muslim invasions, they had to concentrate power to survive. And that's when they held on to, they started creating the absolute monarchies, because in the end, like all these tiny little kingdoms fighting amongst each other could not face a great threat like the Mongols or the Muslims. And so they had to unite to defend against that, and that through the Crusades and the power over the Pope, the power began to concentrate, and the Holy Roman Empire emperors, and so there's been this selection, and then you get the British Empire who concentrates more power, and every time a civilization collapses, the new one emerges, uses the technology of the one before to concentrate more power and destroys his enemies easier. Sorry, Wyatt.
That's literally the history of China. It's just that the outside threat is much more earlier. It's like 2,000 over years before now.
Actually,
China consolidated power way earlier because of this kind of thing.
Actually,
and then China get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Actually, today China is a monarchy.
Yeah.
Because
like
Xi Jinping is ruling as long as he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Putin.
I'd say China is like the most successful federalized
And Putin too.
country, national existence we've had. Like, it's crazy how well you can manage such a multi-ethnic country of over 1 billion people. Like, that's nuts. Like, that, I don't know.
Yeah, but Chinese empires always do that. So, and what Gabriel said is correct. It get bigger and bigger. The empires, each empire get bigger than the last one. So Chinese empires, if you look at old maps like the Han Dynasty or the Tang Dynasty, it was never this big. Not the current China size. If you look at the original claims by the Republic of China, if you look at the Taiwan map, the Taiwan claiming map, the Republic of China, they claim way bigger than the current China, which the current China have to concede because of they cannot deal with the USSR, so they have to cut off certain land, and give it to the USSR, to Russia.
Yeah.
So,
but they still managed it peacefully, right? I just don't.
No, they fought wars over it. Yeah, they fought wars over it.
But also,
wars when though? What? How long ago?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
In the 20th in the 20s, right? They had wars over the Sino-Soviet wars. Was before the Second World War.
No, after the Second World War, after the Chinese Civil War finished, the USSR and the People's Republic of China has fought. They fought some border wars. So, and then eventually, So for their history, the war between the two countries not that far away. It was actually not so distant history. Anyway, it's 7 hours plus now.
Oh my god!
So
yeah,
I need to do closing. Let's do closing.
I can
Gabriel, go first. You want to go first? SES?
Yeah, I'll go first.
SES, go first.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, so I'll use this closing also just to comment on what I was trying to say earlier. But yeah, also one thing also I think we also notice is right after the war, power is completely distributed because for peace. And give it a few decades again, now it's a concentrate. And in and out, the new people that are now concentrated power to avoid what happened previously, they get more tyrannical, get more abusive, thinking, okay, previously this caused the problem. They don't know their new attempt to prevent it from happening is causing more issue that eventually gonna end up destroying them. That's happening currently in Liberia. Before Liberia, power was concentrated among 3 families. I would say 3 to 4 families. So after the war, it was divided. Almost every other group has some authority. Fast forward 22 years after the war, now again, power is back to among the 3 to 4 group of people. Same thing. So anyway, but that just But anyway, to this in my closing, I'll just go just a little run through all these things we've been talking about today. For me, generally, I think what Akim was saying about the couples mentality, I think that in any form of history, it have never worked out. And I don't think anywhere in the future is going to work out. But as Graeber once mentioned, for the basic necessity for the countries, your military hardware, your food, your medicine, the things you need to at least survive until they got a producive or can be nice to you, I think you produce it locally. But everything else, I don't think is wrong to say we should have this global understanding, mutual respect, and mutual agreement. That, okay, hey man, I can produce it, but I don't have the need to produce it. Liberia is a population of 1.2 million. We have no need in having a Caterpillar manufacturing plant. It does not serve that purpose at all. We can buy that from a company from America that produce Caterpillar machines, or China that can produce mass, all these things. So anyway, so we can trade, but we all have to accept and agree to one that benefits all. If we have any qualms with it, we'll go back, we'll go address it. The WTO was supposed to solve that problem. But the same people that put WTO together started to abuse the WTO because the small guys, the most African countries, didn't have any say-so. So it was supposed to help African countries have some way to control their resources on the global market. But the biggest buyers knew that was going to be, it was going to affect them badly. So they said, to hell with that. So they circumvented the WTO and keep the current status quo in place. So they always create new systems. And once they see the system does not work all the way in there to what they want, which of the negotiation they agree to, they'll kind of find a way to scrap it. But in all, again, it's a crazy world we live in. Stay alive. Don't live for today. Live for your children and your grandchildren. Anyway, with that said, y'all good night, and I'll see you guys next time.
See you, man.
Thank you, FCS.
All right.
Gabriel, closing people.
Amen. Yeah, I think it's very true what his final words were. If you live for yourself, it's like living for nothing at all. Like it's the all the trials and tribulations, the anxieties, the existential dread, the inevitability of death and suffering throughout life is not something that can be sustained only by selfish desires, hedonistic desires. That posterity, transcendence through posterity or through achievement is absolutely necessary. It must be beyond ourselves that we can justify ourselves. So it's also for us, thinking about now and about ourselves. We should still be thinking about our children and our grandchildren. It's that future, that phantom that runs before us. It is better and more beautiful than us. We should give it our flesh and our blood. And yeah, I don't know what the solution is to our current predicament in world history. I would advise to be skeptical and critical of our current delusions of grandeur and supremacy, that we are the apex of history and nothing has ever been as great as we, because I don't see that greatness. I see so much shallowness, so much superficiality, such a lack of reason and purpose, which is the consumer mercantile society. It's such a shallow God, so lacking in foundations and strength. And so it's not a good enough reason to live. We need something better than that. And I don't know if it's according to our zeitgeist or philosophical paradigms that we have fallen into a state, or if it's simply the seasons of time. We're in the winter and it's time for decay. But I'd still advise in pondering and also reflecting on the wisdom of the past and how we would create from where we stand something better. And in many ways, I'd say that something better might very well be something more rooted in perennial wisdom, and those foundations that allowed civilizations and peoples to survive the most extreme hardships generation after generation, ice ages, cataclysms, wars, famines, and they thrived and they beget generations after them that came to us, and so our vision of the future should be firmly rooted in that. I don't know if kings can be brought back, but I do think that, as Draco was saying wisely, our leaders should have a greater say in like more sovereignty and more responsibility, like accountability for their actions. Well, the fact that we can just change them like we change dirty socks is too light a burden for a person who has to carry the weight of the well-being of entire people, of an entire nation. They should have a greater stake in the game of what their policy and administration is going to be. And also, if we have the capacity to elect capable leaders, that they should develop their art of leading, and that we should also hold them accountable. But most of all, beyond whatever leaders we happen to have according to our culture and circumstance, that we strive ourselves for improvement. And for that, we need a purpose. That is my closing, brethren. It's been a lovely evening. I think the conversation has been very much amusing. Thank you, Wyatt. Like, share, and subscribe. Not Wyatt. Wyatt doesn't need to do that. All of whoever is viewing this. And yeah, good to see you, Joshua. Good to see new people. Have a good week.
Thank you,
So,
bro. Draku,
what
closing.
I always wanted to say that, but I never came to. There is a very important say of the Greek, of the ancient Greek. They say mens sana in corpore sano. I don't know if you understand that. That means
That's French.
A healthy wisdom can only came from a healthy body. So the problem that we have now in the whole world, it is that we actually have a lot of ill leaders. Every illness that you had in your body, it influences your way to think. So this is a very, very big problem that the whole world is having now. The big majority of the leaders are taking drugs to prevail their health, their healthiness, and this is not seen like a problem because the modern medicine don't like us to be afraid about taking drugs, but every illness that you have in your body is influencing the way you think. So this would be a thing about for the younger generation. I think when they are thinking about leadership. So and with that, I wish you all the best for all of you guys.
Thank you, Draku. Joshua.
Hey, no airsoft guns this time. But my biggest thing is I have a lot of friends who are conservatives. I'm a leftist. I have a lot of friends who are conservatives who think Trump is doing something especially unique right now. And I don't think it's the case. I think this is the apparatus at work. I think that they have Trump in power as the ugly face to have on the worst aspects of what's to come. Because what would you have otherwise? You're going to have a greater Israel, ugly. You're going to have a fallen Ukraine, ugly. And Wyatt may disagree, but I think you're going to have, before Trump is gone, a collapsed Taiwan. I think Taiwan's going to be integrated. And I think that's all these are bargaining chips that we are throwing in for the U.S., the impending U.S. sphere of influence that we're just going to consolidate to have and that's what we're doing. And in that matter, we just had our African friend. I don't know what country he's from, so I feel bad calling him our African friend. But I would not want to be in his shoes or anybody in Africa's shoes, because it's going to be the case to where the U.S. interest is going to be in cutting off Chinese markets wherever we can. That's pretty much going to be what it's going to be. And at the moment, I'm really convinced that Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, is like the big one that we're throwing out there, like just like we're gonna go to war with Iran, or we're just like being dicks with China with that aspect. I think that's what we're doing, and I don't know. I wish I came on earlier. I could make a stronger point, but in any case, I really just do your best, prepare for the worst, because we're consolidating everything right now, and I'm sorry for Russia, China. You're gonna have that. Everything's gonna be that land area. The whole Silk Road initiative is going to be pretty much vindicated, because that's the route we're going towards. Is U.S. is gonna go full UK naval empire shit, and anyway, I'm not gonna hold it up. You got it. Peace to you. Love you guys.
Thank you, Joshua. Have a great week ahead.
You too.
So that's it. It's my turn to closing. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 123, where Xi Jinping is leading China to challenge global leadership of the United States. And I actually agree with some of the pessimism. In fact, all the pessimism of Joshua just now. A lot of things is in flux, and Trump is really going after China. So although I'm more bearish about a war with Iran, I don't think a war with Iran is on the cards. It might look like it, but it's just part of the negotiation tactic. I don't think Trump is interested in Iran at all. He just wants the problem to be resolved, and I think he will throw in a lot of carrots for Iran to consider to give up its nuclear weapon program. But then Iran will have to swallow its ego quite a bit. But let's see how this goes. Trade war wise, I will just talk more about it in my videos. And yeah, today is a fantastic open mic. We have a lot of philosophical discussion, and a lot of talk about the trade war and economics. There's a lot of perspective. You can pick and choose which one you prefer. It doesn't have to believe me, because like I always say, time will tell. Over time you will know what is right, what is wrong, what is actually happening. I just throw my opinions and observations out there. People can do their own research and see do I make sense, or can fact check me, or you can still stick with your position. Like I say, just like the Ukraine war situation, it doesn't matter who we support, what we think, how the war is going. We're not going to change the front line. We are not in the front line fighting. The soldiers are the one that's changing or influencing how the war goes. The commanders, the generals, and the leaders of the countries like Zelensky and Putin is the one that's making the calls. They are the one that is going to influence how the war goes. We are just spectators. We can say whatever we want. So don't take things personally. We are all just watching how the world burn down. So it's okay. Don't hate each other. Just it's okay. If you love Trump, hate Trump. You love China, hate China. Or you believe in the orange juice, or you don't believe in the orange juice. Perfectly fine.
just agree to disagree, and I think the world will be a better place. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and I'm going to go and record the Frontline Changes report, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Avevo forse all'Espanol, aber English. I look at Deutschland, New York, something to say. Come on. Serti unterwegs, surrounding my head. Lui sono fuggi da cute. Diversità non è diversity. Stand together in harmony. This is our song. We stand together. We stand together in harmony. Tous ensemble, che non ragione si écouter. Every voice is always communicate. Universal voices. Let's join the debate. Join the debate. Speaks to Dutch, do you speak German? Fala português, fala italiano. Speak Portuguese, speak Italian. Brazil, Italy. Every culture brings a light, let it shine. Nel cuore delle vite, le emozioni. Nosotros avanzamos juntos en las acciones. Y que no la diversité de ti. Destiny. Tous ensemble, que la majorité écoutez. Every voice is always communicate. Sonia Rosa, every little desert, every knowledge, and different, but the boy is the same. Though as we don't know, which of ideas in every speech. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, but diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, diverse yet alive.